Brother Hao, you helped Jin's solve such a big problem last time. I wanted to treat you to a meal to thank you. I had to go abroad for an emergency at that time, so the matter was delayed. So, when I came back today, the first thing I thought about was to make up for Wen Jin's gratitude. So I wanted to ask Brother Wu if you are free today. Xu Hao smiled and replied. It's just a small matter, and Jin's is also my goddaughter, so it would be awkward to thank her. Besides, Jin's also treated me to a meal later, so I thanked her. Speaking of this, Xu Hao's expression became strange. It's just right that you come back today. Let's drink together later. Wen Qian immediately replied happily. Brother Hao, I couldn't accompany you last time, and I've always felt bad about it. Insisted on inviting Xu Hao to dinner. It was at that time that he got what he wanted. Xu Hao went at the agreed time. Carrying 2 bottles of wine, he came to the Wen family. Worried that her father would find out about her relationship with Xu Mian. Wen Qian greeted him warmly. Wen Jin stood beside Wen Qian, her eyes were a little evasive, and her heart was in turmoil. Wen Qian and Wen Jin's, father and daughter, were waiting at the door early. I must apologize for these 400 times. When the time comes, I'll call Jin's too. Both of us, father and daughter, must thank you. But the same thing, we are all family, don't be too polite, just cook some home-cooked dishes. Not long after, Xu Hao arrived. Seeing that Xu Hao was carrying something in his hand, he said unhappily. He couldn't help but think of the scene of having dinner with Wen Jin's last time. Xu Hao looked persuaded. No problem, Brother Hao, then we will cook some small dishes at home and wait for Brother Hao to come. Okay, Brother Hao, let's drink to our heart's content today, and we won't go home until we're drunk. Xu Huang smiled. When Mian Tui listened to their conversation, seeing Xu Hao bring wine again, she felt a little. She remembered that the last time he did it was after drinking. She couldn't help but shudder. Don't let anything go wrong today. She was panicking, but she pretended to be calm on the surface. She welcomed Xu Hao into the house with her father. Okay, how about tonight? Soon, night fell and the lights came on. Xu smiled and shook the wine in his hand. Wen Qian's eyes lit up. Brother Wu, you must give me this face and let me do my best. 17. He must let her reminisce and improve their relationship. Naturally, he has to entertain him well in the Shi family. Last time, Wen Qian left for something. And this time, Wen Qian is back. Wen Qian hurriedly said. Wen Jin's entertained Xu Hao in the house where she usually lived. Wen Qian's tone was sincere. I'm not giving it to you. This is a good wine that I have collected for a long time. I can't bear to give it to you. Paused for a while and said. It just so happens that he hasn't seen his goddaughter for a few days. Knowing that Xu Hao is coming soon. Brother Hao, why did you bring a gift? It's too formal. Seeing Xu Hao carrying something, he pretended to be displeased and said. Hao Zhe, why did you bring a gift? You're being too formal, aren't you? Xu Hao smiled and shook the wine in his hand. This isn't for you. This is good wine I've cherished for a long time. I wouldn't bear to give it to you. Since you're back today, let's drink it together later. Wen Qian's eyes lit up. Good, Hao Zhe, then we must drink to our heart's content today and not go home until we're drunk. Xu Hao's lips curved into a smile. Wen Jin's listened to their conversation from the side. Seeing Xu Hao bring wine again, she felt a little nervous. Just thinking about how that incident happened after drinking last time. She couldn't help but shiver. Please don't let anything go wrong today. Her heart was in a panic, but she forced herself to appear calm on the surface. She followed her father and welcomed Xu Hao into the house. Chapter 547, The Secret Under the Table. Father is still here. Crazy. They enthusiastically welcomed Xu Hao into the house. Wen Qian turned to his linger, Wen Jin's, and said. Jin's, go get my treasured tea leaves and brew some for your godfather. Wen Jin's responded and walked towards the cabinet where the tea leaves were kept. Wen Qian led Xu Hao to the sofa. He skillfully took out a go set from the cabinet and placed it on the coffee table. While smiling at Xu Hao and saying, Hao Zhe, it's been a long time since we played chess together. How about a game? Xu Hao smiled. Alright, let's have a match and see if your chess has improved. Wen Jin's took out the tea leaves. She washed the tea set and began to brew tea for the two of them. It was brewed in no time, and the aroma of tea wafted through the air. She first brought a cup to Xu Hao. "Godfather, please have some tea." Xu Hao reached out and took it. Their fingertips accidentally touched. Wen Jin's heart tightened, and her heart pounded. She tried hard to remain calm. She then turned and handed a cup to Wen Qian. "Father, there are still a few dishes not ready yet, I'll go to the kitchen first." Wen Qian waved his hand without looking up. "Go quickly, I'm playing chess with your godfather." Xu Hao smiled and looked at Wen Jin. "Keep it simple, no need to make it too complicated." Wen Qian waved his hand. "It's not troublesome, just some home-cooked dishes." Wen Jin fled the living room as if escaping. Being with Xu Hao was too much of a test for her heart. She was afraid that her father would discover their relationship. Wen Qian and Xu Hao began to play chess. They went back and forth, their pieces falling with a sound. Although Wen Qian had some chess skills, his level was truly limited. It wasn't long before he couldn't hold on. If Xu Hao hadn't gone easy on him, he would have lost terribly. The two played chess and drank tea. Wen Qian talked about his trip abroad this time. Although he had now shifted the company's focus to the domestic market. He left everything to Linger to manage. But he had been operating abroad for so many years. He certainly wouldn't give up everything, so he kept a portion. This trip abroad was to finalize a partnership with a large company. Xu Hao, with a chess piece in his hand, placed it on the board and agreed. "That sounds great, congratulations." Actually, he was pouting inwardly. The reason that company was willing to cooperate with Wen Qian. It was all his doing behind the scenes. It was to send Wen Qian away, so he would have a chance to win over Wen Jin. The game of chess was finally over. Wen Qian put down his chess piece. He sighed helplessly. Then he said with admiration, "I lost, Hao Jie, your chess is getting better and better." At this moment, Wen Jin brought out dishes one by one. Although Wen Qian said they were home-cooked meals. The table was full of delicacies, very rich. After all the dishes were served, Wen Jin called out, "Father, Godfather, time to eat." Wen Qian enthusiastically invited Xu Hao. "Hao Jie, let's go eat. You must try Jin's cooking." The two sat down at the dining table together. Wen Qian opened the wine Xu Hao had brought. The moment the bottle cap was opened, the aroma of wine permeated the air. Wen Qian was already a lover of wine. When he smelled the wine, his eyes lit up immediately. He eagerly looked at the packaging. He had never seen this type of wine before. "Hao Jie, what kind of wine did you bring? Just smelling the aroma makes me feel drunk." "I'm not too sure, a friend gave it to me." Wen Qian didn't ask further. He first filled a glass for Xu Hao, then one for himself. Then he looked at his Linger, Wen Jin, and asked, "Jin, do you want some?" Of course, Wen Jin didn't want to drink. All the things that happened after drinking last time were still vivid in her mind. Just as she was about to refuse, she heard Wen Qian's voice. "Drink a little less. Your godfather helped you solve such a big problem, you should also toast him in thanks." Wen Jin opened her mouth. But in the end, she didn't say anything. "How else should I thank him? I am already his." Wen Qian directly poured her half a glass. Then he winked at Wen Jin, signaling her to sit next to Xu Hao. Through Xu Hao's help to his Linger this time, he had seen Xu Hao's influence. Thinking of making their relationship more solid. Having his Linger sit next to Xu Hao and serve Godfather more dishes, wouldn't that promote their relationship? Wen Jin received her father's eye signal. She resisted in her heart but couldn't refuse. She sat down next to Xu Hao. Wen Qian raised his glass and said sincerely, "Hao Jie, thanks to your help last time, otherwise we would have suffered a big setback right after returning to the company. I will always remember this kindness. No more words, it's all in this wine. I toast you." Xu Hao also raised his glass. "We are family, no need for formalities. I am Jin's godfather, if I don't help her, who will?" Wen Jin also raised her glass at the sight. Wen Qian swallowed a mouthful of wine, rich and mellow, and he couldn't help but exclaim, good wine, good wine. I've lived this long and have never drunk such good wine." He was moved in his heart, thinking that Xu Hao would bring such good wine to share with him. It showed that he truly considered him a friend. The more he thought about it, the more heartwarming it felt. So he enthusiastically invited Xu Hao to eat. He didn't forget to wink at his Linger, signaling Wen Jin to serve Xu Hao dishes. Wen Jin understood, picked up a dish, and placed it in Xu Hao's bowl. Godfather, please eat, Xu Hao said politely. Jinx, you eat too. I can serve myself. Wen Qian laughed from the side. Hao Jie, you also said you were Jinx's godfather, isn't it proper for her to serve godfather dishes? Jinx, don't forget your godfather likes abalone, serve him more. Wen Jinx obediently picked up an abalone and placed it in Xu Hao's bowl. Xu Hao thanked her. No need to thank me. 0 for fresh flowers 0. As Wen Jinx just responded, her body suddenly stiffened. She felt a hand on her thigh. It was constantly caressing. Her mind buzzed. She looked down, and sure enough, it was Xu Hao's hand. Wen Jinx's mind went blank. How dare Xu Hao? Her father was right next to them. Afraid of being discovered, she was so nervous she didn't dare to breathe. Jinx, what's wrong? Wen Qian's voice rang out. Wen Jinx looked up. Her hand unconsciously clenched the corner of her clothes, and she pretended to be calm. No, nothing, I was just thinking about some company matters. Wen Qian's face hardened. Why are you thinking about things while eating? Your primary goal right now is to keep your godfather happy. Xu Hao asked with a concerned expression. Did the company run into some trouble? If there's any difficulty, just tell godfather. Wen Jinx rolled her eyes. Isn't it all because of you? She composed herself and said aloud. No, it's just a small matter, I can handle it myself. The meal was an ordeal. Wen Qian kept toasting Xu Hao, getting more and more excited. He kept muttering words of gratitude. He had no idea that right under the table, his linger was being harassed. Ding. Wen Jinx's heart pounded, emotional value plus 789. Ding. Unconsciously, the 2 bottles of wine Xu Hao brought were finished. Wen Qian, overcome by the alcohol, collapsed onto the table. He kept mumbling, good wine, Hao Jie, let's keep drinking. After drinking the half glass of wine Wen Qian poured for her, Wen Jinx's face was flushed. Partly because she was slightly drunk. More so because of Xu Hao's harassment. Suddenly, she felt the hand on her leg move to her waist. Her heart leapt to her throat. Wen Jinx was both startled and scared. She turned her head and found Xu Hao very close. Xu Hao leaned close to her ear. Jinx, did you miss me these past few days? His warm breath brushed against her ear. A strange feeling also arose in her heart. But more than that, it was nervousness and fear. Wen Jinx frowned slightly, wanting to push Xu Hao away. Don't do this, father is still here. Don't worry, your father is so drunk, he won't notice. Xu Hao leaned in closer, saying affectionately. I've been thinking about you constantly these past few days, missing you so much I can't sleep, wishing I could be with you every day. Listening to Xu Hao's direct and passionate words. Wen Jinx's mind was in a mess, her thoughts chaotic. Her lips parted slightly, wanting to say something. But Xu Hao didn't give her a chance. Seeing her lovely appearance, his usual composure as president disappeared, and he sealed her lips. Chapter 548, Father Discovers. Helping Linger Cultivate. Heart pounding. This night was destined to be long. The moon was very cooperative, staying bright. Wen Jinx acted as a guide, taking Xu Hao on a tour of the entire villa and leaving their footprints. During this time, it was naturally impossible to avoid making sounds. But Wen Qian was sleeping too soundly and heard nothing, still dreaming sweetly. In the end, Xu Hao casually carried him to the bedroom. Then he went to Wen Jinx's bedroom to sleep. After the tour, Wen Qian was still drunk on the table, unconscious. Then Xu Hao picked him up like a little chick and carried him to the bedroom. After settling him, he went to Wen Jinx's bedroom. And slept soundly with a clear conscience. Ding. Wen Jinx's mentality exploded, emotional value plus 951. Time quietly slipped away. When the hour hand pointed to 7. The sky gradually brightened. Wen Jinx suddenly woke up from her sleep. She opened her eyes groggily. She glanced at the alarm clock by the bed and was instantly startled awake. She hurriedly pushed Xu Hao beside her. Her expression anxious. Wake up quickly, you can leave, otherwise it'll be over if father finds out. Xu Hao opened his eyes. He comforted her indifferently. Don't be afraid, your father drank so much last night, he won't wake up so early. Wen Jinx was both anxious and scared. Gradually, she realized something was wrong and said with some fear. What are you going to do? Waking me up when I was sleeping so well, I'm very annoyed. Wen Jinx couldn't do anything about Xu Hao. She could only, amidst the swaying, groggily fall back asleep. She slept straight until midday. Wen Jin slowly woke up. As soon as she opened her eyes, the scenes from last night flashed through her mind like a slideshow, making her heart pound. After all that commotion last night, father shouldn't have heard anything, right? Wen Jin turned her head. Xu Hao was indeed still sleeping beside her. She never expected Xu Hao to be so bold. She felt that something would happen sooner or later if she stayed with Xu Hao. But after these few interactions, if she were to break off relations with Xu Hao, she was a little reluctant. At this moment, she saw the sky outside, the hot sunlight streaming through the window. Wen Jin was startled. She secretly thought, this isn't good. She quickly checked the time. She didn't know until she looked, and when she looked, she was shocked. It was already 11:30. Her face instantly turned pale. It was so late, and Xu Hao was still in her room. Had father found out, then everything would be over. She seemed to have already envisioned the consequences. Just then, Wen Jin felt a hand on her waist. Immediately after, Xu Hao's voice came. Are you worried your dad will wake up and discover our relationship? Wen Jin looked at him nervously. Xu Hao pulled her into his embrace. Don't worry, with me here, nothing will happen. Don't scare yourself, but we should get up. After speaking, he got up and started to get dressed. His perfect physique was fully revealed. Wen Jin only took one look, and her face immediately flushed, so she quickly turned her head away. Shaking her head, she also quickly and clumsily got up to get herself ready. The two had just left the room a short while ago. Wen Qian also woke up. He stretched, feeling refreshed and invigorated. Logically, after a night of heavy drinking, he should have a splitting headache. The wine Xu Hao brought last night was too good. He drank so much, yet there were no uncomfortable side effects at all. Wen Qian walked out of his room. He saw Xu Hao sitting on the sofa, drinking tea. Some sounds came from the kitchen. Presumably, Linger was cooking. He strolled over to Xu Hao, a smile on his face, and said, Hao Jie, the wine you brought last night was truly excellent. I slept soundly until now and feel completely relaxed and full of energy, haha. Wen Jin happened to walk out of the kitchen. Hearing her father's words, she couldn't help but playfully scold him. Dad, you still have the nerve to say that. Even if it's good wine, you can't keep drinking it. If Godfather hadn't helped, you would have had to sleep in the living room. As she spoke, her gaze darted around. She was trying to hide her guilt. She was afraid father would notice something amiss. Wen Qian looked at his radiant Linger. He always felt something was not quite right. It seemed as if she had become even more beautiful overnight. However, he didn't suspect anything in that regard. He just thought he was seeing things. Xu Hao spoke with a smile. I also got drunk last night, so I just made do in the guest room for a night. Old Qian, you don't mind, do you? Wen Qian quickly waved his hand. Hao Jie, what are you saying? You are Jin's godfather, and this is your home. You can stay as long as you like. I'm happy to have you, how could I have any objections? Wen Jin's eyebrow couldn't help but twitch. Let Xu Hao stay at home every day. How could she bear it? This was not how you trick your Linger. However, seeing the harmonious atmosphere between father and Xu Hao, she also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After lunch, Xu Hao got up to take his leave. Old Qian, Jins, thank you for your hospitality, especially Jins. I should head back now. Wen Qian tried to persuade him to stay. Hao Jie, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Stay a bit longer. Wen Jins didn't say a word. She lowered her head, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothes. In her heart, she was thinking, go quickly, go quickly. Xu Hao waved his hand. No, I have some matters to attend to at the company. Let's meet again next time. Anyway, we're both in Shanghai, just call me if you need anything. Wen Qian didn't say anything more. The father and Linger saw Xu Hao to the door. Xu Hao got into the car and rolled down the window. He waved to them. Then the car started and slowly drove away. Watching the car disappear into the distance, Wen Qian finally withdrew his gaze. He turned to look at Linger beside him. Seeing her lost in thought, Wen Qian frowned slightly and asked with concern. Jins, has anything happened at the company recently? If you're having difficulties, tell Dad, and we'll figure out a solution together. Wen Jins forced a smile onto her face. Dad, everything at the company is fine. You don't need to worry. Wen Qian was still not entirely at ease. Are you sure nothing's wrong? You're not hiding something from me because you're afraid I'll worry, are you? You, girl, have been acting a bit strange lately. Wen Jin's heart grew even more flustered. She quickly said, Dad, I'm really not lying to you, everything's fine. I was just thinking that there are some documents to handle at the company, and I need to go back and check them quickly. After speaking, she didn't dare to look at her father again. She turned and quickly walked into the villa. Watching Lingers somewhat fleeing back, Wen Qian became even more curious. What's wrong with this girl today? She's in such a hurry. Is she really hiding something from me? Wen Jin's returned to her bedroom. As soon as she entered, she saw the messy bedsheet. Her face instantly flushed red to her ears. She fumbled to pull the bedsheet off. Hugging it, she headed to the bathroom. After the bedsheet was washed, Wen Jin let out a long sigh of relief. She haphazardly hung it up to dry. After tidying up a bit, she picked up her bag and left. She didn't dare to stay at home for another moment. Xu Hao did not go to the company, instead, he returned directly home. Today, his two daughters were at home. Xu Hongzhuang was composing music in the piano room. Xu Feiyan, meanwhile, was practicing using her spiritual energy. She carefully controlled the spiritual energy within her body. She tried to lift a stone in front of her. The stone was not small, but enveloped by spiritual energy, it slowly lifted off the ground. Xu Feiyan's heart filled with joy. She finally succeeded. Seeing this, Xu Hao quietly approached. He suddenly spoke, asking, Feiyan, what are you doing? Xu Feiyan was startled. One must know that she also possessed Gangjin strength, and her senses were extremely keen. Yet, she hadn't detected anyone approaching at all. Realizing it was Xu Hao's voice, she finally relaxed. Xu Feiyan explained, Dad, I'm trying to use the spiritual energy within my body to see what extent I can achieve. Xu Hao pretended as if he had just remembered something. He said, Look at my memory, I only taught you the cultivation method but haven't taught you the skill yet. Only with the right skill can you unleash greater power, and you'll also use it more effectively. Now that I have nothing to do, I'll teach it to you. Xu Feiyan's small face immediately turned red. She uncontrollably thought of the scene where Xu Hao helped her cultivate. She stammered, Dad, how about another day? Third sister is home today. What if we disturb third sister? That wouldn't be good. Xu Hao smiled and patted her head. We'll go to the little world, it's quiet there and won't disturb anyone. After speaking, he raised his hand, and a light portal appeared. He took Xu Feiyan's hand and stepped inside. Chapter 549, Guiding Daughters' Meridians. Clothes are dirty, need to change. Following Xu Hao, she stepped into the little world. As soon as Xu Feiyan entered, she felt the spiritual energy. She felt all the pores on her body open up. It was much more comfortable here than outside. Xu Hao held her hand and didn't let go. Come, I'll take you to the lakeside, the skill I'm teaching you is related to water. Under the gentle breeze, ripples spread across the lake, shimmering with light. Standing by the lake, Xu Hao said to Xu Feiyan, Feiyan, what I'm going to teach you is the water control skill. The key lies in the circulation of spiritual energy and the perception of water elements. Xu Feiyan stared at Xu Hao without blinking. Xu Hao explained in meticulous detail, from how to mobilize spiritual energy to how to harmonize with water elements. Xu Feiyan gradually became engrossed, immersed in his words. After finishing his explanation, Xu Hao said with a smile, This is the water control skill. I'll demonstrate it for you, watch closely. He raised his right hand. Spiritual energy overflowed from his palm. The calm lake water seemed to respond to a summons. A large stream of water slowly rose into the air. Under Xu Hao's control, it constantly changed shape. One moment it transformed into a phoenix, the next into a flower. Xu Feiyan's eyes widened in amazement. After the demonstration, Xu Hao withdrew his hand and looked at Xu Feiyan. Feiyan, you try. Xu Feiyan took a deep breath. Gathering her courage, she activated the spiritual energy within her body. Following Xu Hao's instructions, she began to circulate the water control skill. However, the lake remained completely still. Xu Feiyan's face was filled with embarrassment, she wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Xu Hao stepped forward to comfort her. Don't worry, Feiyan, you've just started learning. How could you succeed right away? He paused, then continued. How about this, I'll guide you to feel it. So, Xu Hao placed his hand on Xu Feiyan. While guiding her cultivation route, he said, Look, the spiritual energy must follow this meridian, then gather here, and then slowly guide it out. Feeling Xu Hao's hand brush across her various meridians, Xu Feiyan's pretty face flushed, and her heart pounded faster. Even though Xu Hao had helped her cultivate a few times before, and soul cultivation was much more intimate than this, she still couldn't help but feel flustered. Taking in her expression, Xu Hao pretended not to see it. He even secretly activated the hand of God, making it even harder for her to concentrate. After teaching her once, Xu Hao said, "All right, Feiyan, try again." Xu Feiyan's mind was still in a daze at this moment. He couldn't even remember the cultivation route, let alone the skill he had just learned. He could only stand there awkwardly, not knowing what to do. "It's all right, let's try again." Xu Hao continued to comfort her. Then he patiently guided her through the cultivation route again. After more than a dozen attempts, Xu Feiyan's eyes were hazy. Fortunately, she finally mastered the cultivation route. She composed herself and began to use her skill to control the lake water. A stream of water rose. Before she could even be happy, the stream of water fell back into the lake. Xu Hao encouraged her from the side. "That's it, Feiyan, if you try a few more times, you'll be able to use it skillfully." Xu Feiyan regained her confidence and continued to control the lake water. After a few more attempts, she was able to make a stream of water circle around her body. She could also change its shape as she pleased. Xu Feiyan's heart stirred. She made the stream of water take on her own appearance, standing face to face with herself. Looking at the water-made self in front of her piqued her interest. She gradually forgot her earlier embarrassment. Xu Hao also praised her from the side. "Not bad, you can already control water skillfully. However, this is just the preliminary application of the water control skill. You can also control water for attack. You can condense water elements in the air to create water out of thin air, or you can transform water into ice." The more Xu Feiyan listened, the brighter her eyes became. So, the water control skill had so many ways to be used. She asked curiously, "Then, Dad, what should I do?" Xu Hao rubbed her head. "I'll teach you. Come feel the spiritual energy circulating again, and I'll tell you the next cultivation route." Xu Feiyan's cheeks flushed crimson again. Ding Xu Feiyan's heart is in a mess, emotional value plus 852. Under Xu Hao's hands-on and meticulous guidance, several hours passed in a blink of an eye. Xu Feiyan finally had a preliminary grasp of the water control skill. However, there was still a long way to go before she could use it as easily as her own arm. During these few hours, due to Xu Hao's close-range teaching, Xu Feiyan lost her composure several times. Her little face was flushed, and her heart was in a great mess. She couldn't continue with her cultivation. She needed to change her clothes. Xu Hao waved his hand, and the little world light gate opened. The two appeared in the courtyard. At this moment, Xu Hongzhuang came out of the villa. She had been in the piano room for half a day, pondering how to compose a piece of music. But there was always a problem she couldn't solve. So she decided to stroll in the courtyard to relax. She didn't expect to see this scene by chance. Xu Hongzhuang was stunned. When did Dad come back? And he came out of the little world with fifth sister. Seeing Xu Hongzhuang walking towards them, Xu Feiyan's heart skipped a beat, and she became extremely nervous. What if third sister found out that Dad was teaching her cultivation? The main thing was that this process could not be told to others. Also, she needed to change clothes now. If third sister discovered anything unusual, she might as well die. However, fortunately, she had practiced martial arts for a long time, so her facial expression control was on point. She spoke first, "Third sister, have you finished composing your piece?" Xu Hongzhuang walked closer, shook her head, and said, "Not yet, I encountered a difficult point, and I just can't figure it out. So, I plan to come out for a walk to clear my mind, then go back and ponder." As she spoke, her gaze swept over Xu Hao and Xu Feiyan, and she asked curiously, "Dad, Feiyan, did you just go to the little world?" Xu Feiyan's heart tightened, fearing that Xu Hao would reveal the matter of teaching her cultivation, and she quickly said, "Yes, third sister, the little world is so beautiful. I was tired from practicing martial arts, and Dad came back, so I asked Dad to take me to admire it." As she spoke, she secretly winked at Xu Hao. Xu Hao returned a reassuring look. He smiled and said to Xu Hongzhuang, "Hongzhuang, you've encountered trouble. Why don't you go to the little world and take a look? Maybe you'll find inspiration." Xu Hongzhuang was a little tempted. Xu Feiyan struck while the iron was hot, saying, "Dad is right, the scenery in the little world is picturesque, you should give it a try." Xu Hongzhuang thought it made sense. "No need to trouble Dad, Feiyan, you can accompany me." Xu Feiyan waved her hand. "No, no, I just came out of there. I won't go. You and Dad go, have fun." Xu Hongzhuang frowned slightly. She didn't know why, but fifth sister gave her an odd feeling, as if she was hiding something. But she couldn't pinpoint exactly what was wrong. Seeing her firm attitude, Xu Hongzhuang didn't insist. "Then I'll just go by myself, no need to trouble Dad." "It's no trouble at all." Xu Hao opened the light gate and beckoned to Xu Hongzhuang. "Hongzhuang, let's go." Xu Hongzhuang acknowledged. She followed Xu Hao into the light gate. Seeing the two disappear into the light gate, Xu Feiyan breathed a sigh of relief. She wiped away the non-existent cold sweat from her forehead. She secretly rejoiced that she had managed to fool them. She looked left and right, and seeing no one was paying attention, she scurried into her bedroom. She changed into clean clothes. Meanwhile, Xu Hao led Xu Hongzhuang into the little world. They walked along the lakeside path, where 100 flowers bloomed, and a gentle breeze carried wafts of floral fragrance. They then passed through pavilions and towers, with vermilion pillars and upturned eaves, everywhere exuding ancient charm. The surrounding trees were lush and green, and sunlight filtered through the gaps in the branches, casting mottled light and shadow all over the ground. Although she had admired the beautiful scenery here many times, every time she came, Xu Hongzhuang couldn't help but marvel. It was truly a masterpiece of nature. So beautiful that one couldn't take their eyes off it. At this moment, Xu Hao opened the conversation. "Hongzhuang, what difficulty did you encounter when you said you were composing the music? Tell me about it, maybe I can help." Xu Hongzhuang's eyes lit up. She then remembered that Xu Hao's music attainments were far superior to her own. Ever since Xu Hao taught her music composition, for such a long time, she had been pondering and composing lyrics and music by herself. She almost forgot that she could ask Xu Hao for guidance. So, Xu Hongzhuang spoke of the music she was composing. "I want this music to depict the grand artistic conception of the shifting stars and changing sun and moon. I've also looked up a lot of information, but I just can't describe that feeling." She looked at Xu Hao with eyes full of expectation. Xu Hao's music skill was at the master level. After hearing his linger speak, he had an idea. However, he did not say it directly. Xu Hao suddenly smiled. He wrapped an arm around Xu Hongzhuang's waist. Xu Hongzhuang trembled, her mind somewhat blank. She hadn't expected Xu Hao to make such a move. Immediately after, a masculine scent assailed her. Her breathing quickened, her heart pounded, and a blush appeared on her face. Before she could react, she felt herself gradually leaving the ground. Her body began to rise. Xu Hongzhuang was even more bewildered. As they rose higher and higher, she became afraid. When Xu Hao had taken her up on his sword before, at least there was a flying sword beneath her feet. But now, there was nothing beneath her feet. This was achieved by Xu Hao using the spiritual power of cultivation, further enhanced by telekinesis. Xu Hongzhuang instinctively hugged Xu Hao tightly. She closed her eyes, not daring to look down. Slowly, she felt something amiss. She then realized that hugging him like this was wrong. But at this point, how could she let go? She could only allow their skin to touch. Ding. Xu Hongzhuang's heart rate accelerated, emotional value +741. They stopped high in the sky. Xu Hao looked at Xu Hongzhuang and said, "All right, you can open your eyes." Xu Hongzhuang opened her eyes and found herself high in the sky, shoulder to shoulder with the sun. The next moment, with a wave of Xu Hao's hand, in the blink of an eye, night fell, and countless stars dotted the night sky. A bright moon hung high, casting down its clear light. Xu Hongzhuang immediately understood Xu Hao's intention. "Dad brought me here to experience the changes of the sun and moon, wanting me to comprehend it myself, so I can compose the music." She had overthought it. Actually, Xu Hao wanted to harvest her emotional value. However, Xu Hao naturally wouldn't reveal this true purpose. Xu Hao said with a serious expression, "Hongzhuang, I'll take you to fully experience that artistic conception. Composing the music will depend on your own comprehension." Xu Hongzhuang was filled with gratitude. "Dad, thank you. I will not disappoint you." Xu Hao smiled. "Silly girl, why be polite with your dad? Watch closely." He began to control the changes of the sun and moon in the little world. The light and shadows of the sun and moon rapidly shifted. The scene of shifting stars and changing seasons continuously appeared. Xu Hao also used his abilities to summon wind and rain. For a time, the strong winds howled, and raindrops pattered down. Occasionally, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, tearing through the night sky. The scene was incredibly grand and magnificent and Xu Hongzhuang watched, mesmerized. She had never seen such a breathtaking scene. The key was that her dad had created this with his powerful abilities. Her admiration for Xu Hao grew immeasurably. Chapter 550, Father's Care. Linger is touched. Framing. With Xu Hao's help, Xu Hongzhuang felt the magnificent artistic conception continuously impacting her heart. After an unknown amount of time, Xu Hongzhuang's brows relaxed, and joy sparkled in her eyes. She looked eagerly at Xu Hao. Dad, I've thought of it. I've finally thought of the music I want to compose. Only after speaking did she realize what she had said. At that moment, they were high in the air, and she was nestled in Xu Hao's arms. Her face instantly flushed red. Her heart rate accelerated uncontrollably. Xu Hao seemed not to notice her abnormality. He congratulated her with a smile. Not bad, Hongzhuang, congratulations. Then, he controlled their descent, slowly landing steadily on the ground. Xu Hao released Hongzhuang. He had harvested a lot of emotional value just now. Too much of a good thing is bad, he needed to let his Linger recover. Leaving that warm embrace, a hint of reluctance welled up in Hongzhuang's heart. She bit her lip, looked up, her eyes full of gratitude. Dad, thank you so much this time. If you hadn't helped me perceive that artistic conception, I don't know when I would have comprehended it. Xu Hao reached out and stroked her head. We're all family, no need for thanks. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, you can also tell me. Don't try to bear it alone. Hongzhuang was startled. She wasn't as lively as her little sister, Hua Yi. Hua Yi was mischievous and always played and laughed with Xu Hao without any reservations, being close to him. This was the first time Xu Hao had affectionately stroked her head. A warm current flowed through her heart. This feeling of being cared for like a father made her eyes slightly moist. She sniffled. Dad, I'll remember. I'll definitely tell you if anything happens in the future. Another day passed in a flash. The evening glow spilled into a residential complex. Xu Hao was embracing Su Leiyao, strolling leisurely on a small path. Su Leiyao was sporting a bulging belly. It had only been a few months, yet her belly was already so big. Xu Hao's rich experience led him to conclude there was something unusual. After a check, it turned out she was carrying twins. Although Su Leiyao found walking a bit inconvenient, her face was filled with a happy smile. She would look at Xu Hao from time to time, her eyes full of tenderness. Hao Zhe, thank you. You're so busy every day, yet you still make time to walk with me. Xu Hao stopped, and playfully flicked her delicate nose. Silly girl, no matter how busy I am, I can't neglect you and the babies. Su Leiyao blushed and said shyly. I feel like I've become more and more dependent on you since I got pregnant. Xu Hao held her hand. You're my woman, isn't it natural for you to depend on me? You're carrying babies now, so you need to pay more attention to your health. I'll take care of everything. Su Leiyao leaned gently on Xu Hao's shoulder. It's really good to have you. I'm just looking forward to the babies being born soon. Then our home will be even livelier. Xu Hao put his arm around her shoulders. This can't be rushed. As long as you maintain a good mood and walk around more, it'll be good for the babies. They continued to walk forward. Passing by the garden in the complex, the flowers were blooming brilliantly, in various colors. They stopped to admire them. Su Leiyao tilted her head, took a deep breath, and said intoxicated. The flower scent here is so nice. When our babies are born, we'll bring them here every day. As she was speaking, she suddenly frowned. Her hand unconsciously went to her belly. Xu Hao quickly placed his hand on her wrist. What's wrong? Are you uncomfortable anywhere? Su Leiyao shook her head and said. It's nothing, I just felt the little one move, probably wanting to come out and see the outside world. Xu Hao then placed his hand on her belly, feeling the slight fetal movement. These two little rascals dare to bully you. When they're born, just watch me teach them a lesson. Su Leiyao rolled her eyes at him, feigning annoyance. They're my precious darlings. I won't allow you to bully them. Xu Hao smiled. It's only right for a dad to discipline his Linger. Even you, as their mother, can't stop me. The two walked slowly along the path. The setting sun cast their shadows long. After strolling around the complex for a while, Xu Hao led Su Leiyao back. They chatted and laughed, Su Leiyao's hand resting on Xu Hao's arm, her face full of happiness. Just as they reached the bottom of the apartment building, preparing to go upstairs, they saw a figure standing there, staring directly at them. This person was Chu Nan. Chu Nan was invited by Su to dinner today. After all, they were neighbors many years ago. The Chu family now only had him, the sole male descendant. Su remembered their old friendship. Seeing him alone, it was quite heartbreaking, so she thought of showing some concern. At this moment, Chu Nan looked a bit haggard. His whole body exuded a dispirited aura. All of this was due to Xu Hao's influence. The Meng Weiyang he loved was humiliated and taught a lesson by Xu Hao. However, he was no match for Xu Hao. He couldn't even intervene to stop it. He could only watch, and it had been bottled up in his heart, making him feel suffocated. Unexpectedly, he saw Xu Hao again today at the Su family's home. Seeing Xu Hao intimately embracing Su Leiyao, who had a big belly, Chu Nan's face was gloomy. Although he and Su Leiyao were childhood sweethearts, they hadn't seen each other for over 10 years. After such a long time without contact, their feelings had long become distant. He knew he shouldn't meddle in Su Leiyao's affairs. But Su treated him very well. Chu Nan didn't want Su Leiyao to be harmed from the bottom of his heart. Is Xu Hao a good person? He has countless women around him. This can be seen from his threat to Meng Weiyang. He is a born scoundrel. Ding Chu Nan is furious, emotional value plus 999. Here, Xu Hao was talking to Su Leiyao. Suddenly, he sensed a strong malicious intent. He looked up and saw Chu Nan not far away, somewhat surprised. But he didn't take him seriously. He just glanced at him and prepared to continue walking into the building. Suddenly, he noticed a couple walking past Chu Nan. Xu Hao's heart stirred, and an idea immediately came to him. A smile spread across his lips. Then he stretched out a hand towards Chu Nan. Chu Nan was already staring at Xu Hao with resentment. His attention was immediately drawn by Xu Hao's action. Xu Hao made a few gestures. He activated God-level hypnosis. Chu Nan is an Emperor Realm expert, with powerful spiritual energy, so it's not easy to hypnotize him. Even if he could be successfully hypnotized, it wouldn't last for long. But it was enough. As Xu Hao made those gestures, Chu Nan's eyes began to change. His eyes, originally full of resentment, gradually became dull, and he looked as if he had lost his soul. The next moment, he unconsciously reached out his hand and slapped the butt of the woman walking past him. With a smack, this slap greatly startled the woman. Chu Nan himself also seemed to have been electrocuted, and he snapped back to his senses with a jolt. Looking at his outstretched hand, his face was full of astonishment. Why is my hand here? What's going on? He tried to recall what had just happened. He immediately remembered the gestures Xu Hao had made. Chu Nan's heart tightened, and he inwardly cried out, "This is bad." He had just been hypnotized. He immediately gritted his teeth. Xu Hao. Before he could recover, he heard a whooshing sound by his ear. It was the woman reacting, raising her hand and slapping Chu Nan. Chu Nan's strength was there, after all. He easily dodged it. Immediately, the woman cried out in distress, her face tear-streaked like pear blossoms in the rain. She cried as she spoke to the man beside her. "Woo, husband, he touched my butt." "What?" The man's eyes widened at her words, and then he became furious. He pointed at Chu Nan and cursed. "You dare to touch my woman, I'll beat you to death." He clenched his fists and rushed towards Chu Nan. Chu Nan frowned. He dodged while explaining, "I didn't do it on purpose, it's a misunderstanding." But the man was too angry to listen at that moment. His heart was full of rage. He just wanted to vent his anger for his woman. Chu Nan was helpless, after all, it was his fault, so he couldn't be too heavy-handed. He could only block the man's attacks. While trying to explain, the commotion here was not small. Soon, it attracted many residents from the community to watch. Everyone was asking what had happened, one after another. After understanding the situation, they all pointed fingers at Chu Nan and cursed him without politeness. In broad daylight, he dares to touch a girl's butt, how shameless. He looks like a decent person, how could he do such a thing? He's simply a beast. People's hearts are not what they used to be. Is it the distortion of human nature, or the decay of morality? Xu Hao and Su Leiyao also gathered around. Su Leiyao was surprised when she saw him. Isn't that Chu Nan, the neighbor mother mentioned from over 10 years ago? What happened? Xu Hao's lips held a playful smile. Through the chatter of the surrounding people, the story unfolded, and Su Leiyao looked at Chu Nan with disgust. It's true that one can know a person's face but not their heart. To do such an obscene thing in broad daylight. It's too disgusting. Hearing the quarrel outside, Su's mother came out of the house. As soon as she came out, she saw Xu Hao and Su Leiyao. She quickly walked over and asked, "What happened? What are they arguing about?" Su Leiyao recounted what she had heard from others to her mother. Su's mother's face immediately changed. She said, both surprised and angry, "I never thought Chu Nan would be such a person." She felt a pang of fear. Chu Nan dared to lay hands on a woman in broad daylight. If he were allowed to come to their house again, meeting Linger, wouldn't that be very dangerous? Just as everyone was discussing, someone called the police, and soon a police car drove over. After the police officer got out of the car, he first stopped the man from beating Chu Nan, and then comforted the man and woman. Only then did he begin to understand what had happened. After learning the truth, he went to investigate the nearby surveillance footage. The surveillance clearly showed that it was Chu Nan who reached out and slapped the woman's buttocks. With irrefutable evidence, Chu Nan had no way to explain himself. Chu Nan felt extremely aggrieved. He knew this was Xu Hao's doing. But even if he told the truth, who would believe him? Saying that Xu Hao hypnotized him. But Xu Hao was so far away from him at the time. Others simply wouldn't believe it. The police officer wanted to take him back to the police station to deal with it. Chu Nan couldn't explain, so he could only go along. He was about to be taken away by the police officer. He saw Su Leiyao's family in the crowd. "Wait a moment, I'll say goodbye." Then he hurried over. He looked at Mother Su with a face full of guilt and said, "Sorry, Aunt Su, this is a misunderstanding, I have to deal with it. I'm afraid I can't come to your house for dinner today, I'll have to come another time." Mother Su's face hardened, and she said coldly, "You don't need to come. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. I was blind and misjudged you. Don't let me see you again in the future." A sharp pain pierced Chu Nan's heart. He looked at Su Leiyao again, only to see her face full of disgust and disdain. Damn it. All of this was because of Xu Hao. He turned to look at Xu Hao, his eyes seemingly spitting fire. Ding. Chu Nan was furious, emotion value plus 1001. Hey. Xu Hao smiled playfully at Chu Nan. He deliberately hugged Su Leiyao even tighter. And he was very close to Mother Su. The provocative meaning was self-evident. Chu Nan's pupils widened. Chapter 551, Misunderstanding Deepens. Shame. Keeping a princess in the car. Chu Nan was taken away by the wailing police car. The onlookers' discussions were endless, and they gradually dispersed after a long time. Mother Su, Xu Hao, and Su Leiyao returned home together. As soon as she entered the house, Su Leiyao said to her mother, "Mom, that Chu Nan, don't let him come to our house anymore." Mother Su nodded with lingering fear. She replied with a look of apprehension, "Don't worry, it won't happen again. I really didn't expect him to be that kind of person. He usually seemed quite sensible, so you know a person's face but not their heart." Xu Hao's mouth curved upwards at the side. His goal had been achieved. That night, Xu Hao had dinner with Mother Su and her Linger, and the atmosphere was warm and harmonious. The next morning, sunlight streamed into the room through the window cracks. Mother Su, as usual, prepared to go out to buy groceries. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Chu Nan. At this moment, Chu Nan was raising his hand, preparing to knock on the door. He was also carrying several gifts. It turned out that after being arrested yesterday, Chu Nan contacted Meng's father, his friend from a different generation. With Meng's father's mediation, he was finally released from there. After getting out, Chu Nan immediately rushed to the Su family. Thinking of explaining yesterday's incident clearly to Aunt Su. After all, Aunt Su was very kind to him. He didn't want the other party to misunderstand him. But as soon as Mother Su saw Chu Nan, she immediately remembered Chu Nan threatening the woman yesterday. Her face instantly turned ugly. She said ungraciously, "What are you doing here? Didn't I tell you not to let me see you again?" Chu Nan took a step forward, anxiously explaining, "Aunt Su, I was wronged yesterday, it wasn't what you saw." Mother Su's tone was disdainful. "HMPH, do you think I'm stupid? The surveillance footage is clear, what else do you have to say? Chu Nan looked helpless. He knew in his heart that no one would believe what he said. But he had no choice but to explain. He gritted his teeth and continued to speak. Aunt Sue, I really didn't lie to you, I was hypnotized at the time. It was Xu Hao who hypnotized me, he just wanted to deliberately stir up trouble between us. Mother Sue was stunned as she listened. She stared at Chu Nan with wide eyes, incredulous. Xu Hao hypnotized you to molest others. What kind of hypnosis is that powerful? This is too mysterious. Besides, stir up trouble between us. What a joke. What is Xu Hao's status, would he do such a boring thing? Hey, I think you're the one who wants to stir up trouble between our mother and Linger, and President Xu, that's more like it. Mother Sue suppressed her anger and continued to speak. Come, tell me, why would President Xu try to sow discord between us? We were just former neighbors, do we still need to be provoked? Keep making things up. Chu Nan was also full of bewilderment. He had no grudges with Xu Hao. Xu Hao even bullied Meng Weiyang, whom he protected. He didn't have any special relationship with Su and Su Leiyao either. Chu Nan really couldn't understand why Xu Hao kept targeting him. But the fact was that Xu Hao used hypnosis to threaten women. He was indeed trying to sow discord between him and Su and her Linger. Seeing that Chu Nan couldn't explain for a long time, Su mocked. Can't say it. But you, why are you trying to sow discord between us and President Xu? What's your motive? I'm telling you, if you dare to harm Liao, I won't let you off even if I die. Chu Nan waved his hand in a hurry, speaking urgently. I didn't mean that, Aunt Sue, you really misunderstood me. Su snorted coldly. You'd better not. Seeing that the misunderstanding was getting deeper and deeper, Chu Nan knew he had to do something. He gritted his teeth and directly revealed. Aunt Sue, Xu Hao has many women, and when he's with Liao, he's just playing with her feelings. Su's face changed slightly. In fact, regarding Xu Hao having other women, she had speculated about it before. When her Linger was determined to be with Xu Hao, she had asked repeatedly. After all, her own Linger was so beautiful, yet she was willing to be a mistress. She felt incredibly distressed. She felt it wasn't worth it for her Linger. Thinking with her Linger's looks, what kind of good man couldn't she find? But her Linger just couldn't be pulled back. She insisted on being with Xu Hao. As a mother, she was helpless. Now hearing Chu Nan mention it, Su felt another wave of distress. However, thinking that her Linger was already pregnant with Xu Hao's child. Aside from the relatively short time they spent together, Xu Hao was still pretty good to her Linger. Only then did she feel a little better. Involuntarily, Su looked at Chu Nan, who made her feel bad, and asked coldly. And then, Chu Nan was stunned. Your Linger is being played with by Xu Hao. And you ask, and then, unable to understand Su's thoughts. But Su said, this is Liao and President Xu's business, they can do whatever they want, can you control it? Chu Nan was even more dumbfounded now. He muttered to himself. Is this really something a mother would say? Aunt Su couldn't have been hypnotized by Xu Hao, could she? He stared at Su. He found that Su's eyes were clear, with no signs of being hypnotized. It seemed Su really thought so. This made Chu Nan incredibly distressed. Just then, Su Leiyao's voice came. Mom, what happened? Su and Chu Nan looked over at the sound. They saw Su Leiyao and Xu Hao come out of the bedroom. It was clear they had slept together last night. Chu Nan's face darkened. His hands were clenched into fists, his knuckles turning white from the effort. Su immediately recounted everything about Chu Nan coming to their door, falsely accusing Xu Hao of hypnotizing him and molesting women, and also trying to sow discord between them. Su Leiyao's face turned red with anger. Staring at Chu Nan, she said with full disgust. You said Hao Zhe framed you. What are you? Are you even worth Hao Zhe framing? I know Hao Zhe has other women, I even know a few of those sisters, but so what? I just like Hao Zhe and am willing to be with him, can you control it? Xu Hao, on the other hand, had a smug look on his face. He provocatively glanced at Chu Nan. Then he lightly patted Su Leiyao's back, comforting her. All right Liao, why waste words with this kind of person, just kick him out. Su's gaze turned to Chu Nan, her tone merciless. You're not welcome here, get out, don't ever appear in front of me again. Chu Nan was thus driven out of the Su family's home. Standing outside the building, looking at the tightly closed door of the Su family's home. His face was extremely grim. full of anger but nowhere to vent. After leaving the Xu family's home, Xu Hao went directly to the company. He dealt with the accumulated affairs. During this time, he saw a news report about the search for Holland Princess. Currently, the news of Holland Princess's disappearance has caused a huge uproar in Holland. Various forces have been dispatched, fully searching for the princess's whereabouts. Xu Hao thought to himself, "It's time to subdue this princess." Afternoon, Xu Hao went to the manor where Victoria was being held. As soon as the car stopped, the waiting female assassin came forward and led the way. Xu Hao first arrived at a dimly lit room. Here, he met Victoria's personal bodyguard, Catherine. This Emperor realm expert. She had completely lost her former glory. After days of dark torment, she looked as if her spirit had been drained. Her delicate face was now incredibly haggard, her eyes sunken, and her lips chapped. Her hair was disheveled, scattered on both sides of her cheeks. Her clothes were tattered, full of dirt and bloodstains. She slumped in the corner, her eyes hollow and vacant, seemingly indifferent to everything around her. Even footsteps couldn't rouse her to investigate. Xu Hao walked up to Catherine, extended his foot, and lifted her chin. When she saw that the person in front of her was Xu Hao, Catherine's hollow eyes regained focus. Hatred and anger immediately appeared in her eyes, but more than that, fear. She had been tormented into fear these past few days. Xu Hao curled his lips into a smile and suddenly unleashed his aura. An invisible force, like an overwhelming tide, surged and enveloped Catherine. The surrounding air seemed to solidify under the pressure. Catherine's already fragile mind instantly collapsed. Like a lone boat in a storm, she teetered precariously. At the same time, Xu Hao activated his ability, mind control. In an instant, an invisible storm violently surged into Catherine's mind. Catherine felt a sharp, unbearable pain in her head, like needles pricking it, and she screamed. As time passed, the stinging sensation gradually lessened. Catherine's eyes slowly regained clarity. However, when she looked at Xu Hao again, her eyes were filled with fanaticism. Xu Hao calmly looked at the controlled Catherine. He instructed the loyal assassin beside him, "Release her." A female assassin nearby heard the command and immediately stepped forward. She unbound Catherine. Catherine, regaining her freedom, knelt on the ground with a thud, her eyes full of devotion. "Master." Xu Hao nodded and waved his hand. "Go and treat her injuries." His subordinate responded, and took Catherine to tend to her wounds. Only then did Xu Hao go to Victoria's room next door. Chapter 552, Beautiful Woman, Great. Begging Master. Methods to deal with Linger. In the quiet, somewhat oppressive room, Victoria huddled in the corner. Her eyes filled with fear and helplessness. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Victoria subconsciously looked up. Seeing that the person who came was Xu Hao, her pupils dilated, and her body kept shrinking back. These past few days, she had been terribly bullied by Xu Hao. Those repeated torments had already made her spirit incredibly fragile. Xu Hao slowly approached, looking at Victoria's frightened expression. Actually, with his ability, if he used mind control now, he could easily take complete control of Victoria. But doing so would be meaningless. After all, this princess was now considered his woman. He didn't want her to become a fanatic. After this period of training, he had almost subdued her. Just needed to verify it. "Put on your clothes and come with me." As Xu Hao's voice fell, the female assassin beside him expressionlessly threw a set of clothes to Victoria. Victoria subconsciously caught the clothes. Her eyes were full of surprise, unable to believe what she had heard. It took her a while to come to her senses. Then, she perked up, her eyes shining. "Master, you're going to let me out. After so many days." Calling him master had become more and more natural. Xu Hao looked at her with a half-smile. "What, do you want to stay here? I can grant your wish." Victoria immediately became anxious. She quickly waved her hand and said, "No, I'll go with master, I don't want to stay here anymore. Please, master, take me away." Saying that, she fumbled to quickly put on her clothes. Impatiently following him out of the room, she looked as if she had escaped from hell. Following Xu Hao outside, Victoria, seeing the light again, initially couldn't stand the sunlight. She instinctively shielded her eyes with her hand. It took a while for her to adapt. Her body trembled uncontrollably. Never having been in a basement, never having suffered the torments she experienced, he would not experience her longing for light. Xu Hao led Victoria to the car. He raised a finger, pointed at the car door, and said indifferently, "Get in." Victoria looked at the car before her, unable to help but hesitate. Today, Xu Hao had changed cars. The car body was wide, and from its appearance, it looked more like an RV. Inside, there was a small kitchen for cooking and a separate bathroom. It was practically a mobile house. One could completely hide people inside. No one would discover them. Victoria had just come out of the basement. She was very resistant to entering enclosed spaces. Naturally, she did not want to go inside. Standing still in place, Xu Hao raised an eyebrow. "What? Do I need to invite you in?" Under Xu Hao's oppressive gaze, Victoria ultimately did not dare to disobey. She could only obediently walk inside. Xu Hao followed her into the car, looked at Victoria, and said in an unquestionable tone, "From now on, you can only stay in the car. Without my command, you are not allowed to get out, understood?" That's right. Xu Hao was going to keep a beautiful woman in the car. And with this beauty's identity as a princess, it became even more interesting. What? Victoria's face changed drastically. She could only stay in the car and go nowhere. How was that different from being locked in the basement? It was just a change of location. "Master, I don't want to stay in the car." She looked at Xu Hao pleadingly, trying to make Xu Hao change his mind. Xu Hao was unmoved, his expression playful. "You can stay outside the car too, but then go back to your basement." Recalling those dark, sunless days in the basement, and those terrible tortures, Victoria could not help but shiver. She pursed her lips, her tone pleading. "Master, please, I will definitely listen to you and will never think of escaping again. Please let me stay in the car, don't send me back to that place again, please." Escape? Xu Hao looked at her with a half-smile. "You can try. Your country is currently offering a reward for you. Maybe if you shout, you can be rescued." Looking at the faint smile on Xu Hao's face, Victoria felt a chill rise from the bottom of her heart. She could not help but shiver. These past few days, she had personally witnessed Xu Hao's cruel methods. How could she possibly escape so easily? Perhaps as soon as she shouted. The next moment, her life would be in danger. Xu Hao was definitely capable of ruthless actions. She dared not risk her life. Seeing Xu Hao's firm gaze, Victoria could only reluctantly submit, thinking about having to stay in the car from now on. Her good mood from just leaving the basement vanished. The car slowly started, leaving the manor. Victoria looked back. In her eyes, this manor was a deep abyss of hell. Thinking of the pain and torment she had endured, she shivered with fear. She could not help but recall the scene when her bodyguard, Catherine, was controlled by Xu Hao and brought her to this manor. Thinking of Catherine, Victoria quickly looked at Xu Hao and asked cautiously, "Master, where is Catherine? Where is she?" Xu Hao did not even raise his head. "She is doing very well now. Instead of worrying about others, you should worry more about yourself." Victoria dared not ask another question. She silently lowered her head, filled with sorrow. The car drove away from the manor. Xu Hao did not choose to go home. Instead, he drove in another direction. The car passed through a bustling urban area. Outside the car window was a scene of prosperity and liveliness. The streets were bustling with traffic and people coming and going. The shops along the street were dazzling. The lively shouts of vendors and sounds of laughter intertwined. In the car, Victoria looked at the people coming and going outside. Her mind suddenly became active. What if I opened the car door now and shout for help outside? Would I be able to escape from the clutches of Xu Hao, this demon? As soon as this thought emerged, it took root and sprouted like a seed. A moment later, she could not help but feel afraid. What if Xu Hao found out? What if he locked her back in the basement? Her heart was in a tangled mess. Her hand clutched the corner of her clothes. Finally, thinking of Xu Hao's unfathomable nature, her heart sank. "I'm afraid I would have been pulled back by him before I even cried out, and then it would be too late to regret." With that thought, the hope that had just ignited was extinguished. Her whole body felt like a deflated ball. She slumped back into the seat despondently. Xu Hao took in Victoria's expression completely. Everything was under his control. He beckoned to Victoria. "Come here." Victoria trembled. Daring not to disobey, she instinctively got up quickly and came before Xu Hao. Xu Hao reached out and pulled her into his embrace. A feather suddenly appeared in his hand. Seeing this, Victoria's face turned pale. She couldn't help but tremble. She had been tormented so miserably by this thing before. Yet she dared not resist in the slightest. She could only helplessly endure the bullying. The car stopped in front of a luxurious villa. Xu Hao patted Victoria. "You stay here obediently, and remember to be good." Victoria leaned back in her seat, her expression broken. It was like boiling water. Just as it was about to boil, Xu Hao would extinguish the fire, then reheat it. Repeating this over and over, subjecting her to cruel torment. Xu Hao got out of the car. He looked at the villa in front of him. This was a special arrangement he made for Shui Miao. Shui Miao, one of the 5 great heavenly kings under the Dragon King's command. She was now living in this villa. And she had the child she bore him. After Xu Hao left, the driver, Red Rose, also departed. Victoria was left alone in the spacious car. Her heartbeat uncontrollably accelerated. This was her best chance to escape. If she missed this, she might never get another opportunity. Should I escape? As long as I can escape to those crowded places outside. I believe that even if Xu Hao's power is immense, he wouldn't dare to act recklessly in broad daylight. The more she thought about it, the more her heart stirred. Her hand involuntarily rested on the car door handle. With a gentle pull, the car door would open. The free world outside seemed to be within reach. However, just as she mustered her courage, at the critical moment of opening the door, her peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of something not far away. Red Rose was standing with her arms crossed, watching her with interest. Her gaze seemed to be waiting for her to open the door and step out. As if to immediately deal with her. Victoria shivered in fright, quickly withdrew her hand, and dared not breathe. Chapter 553, Linger will see. What does she understand? Discovering a sister's secret. Ding. Victoria is anxious, emotional value +999. Ding. Looking at the system's prompts. Xu Hao smiled noncommittally. Xu Hao pushed open the villa door. In the bedroom. Shui Miao was sitting on the carpet, holding a plush toy, teasing the little girl in front of her. The little girl was less than a year old, with an innocent smile on her face. Her small hands waved non-stop, trying to grab the toy in Mom's hand. Shui Miao had heard the car's sound long ago. But she was playing with Linger, so she didn't pay attention. Now hearing the door open, she knew without thinking that Xu Hao had arrived, and a smile appeared on her face. "Xiao Shi, do you miss Dad?" Shui Miao softly asked Linger. Hearing the words, "Dad," the little girl slowly stopped her movements, her eyes sparkling. She clapped her small hands and said in a childish voice, "Yes, Xiao Shi misses Dad so much." Because Xu Hao had given the woman many tonics during her pregnancy, Linger grew up very well. She was plump and incredibly cute. She was also more sensible and intelligent than ordinary infants. Seeing Linger's eyes light up, Shui Miao's heart softened. She pinched Linger's little cheek. "Then close your eyes, and I'll make Dad appear, okay?" The little girl blinked her eyes. She tilted her head, thought for a moment, then nodded vigorously and obediently closed her eyes. Xu Hao's footsteps approached from afar. He entered the bedroom and saw Shui Miao smiling at him. Then Linger closed her eyes. Looking expectant. He cooperatively lightened his steps and walked to the mother and Linger. Shui Miao glanced at Xu Hao and said to Linger, "All right, Xiao Shi, you can open your eyes now." The little girl fluttered her eyes open. What came into view was Xu Hao's familiar face. Her eyes immediately lit up. She spread her arms, ran over, and shouted excitedly, "Dad!" Xu Hao's heart melted from Linger's innocent smile. He picked Linger up and lifted her high above his head. The little loli giggled, waving her small hands in the air, utterly delighted. "Linger, when I wasn't here, did you listen to Mom?" Xu Hao held Linger in his arms. He pinched her small nose. The little loli nodded vigorously. "Of course, I listened to Mom." Shui Miao watched the intimacy between Dad and Linger from the side. Her face was full of happy smiles. She stood up, walked to Xu Hao's side, and said with a smile, "Your Linger is very well behaved, obedient, and sensible, not troublesome at all." Xu Hao turned his head to look at Shui Miao. He reached out and wrapped his arm around her waist, pulling her closer. "You've worked hard." Shui Miao shook her head and leaned on his shoulder. "It's not hard. As long as I have you and Linger, I feel very happy." The little loli seemed to sense the warmth between her parents. She reached out her small hand, grabbed Shui Miao's clothes, and said in a tiny voice, "Mom, hug." Shui Miao smiled and took Linger from Xu Hao's arms, kissing her on the forehead. Linger is so well behaved today, Mom will make you something delicious, okay? The little loli smiled happily. She turned to look at Xu Hao, and she reached out her small hand. Dad too. Xu Hao smiled and held Linger's small hand. Okay, we'll eat together. After Shui Miao prepared dinner, the family had a warm meal together, then went out for a walk. By this time, the sky had completely darkened. The night was inky black, a full moon hung high in the sky, and stars dotted the expanse. On the tree-lined path outside the villa, Xu Hao held Shui Miao's hand with one hand and carried Linger with the other. A gentle breeze blew, bringing a hint of coolness, mixed with a faint floral fragrance. The little loli was held in Xu Hao's arms, her small hand clutching his clothes, her eyes darting around. She was full of curiosity about everything around her. She pointed at the moon in the sky and said to Xu Hao, "Oh, Dad, that thing is so round, and it glows." Xu Hao said with a smile. "That's the moon, does Linger like it?" The little loli nodded excitedly. She turned to look at Shui Miao and said coquettishly, "Mom, the moon is so beautiful, we have to come see the moon every day from now on." Shui Miao was amused by Linger's innocence. She pinched her small cheek. "Okay, as long as Linger is obedient, Mom will accompany you every day." The little loli laughed happily. Suddenly, she leaned out of Xu Hao's arms and reached out to grab Shui Miao's hand. "Mom, hold hands." Shui Miao held Linger's small hand. The family of three seemed to be connected as one. The little loli was incredibly happy. She looked up at the night sky, and after admiring the moon, she became curious about the surrounding stars. Dad, what's that?" Xu Hao looked in the direction Linger was pointing. An unusually bright star was twinkling. "That's the North Star, it's one of the brightest stars." The little loli said innocently. "I like this one, Dad, can you pick it for me? When you're a bit older, I'll take you to pick it together." The laughter of the family of three echoed continuously. In a motorhome not far away, Victoria saw this scene through the car window. She couldn't believe her eyes. In her eyes, Xu Hao was a cold-hearted, ruthless demon. But at this moment, he showed a gentle side she had never seen before. Thinking about how warm Xu Hao was towards Shui Miao and Linger, then comparing it to how he tormented her, her heart felt like a 5-flavor bottle had been overturned. That's right. Before, she had asked Catherine to investigate Xu Hao. He was gentle, refined, and amiable towards others. Why was he so awful only to her? Recalling herself at that time, due to Chu Nan, she had arrogantly wanted to confront Xu Hao. Her attitude was arrogant and rude. Victoria couldn't help but regret. Victoria began to reflect on herself, making excuses for Xu Hao. This was all the result of Xu Hao's training. Various thoughts flashed through Victoria's mind. She wanted to gain Xu Hao's forgiveness. She wanted him to be gentle with her too. What should she do? Oh, that woman is Xu Hao's woman. They also have a lovely Linger. Could it be that she also had to be like her and have a child for Xu Hao? Victoria's expression became complex. She had never thought that she, a dignified princess of a nation, would have such thoughts for a man. On the other side, Xu Hao didn't know that his simple outing with Linger had made Victoria think so much. Linger was a bit sleepy. So Xu Hao and Shui Miao ended their walk and returned home. They bathed and went to bed. Before Linger was even asleep, Shui Miao felt Xu Hao's hand begin to wander. Fortunately, her professional training prevented her from losing composure. Shui Miao glared at Xu Hao. "Uncle Xu, Linger is still here. She's just a little kid, what does she understand? But Xiao Shi is very smart." Ding Shui Miao was filled with shame, emotional value plus 666. At the same time, in the Xu family villa living room, the crystal chandelier cast its light. The Xu family sisters were still awake, leaning lazily on the sofa, watching the latest urban drama. Xu Feiyan took a sip of tea and said to her sisters, "I'm going to the courtyard for some fresh air." None of the sisters paid much attention, but Xu Hongzhuang's gaze sharpened. She had always felt that her fifth sister was acting strangely. As if she was hiding something from them. Going out like this, there must be something fishy. Considering Xu Feiyan's strength, after a while, Xu Hongzhuang got up from the sofa. "I'll also go for a walk in the courtyard, sitting for too long makes me a bit tired." 3.3. After she walked some distance, Xu Hongzhuang left the villa. She didn't see Xu Feiyan outside. After some searching, she finally spotted Xu Feiyan's figure in the pavilion in the middle of the artificial lake. Moonlight scattered on the lake, creating shimmering ripples. Xu Feiyan stood in the center of the pavilion. She extended one hand. Suddenly, a stream of water rose from the lake, as if being pulled by some invisible force. It gradually condensed into the shape of a water dragon. The water dragon coiled in the air, its whiskers swaying, lifelike. Xu Hongzhuang couldn't help but widen her pupils. A storm raged in her heart. How did fifth sister master Dad's ability? Xu Feiyan seemed to sense something. The water dragon in her hand suddenly froze, turning into flowing water that scattered back into the lake. Who? She abruptly turned her head, her gaze like electricity, shooting directly towards Xu Hongzhuang's hiding place. When she saw it was third sister, Xu Feiyan immediately reined in her aura. Her expression was flustered, her eyes darted around, at a loss. Third sister, why are you here? Chapter 554, I want to learn cultivation from Dad. Can't get enough. Princess has fallen. Third sister, why are you here? Xu Feiyan looked at Xu Hongzhuang, at a loss. Xu Hongzhuang walked out from the shadows of the trees, her face filled with doubt and curiosity. Fifth sister, where did the ability you just displayed come from? She remembered that only Dad possessed this ability. Even if this fifth sister was stronger, she couldn't achieve this level. This. Xu Feiyan stammered. She secretly cursed herself for being careless, for being discovered by third sister. Seeing her like this, Xu Hongzhuang frowned slightly, a hint of scrutiny in her eyes. Could fifth sister's recent strange behavior be related to this? Faced with Xu Hongzhuang's gaze, Xu Feiyan felt even more guilty. In this situation, the more she explained, the more likely she was to reveal flaws. Instead of trying to hide it, it was better to just say it directly. It was Dad who taught me. Dad taught you. Xu Hongzhuang was first surprised, then delight appeared in her eyes. Her sisters had once asked Xu Hao if he could teach them these special abilities. But the answer they received was, not yet. Now that Xu Hao had taught Xu Feiyan, didn't that mean she could learn too? When did Dad teach you? Xu Hongzhuang asked impatiently. Xu Feiyan lowered her head, her voice faint. It's been a while. Xu Hongzhuang's eyes became unfriendly, with a hint of complaint. Oh, fifth sister, you're hogging it. She put her hands on her hips, her tone filled with dissatisfaction. HMPH, if I hadn't found out today, were you planning to keep it from us forever? This third sister, it's not what you think, I. Xu Feiyan waved her hands awkwardly, her expression anxious. How could she be such a selfish person? It was just that this matter was difficult to speak about. Was she supposed to tell third sister that to learn cultivation from Dad, one needed to have the Chongsheng Tu drawn on their body? And also have both their souls enter a mysterious space. Seeing her like this, Xu Hongzhuang became even more curious, and asked with interest. What is it? Is there something you can't say? Xu Feiyan waved her hands frantically. No, nothing. She dejectedly lowered her head. Even if she was misunderstood, she couldn't tell the truth. Xu Hongzhuang saw that she was unwilling to say more, and didn't press further. Instead, she said excitedly. To what extent have you learned now? How long does it take to master the ability to control the water dragon like you just did? Since third sister had already discovered it, Xu Feiyan no longer concealed it. Dad taught me the water control skill, which mainly involves controlling water flow, condensing water elements in the air, and turning water into a means of attack. With that, she raised her hand. A crystalline water ball condensed in her palm. The water ball spun in her hand. Xu Hongzhuang's eyes lit up as she watched. It was too cool. She made up her mind. She definitely had to ask her dad, Xu Hao, to teach her this ability. Xu Feiyan looked at her third sister's excited expression, wanting to speak but hesitating. She didn't know if she should remind her third sister. After all, the process by which Xu Hao taught them was too embarrassing. She decided against it. She really couldn't bring herself to say it. Over the next few days, Xu Hao found some free time and decided to spend it with his women. He rotated between his women every day. Among them were Shanghai's 3 female presidents: Yao Xinrui, Lin Chuqing, and Ji Yuningshuang. Ever since Ji Yuningshuang gave birth to her Linger, Yao Xinrui and Lin Chuqing also felt a stir in their hearts. They also wanted to have children for Xu Hao. Through their combined efforts, they all got their wish. Lin Chuqing's villa was located in the suburbs of Shanghai, with a quiet environment suitable for pregnancy. Ever since she started showing, she, as president, had receded behind the scenes, entrusting the company's affairs to her trusted secretary. With Xu Hao's care, everything in the company was in order. She could rest assured and wait for childbirth at home. On this day, the sun was bright, and Ji Yuning Shuang brought her 1-year-old linger, Xu Jian. Yao Xinrui held her newborn linger. They came together to Lin Chuqing's villa to visit her. The three women sat in the villa's garden, sunlight spilling over them, making it exceptionally warm. Ji Yuning Shuang's Xu Jian was lively and adorable. Seeing the little infant in Yao Xinrui's arms, her eyes lit up, and she playfully teased her from the side. Zhao Linger is so cute, Aunt Yao, can I hold her? Yao Xinrui smiled and handed the infant in her arms to Xu Jian. Jian, be careful, Zhao Linger is still very small. Xu Jian carefully took the infant. She touched the infant's little hand and giggled. Zhao Linger's hand is so soft. Ji Yuning Shuang couldn't help but tease. Jian, you like Zhao Linger so much, you'll have to take good care of her in the future. Xu Jian nodded vigorously and said seriously. I will. I'll protect Zhao Linger and not let anyone bully her. Lin Chuqing sat beside them, her big belly prominent, gently watching this scene. She gently stroked her belly and chimed in. It seems our home will be lively from now on, with all the children being so adorable. Yao Xinrui smiled. Yes, once Chuqing's child is born, the three little darlings will have companions. Hao Zhe will be busy then. Ji Yuning Shuang also said. It's better if he's busy, so he doesn't run around all day and not accompany us. As the three women chatted and laughed, footsteps sounded from the doorway. Xu Hao pushed open the door and walked in. What are you talking about that's so happy? All three women showed surprise. Xu Jian, holding Zhao Linger, saw Xu Hao arrive, and her eyes lit up. Dad. Xu Hao walked over and patted Xu Jian's head. Jian is holding Zhao Linger and playing. That's great. Xu Jian proudly lifted her head. Of course, Zhao Linger is so cute, I like her very much. Xu Hao smiled, took the infant from her arms, held her close, and pinched her tender pink face. Then Jian must protect Zhao Linger well. Seeing Lin Chuqing with her big belly, Xu Hao walked to her side and touched her belly to check. Everything was fine. With his god-level medical skill, he estimated the time of delivery. Ensuring he wouldn't miss it then. The family chatted warmly in the courtyard. Victoria watched all these scenes from the car. She had been in the car for the past few days. She had been taken to see many of Xu Hao's women. She personally witnessed his thoughtfulness towards those women. Especially his doting affection for those children. This made Victoria's heart ache. Her mindset was constantly changing during this process. Now she no longer thought of escaping. Because she simply couldn't escape. She was thinking, how to become Xu Hao's woman. Although she had done many shameful things for Xu Hao. Her body was still intact. Xu Hao hadn't taken her yet. Logically, with her beauty, no man would be indifferent. But Xu Hao deliberately tormented her. Repeatedly hovering on the edge. Teasing her appetite. Making her unable to stop. So, for Xu Hao to take her, she had to find a way herself. What kind of situation was this? Chapter 555, Princess takes the initiative. Conquer. Seduce. Master, I want. In the villa living room. Sunlight streamed onto the soft carpet. The air was filled with a faint scent of tea. Yao Xinrui, Lin Chuqing, and Ji Yuning Shuang were sitting around the sofa, chatting leisurely. Pleasant laughter occasionally echoed. Every gesture exuded the charm of mature women. Xu Hao sat on a sofa nearby. He held a several-month-old infant in his arms. The infant was quietly biting on a bottle. He occasionally teased it. 1-year-old Xu Jian was pulling at his pant leg. She swayed coquettishly. Dad, play with me. Xu Hao looked at his linger. A thought stirred in his heart, and he took out a plush toy, a cute little bear. He handed it to Xu Jian. Jian, this is for you. Do you like it? The little loli's eyes lit up, and she stretched out her small hand, wanting to grab the little bear. I like it. Thank you, Dad. Just as she was about to get the toy, Xu Hao pulled his hand back and said with a smile. I can give it to you, but you have to complete a task. Xu Jian tilted her head, blinked her big eyes, and asked curiously. What task? Xu Hao pointed to the infant in his arms. You take Zhao Linger to play in the yard for a while. The little loli heard this, thought the task was simple, and nodded without hesitation. Okay. She stretched out her small hand, took the plush little bear, her face full of joy. Xu Hao also smoothly handed the infant in his arms to her. He cautioned, "Be careful, don't let Zhao Linger fall." Xu Jian held the infant, taking small steps, and walked towards the yard. Her back looked exceptionally cute. Like a little adult. The three women nearby heard Xu Hao's words, quickly understood what he meant, and couldn't help but blush. However, they hadn't seen Xu Hao for some time either. They had many thoughts in their hearts, so they didn't refuse. Lin Chuqing, with her big belly, had a blush on her face and said in a low voice, "I'll go outside and check on the two children, don't let Jian fall." Saying that, she stood up, wanting to go out. Xu Hao stopped her. "Chuqing, don't go." Lin Chuqing rolled her eyes, her tone carrying a hint of coquetry. "I'm about to give birth, I can't do anything." Xu Hao's eyes held a hint of cunning. "You can help." Huh. Lin Chuqing was bewildered. Ji Yuning Shuang and Yao Xinrui heard this, their hearts pounding and their faces flushing. After spending the entire day with Yao Xinrui, Lin Chuqing, and Ji Yuning Shuang, and letting them all experience extreme bliss, Xu Hao then left. The car slowly started, driving away from the villa area. Xu Hao's gaze passed through the car window, looking at the distant night sky. However, just then, a slight rustle came from beside him. A seductive voice sounded. "Master, you're back." Xu Hao looked over. Victoria was wearing a hollowed-out silk slip dress, her long legs crossed, and her long hair draped over her shoulders. After the experience of being confined in the car by Xu Hao for the past few days, Victoria had recognized reality. Xu Hao was very good to his women. To her, he only brought torment. Because Xu Hao had never taken her. So she decided to take the initiative. Not to mention having children for Xu Hao, she at least wanted to become his woman first. She slightly adjusted her sitting posture. She tried to display her graceful figure as much as possible. A slender waist and an undulating body curve. Under the not-so-dim light in the car, she exuded a unique kind of allure. She ran her hand through her waterfall-like long hair. And, turning her face, cast a tender, passionate glance at Xu Hao. As if she could charm one's soul away. Anyone else would have fallen long ago. But Xu Hao was accustomed to peerless beauties and remained unmoved. His expression was playful. She couldn't stand it and wanted to throw herself into his arms. It wouldn't be that easy. Seeing this, Victoria felt a little anxious. She bit her lip, steeled her heart, and directly pounced on him. She reached out and wrapped her arms around Xu Hao's neck. Skin met skin, and the two were pressed tightly together. Warm breath sprayed beside Xu Hao's ear. "Master, I want." Xu Hao didn't push her away, letting her embrace him. He wanted to see what tricks she could pull. Victoria didn't give up either. She began to rub and touch him constantly. But she was still disappointed. A wave of frustration. Even though she had been so proactive, Xu Hao remained unmoved, leaving her feeling extremely disheartened. Did she truly possess no charm at all? Helpless, she could only gaze at Xu Hao pitifully, looking like a small pet abandoned by its master. With 3 parts grievance and 7 parts pleading. "Master, I want to be your woman, master, please take me." Upon uttering these words, Victoria felt utterly mortified. To think that she, a dignified princess of a nation, had to beg a man just to give herself to him. Xu Hao lifted her chin. "Are you sure?" Victoria's eyes were resolute. "Master, as long as you take me, I am willing to do anything." Xu Hao smiled faintly, his eyes reflecting a hint of scrutiny, as he slowly spoke. "Is that so? Let me see how far you can go." He extended his hand and stroked Victoria's head, as if comforting a pet. Victoria quickly nodded and bowed repeatedly. Xu Hao saw that she had submitted. However, he did not immediately satisfy the princess. Instead, he kept her waiting for 2 days. Xu Hao deliberately took her to see other women. Watching Xu Hao treat those women with tenderness, Victoria felt an indescribable sense of loss in her heart. At the same time, she felt uneasy. Unsure how long she would be confined to the car. Until this evening, night fell, and the city lights shone brightly. Xu Hao brought Victoria to a 5-star hotel. After the car came to a stop, Red Rose exited and opened the car door for Xu Hao. Xu Hao got out of the car and said to Victoria inside, "What are you staring at? Aren't you getting out?" Swish. Victoria was stunned. Then her eyes widened suddenly. She could hardly believe her ears. Was Xu Hao going to let her out? Although the car was quite spacious, like a small apartment, with nothing lacking, She still yearned for the freedom outside. No one wanted to be kept as a pet. Just moments ago, she was thinking she would have to stay in the car forever. Then she heard this good news. The surprise came too quickly, like a tornado. Xu Hao had a playful look on his face. What? Don't want to come out? Then I'll pretend I didn't say anything. No, I'm coming down now. Victoria immediately became anxious, hastily opened the car door, and got out of the car. With her feet on the ground, she took a deep breath of the outside air, feeling how sweet it was. Every cell was cheering with joy. As if reborn. It felt incredible to even think about. She was a princess of a nation, always high above, surrounded by people. When had she ever suffered such grievances? Just breathing the outside air made her so excited. Follow me. Xu Hao dropped a sentence and walked straight towards the hotel. Victoria quickly hurried to catch up. Xu Hao walked in front. Subtly observing Victoria. There were only 2 tests left. With so many people around, if she didn't think of calling for help, it would mean she was completely conquered by him. If Victoria called for help, he also had a way to stop her, and then he would make her wish she were dead. Fortunately, Victoria did not do anything foolish. In fact, as Victoria followed Xu Hao into the hotel, with people coming and going around them, she did indeed have the thought of calling for help. Her country was searching for her. If she revealed her identity, it would surely attract everyone's attention. With so many people watching, Xu Hao wouldn't be able to do anything to her. She would be saved. But after some hesitation, she dispelled the idea. She was truly afraid of Xu Hao's various methods. Better safe than sorry. She didn't believe that Xu Hao would dare to take her on the street without considering that she might try to escape. If she failed to escape, she would definitely suffer terribly. Therefore, Victoria was very obedient all the way. One test was over. There was one final test. We're here. Xu Hao's gaze fell on a figure at the hotel entrance. It was none other than Chu Nan. Xu Hao had deliberately lured him here. He wanted to see if Victoria would ask for help from her beloved. The moment she saw Chu Nan, Victoria's eyes immediately turned red. Chu Nan had rescued her from thugs 5 years ago. She felt very grateful to him, and also had other feelings. This time, being confined to the basement, she had more than once thought that Chu Nan could once again descend like a divine soldier, as he did 5 years ago, and rescue her. Unfortunately, wishes could only be wishes. Her lips trembled slightly, wanting to call out, but she forcefully held back. Chu Nan also saw Victoria. He was shocked to see her walking with Xu Hao. He hurried over. Victoria, why are you here? Are you all right? As he spoke, he looked at Xu Hao warily. At the same time, he understood what was going on. Not long ago, he was still guarding Meng Weiyang outside the villa. A crumpled paper ball shot over. The hotel address was written on it. When he arrived, there was nothing, and Chu Nan thought it was a trick to lure him away. Just like last time when he was arrested, Meng Weiyang was threatened by Xu Hao. He thought of going back immediately. Unexpectedly, he met Victoria here. How could this princess be involved with Xu Hao? Xu Hao was not a good person. Victoria's expression was wrong. He knew without thinking that she had been bullied by Xu Hao. Chu Nan's face was ashen. Chapter 556, Not my plaything. But she called me master. Humiliation. Ding Chu Nan is furious, emotional value plus 1000. Ding Victoria's heart is in a mess, emotional value plus 999. Xu Hao, what did you do to Victoria? Chu Nan glared at Xu Hao resentfully. Xu Hao looked playful. What do you think I did to her? He pulled Victoria into his arms. Victoria did not resist, she just lowered her head, her body stiff. Flames almost shot out of Chu Nan's eyes. Let go of her. Word by word, Xu Hao's hand caressed Victoria's waist. Let her go. How do you know, this isn't what she wanted? Chu Nan clenched his fists, his knuckles making a cracking sound. Who are you kidding? How could Victoria be willing in this state? Seeing that he didn't believe him, Xu Hao chuckled lightly and lifted Victoria's chin. Come, you tell him, what did you beg me for earlier? Victoria trembled slightly, raised her head and glanced at Chu Nan, complex emotions flashing in her eyes. To say such words in front of Chu Nan, whom she had a good impression of. She really found it hard to speak. Her lips moved. Aye, Xu Hao said impatiently. Since you won't say it, then forget it for today. Victoria's heart tightened. She heard the subtext in Xu Hao's words. If she refused, he would continue to keep her in the car, or even in the basement. Thinking of such a scene, Victoria shivered and trembled. I want to be Master's woman, I beg Master to take me. Xu Hao stroked her head contentedly. He looked at Chu Nan provocatively. Chu Nan's pupils constricted sharply, his eyes full of disbelief. What did he hear? Victoria actually said such words. She was a princess of a country. Looking at her appearance, he knew it wasn't her true intention. It must have been Xu Hao's threat. Damn it! Chu Nan's face was so gloomy that water could drip from it. His voice was hoarse. Xu Hao, you dare to threaten her. Xu Hao smiled. Don't say such unpleasant things, do I still need to threaten people? She clearly did it willingly. Chu Nan was so angry he laughed. Willingly? Do you take me for a fool? Xu Hao's tone was mocking. I didn't realize you had some self-awareness, so what if I treat you like a fool? You're asking for death. Chu Nan was enraged, he rushed towards Xu Hao, punching him hard in the face. Although he had fought Xu Hao before and was not his match. But Xu Hao was too much, he could no longer bear it. Facing the incoming punch, Xu Hao smiled, unmoved. Chu Nan was at the same realm as him, but in his eyes, he was not enough. Unexpectedly, just as Chu Nan's fist was about to hit Xu Hao had not yet activated teleportation. Victoria suddenly rushed out and stood in front of him. Don't. Chu Nan's eyes were dull, his fist stopped in midair. Victoria, you. Victoria bit her lip and said. Chu, don't hurt Master. Chu Nan's heart ached, he took a deep breath and asked. Victoria, what exactly happened to you? He threatened you, didn't he? A trace of struggle flashed in Victoria's eyes. Then she said firmly. No, it's not, I did it willingly. After speaking, she lowered her head. Of course, she wasn't willing. She knew Chu Nan was no match for Xu Hao. She didn't want to implicate Chu Nan. Chu Nan was struck by lightning, frozen on the spot. He wasn't a fool. Victoria's appearance reminded him of Meng Weiyang. She had been trained like this by Xu Hao. Thinking that it was because of him that Victoria came and fell into Xu Hao's hands, he was filled with remorse and self-blame. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, Victoria wouldn't have come to Kyushu, and she wouldn't have fallen into Xu Hao's hands. Ding. Chu Nan is filled with remorse, emotional value plus 1000. Ding. Xu Hao was also startled. He hadn't expected Victoria to say such a thing. But soon, Xu Hao smiled and caressed her head. Then, Xu Hao turned to look at Chu Nan, his eyes playful. What do you have to say now? Chu Nan trembled with anger, his chest heaving violently. He wanted to retort, but Xu Hao had already withdrawn his gaze. He turned to look at Victoria. You performed well. Let's go eat first. After you're full, I'll satisfy you properly. Xu Hao put his arm around Victoria, walked past Chu Nan, and entered the hotel lobby. Chu Nan stood rooted to the spot. It took him a long time to calm his emotions. He turned back to stare at their retreating figures. He followed them. Chu Nan could tell that Victoria hadn't lost her virginity yet. However, judging by Xu Hao's words, he intended to make a move on her tonight. He absolutely couldn't let him succeed. If he backed down today, he would regret it for the rest of his life. He walked into the hotel, passing through the corridor. Xu Hao led Victoria into a VIP private room. The private room was luxuriously decorated, with soft light from a crystal chandelier, and a faint scent of perfume lingering in the air. The waiter went out to serve the dishes, and the private room door closed. Chu Nan arrived just in time, and without hesitation, he directly opened the door. He was no match for Xu Hao. So why not just avoid fighting Xu Hao? What if Xu Hao tried to deal with him? Then he would hide. When the enemy retreats, I advance, when the enemy advances, I retreat. He would just follow him and see how he made a move on Victoria. There was no other way, with insufficient strength, he could only resort to such a rogue method. The private room door was suddenly pushed open. Xu Hao and Victoria looked over. They saw Chu Nan walk in. Chu Nan, what are you doing here? Get out. Victoria reprimanded, her voice tinged with nervousness. She knew Xu Hao's methods too well. Chu Nan's appearance would undoubtedly enrage him. Chu Nan didn't answer, his gaze fixed on Xu Hao. Victoria and I have been friends for many years. It's rare to meet today, so I wanted to catch up. Adding one more person shouldn't be a problem, right? Xu Hao's expression was peculiar. He certainly wouldn't refuse emotional value delivered right to his doorstep. Victoria grew even more anxious. Don't talk nonsense. I'm not familiar with you. You should hurry. Before she could finish, Xu Hao interrupted her. Of course, it's not a problem. It's just a matter of an extra pair of chopsticks. Since you're here, sit down and eat with us. Victoria hadn't expected Xu Hao to agree. Her intuition told her it wasn't that simple. She wanted Chu Nan to leave. But Xu Hao had already spoken, so she couldn't say anything more. Xu Hao put his arm around Victoria's waist, pulling her to sit beside him. Chu Nan, on the other hand, sat opposite them, his gaze sharp and fixed intently on the two. He thought to himself, I'd like to see how you, Xu Hao, still have the audacity to make a move on Victoria in front of me. However, he still underestimated Xu Hao's shamelessness. Xu Hao brazenly flirted with Victoria as if no one else was present. His hand moved under the table, touching her thigh. Victoria stiffened, a flicker of unnaturalness crossing her face. She had long been accustomed to Xu Hao's methods. But in front of Chu Nan, she felt an unprecedented sense of shame. Xu Hao saw the teacup on the table and deliberately said, I'm a bit thirsty. Victoria immediately understood his meaning. She picked up the teacup and poured him a cup of tea, then handed it to him. Master, please have some tea. Xu Hao didn't reach out to take it. Instead, he smiled slightly, his tone frivolous. My hands are a bit busy. It would be great if someone could feed me. Victoria bit her lip. She had no choice but to bring the teacup to Xu Hao's lips. Xu Hao opened his mouth and drank. Chu Nan watched, gritting his teeth. Not long after, the waiter brought out a lavish spread of dishes. The entire dining table was filled with a variety of dishes, all excellent in color, aroma, and taste. Xu Hao still showed no intention of eating. He leaned back in his chair, turned to look at Victoria, and said as if it were obvious. That sardine looks good. Victoria had no choice but to pick up her chopsticks, pick a piece of sardine meat, and feed it to Xu Hao's mouth. Xu Hao chewed, deliberately smacking his lips, and praised. It tastes good, you should have some too. He then pinched Victoria's cheek. Victoria not only had to endure Xu Hao's harassment. She also had to serve him like a maid. A dignified princess of a nation, reduced to such a state. A hint of pain flashed in Chu Nan's eyes. He couldn't help but suddenly stand up, wanting to interrupt Xu Hao. Whoosh! At this moment, Xu Hao's gaze fell on him, looking at Victoria intentionally or unintentionally. With a warning tone, try moving an inch. Chu Nan's fists clenched and then loosened and then clenched. Ultimately, he had no choice but to sit back down, filled with a sense of powerlessness. Xu Hao was actually threatening him with Victoria again. Last time, he used Meng Weiyang to threaten him. How could anyone be so shameless? The atmosphere at the dinner table was oppressive. Xu Hao seemed to think it wasn't enough. He found more ways to torment Victoria. He picked up a piece of fish. He dangled it in front of Victoria's mouth. You feed me, now it's my turn, come on, open your mouth. Victoria's face turned beet red, she turned her head and whispered. Master, I can do it myself. Xu Hao raised an eyebrow. What? You don't listen to me anymore. Victoria was so scared that her body trembled, and she quickly obediently opened her mouth. Only then did Xu Hao, satisfied, feed the fish into her mouth. That's good, only by being obedient will there be a reward. Xu Hao certainly enjoyed the meal. Victoria felt greatly ashamed being bullied by Xu Hao in front of Chu Nan and being fed by him like a maid. Chu Nan, on the other hand, was utterly suffocated. To watch his enemy bully the princess he liked, yet be unable to stop it, made him feel so uncomfortable he almost choked. When the 370th dinner ended, he also breathed a sigh of relief. If this continued, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to resist making a move. And this was just the beginning. I'm full, let's go, we'll sit in the tea room. Xu Hao stood up, put his arm around Victoria's shoulder, and led her out. Victoria dared not resist. With downcast eyes, she allowed Xu Hao to lead her forward. Chu Nan decided to follow. His gaze remained fixed on their retreating figures. He told himself that he must endure and not act impulsively. But every time he saw Xu Hao bully Victoria, his heart ached as if being cut by a knife. Inside the VIP tea room, pulling Victoria to sit on the sofa, Xu Hao instructed, "Make me a cup of tea." Victoria froze for a moment, then replied softly, "Master, I don't know how to make tea." Xu Hao smiled. "It's okay if you don't know, I'll teach you." I wouldn't teach just anyone, consider it a reward for your performance just now. Xu Hao walked to the tea table and sat down, then said to Victoria. Come, sit on my lap. With an unrefusable tone. Victoria glanced at Chu Nan, hesitated for less than a second, and obediently sat on Xu Hao's lap. Xu Hao smiled, wrapped his arms around her waist, and held her hands. He began to teach her how to make tea, hand over hand. I'll teach you, to make tea, you first warm the pot then add the tea leaves. His voice echoed in Victoria's ear. The warm breath made her feel a wave of discomfort. Chu Nan stood by, watching. He wished he could rush forward and push Xu Hao away. But reason told him that he was no match for Xu Hao, so he could only endure. Not long after, under Xu Hao's guidance, the fragrance of tea diffused. Very good, just like that. Once the tea was ready, Xu Hao released Victoria's hand, picked up the teacup, and took a small sip. It tastes good, it seems you have a lot of talent. Victoria said, with downcast eyes. It's all because Master taught me well. Chu Nan finally couldn't hold back, took a deep breath, and stepped forward, saying. Enough. Xu Hao looked up at him, raising an eyebrow. Oh, you have an opinion. Chu Nan's voice was cold. Xu Hao, do you have no respect for anyone at all? Victoria is not your plaything. Xu Hao blinked. But she calls me master. Chapter 557, it's more satisfying without it. Plaything. A life lost. Killing intent. But she called me master. Chu Nan's pupils constricted, and his temples throbbed. Xu Hao seemed very satisfied with Chu Nan's reaction. He turned and lifted Victoria's chin. You tell me, who am I to you? Victoria tilted her head back, her long golden hair falling, obscuring most of her face. You are my master, and I am master's plaything. Louder. I am master's plaything. Swish. Chu Nan felt his heart clench, a suffocating sensation. He remembered that Victoria was once a proud princess of a nation, exuding an air of nobility in her every gesture. And now, Xu Hao smiled brightly, leaning back lazily in his chair. Come, master wants to drink tea, you know what to do, right? Victoria understood, picked up the teacup, and brought it to Xu Hao's lips. But Xu Hao shook his head. I want imported tea. As he spoke, his finger tapped Victoria's lips. Victoria froze for a moment. Upon understanding, her eyelashes trembled non-stop, struggling internally. Although she had done more outrageous things. This was the first time she had been so intimate in front of Chu Nan. Finally, she took a mouthful of tea. Slowly approaching Xu Hao. When Chu Nan saw this scene, his mind was about to explode. How similar was this scene? That's how Meng Weiyang was. Little by little, Xu Hao had his way with her. Damn it. No matter what, he had to stop Xu Hao and prevent Meng Weiyang's situation from repeating itself. So, Chu Nan moved. He found an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. His speed was astonishing, his fist went sharp, aiming directly for Xu Hao's back. He had been building up this strike for a long time. He was determined to make this devil pay the price. Although Xu Hao didn't take him seriously. He had been watching his every move. After all, he was a protagonist, he didn't want to stumble in a ditch. Just as Chu Nan made his move, Xu Hao also moved. He wrapped his arm around Victoria's waist, quickly spun around, and swapped positions. A palm strike was about to land on Victoria's body. Chu Nan's face changed drastically. He didn't expect Xu Hao to be so ruthless. He had trained Victoria into a slave, yet when danger arose, he used her as a shield. It made him feel Xu Hao's ruthlessness and cruelty again. 743. These thoughts flashed by in an instant. Now he faced a difficult choice. He knew Xu Hao's strength. He had used his full power in this palm strike. It wouldn't be easy to withdraw his hand. He would suffer internal injuries from the backlash. But, in front of him was Victoria, a dignified princess who had traveled thousands of miles to find him. How could he kill her just to avoid getting injured? In a flash of lightning, Chu Nan forcibly reined in his attack. The powerful backlash made his throat sweet. A trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Chu Nan quickly wiped it away, not wanting Xu Hao to see his weakness. His gaze towards Xu Hao was filled with resentment. The hatred seemed to materialize, wanting to slice Xu Hao into 1,000 pieces. Ding Chu Nan is furious with hatred, emotional value plus 1001. Xu Hao took in this scene, revealing a smile that was to be expected. Protagonists, they all cherish and pity women. He knew that Xu Nan couldn't possibly harm Victoria. And Victoria was held by Xu Hao. Only when she couldn't breathe did Xu Hao release her. Xu Hao turned his head and looked at Xu Nan, who was standing to the side. As if nothing had happened, he said, "Xiao Chu, since you're here, how about we have a drink together? You can also taste the princess's craftsmanship." After speaking, his gaze shifted to Victoria. Still not pouring tea. Victoria dared not delay, quickly picked up the teapot, and poured 2 cups of tea. Her manner showed fear of displeasing Xu Hao. Xu Hao gestured to Xu Nan. "Please." Xu Nan merely looked at him coldly, not saying a word. Xu Hao shrugged, not caring, and turned to Victoria, saying, "Ah, my leg feels a bit sore. You know how to massage and knead legs, right?" Victoria nodded. "Yes, master, I'll massage you right away." Saying that, she began to massage Xu Hao. It was evident her movements were clumsy, but she tried her best. But Xu Hao frowned and scolded. "Who told you to massage sitting down? Can you massage well that way? Kneel down." Victoria immediately knelt down with a thump. Her movements were fluid and practiced, heartbreakingly so. It was clear that this was not the first time such a thing had happened. Xu Nan's heart seemed to be gripped. It was all because of him that Victoria had fallen to such a state. A strong sense of self-blame surged into his heart. Xu Hao leaned comfortably against the back of the chair, picked up the teacup, and took a light sip. He couldn't help but exclaim, "This tea tastes good, Xiao Chu, are you sure you don't want to drink it? Then you really have no luck with food." His tone was full of mockery. Xu Nan gritted his teeth. He knew Xu Hao was deliberately humiliating him. But he couldn't act rashly. He could only suppress his anger, feeling extremely wronged. In the tea room, filled with the aroma of tea. Unconsciously, an hour quietly passed. Xu Hao leaned against the back of the chair. The food had almost been digested. Next, it was time to do something interesting. Xu Hao stood up. Xu Nan immediately became highly alert. He knew this guy was going to make a move on Victoria tonight. He was constantly vigilant, staring intently at Xu Hao's every move. Seeing him as if facing a formidable enemy, Xu Hao smiled lightly. He stroked Victoria's head, signaling her to get up. He said, "Let's go to the presidential suite. Tonight, master, I will fulfill your wish." Victoria's heart was a mix of emotions. But she quickly felt relieved. She knew this day would come sooner or later. And wasn't this also what she had been looking forward to? As long as she became Xu Hao's woman, perhaps she wouldn't have to suffer such torment anymore. Ignoring Xu Nan's gaze, Victoria whispered, "I will definitely serve master well." Xu Nan's face was extremely grim. He clenched his fists, his nails almost digging into his palms, making up his mind. No matter what, he had to cause trouble today. He absolutely could not let Xu Hao succeed. Xu Hao glanced at him, a playful smile on his lips. Then he put his arm around Victoria's waist. "Let's go." The two walked straight out of the tea room and headed towards the presidential suite. Xu Nan followed behind them. While following, he released his aura, sweeping towards Xu Hao. Even if it had no effect on Xu Hao, it could still cause interference. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the presidential suite. Xu Hao stopped, glanced at Xu Nan behind him, and said to Victoria, "It seems someone wants to stop us and doesn't want you to achieve your wish." Victoria looked at Xu Nan. A trace of hesitation flashed in her eyes, but finally, she gritted her teeth and stepped forward, saying, "Xu Nan, I'm going to be with master now. You should leave. Please don't disturb us." She had already understood the situation. In this current situation, distancing herself from Xu Nan was the best choice for both her and Xu Nan. Xu Nan hurriedly said, "I won't leave. I won't let Xu Hao succeed. You come with me." His eyes were sincere, and his tone was urgent. He hoped Victoria would stay away from the devil that was Xu Hao. Victoria instantly became agitated. "Go with you? Why? You left without saying goodbye back then. Do you know how disappointed I was? I searched for you for 5 whole years, and finally found you, but your attitude towards me was neither warm nor cold. What kind of relationship do we even have? Did you ever take me seriously?" Speaking of these past events, Victoria was filled with resentment. If it weren't for Xu Nan, how would she have come to Kyushu? And how would she have suffered such inhumane torment from Xu Hao? Chu Nan was speechless by the question. Yes, Victoria was so proactive back then. She sent all sorts of precious gifts. But he avoided her like a plague. Fearing those so-called troubles, he chose to leave without saying goodbye. If he hadn't been so hesitant back then, perhaps it would have been a different story. At this thought, a strong sense of regret arose in his heart. Taking a deep breath, Chu Nan spoke. I was wrong. Come with me, I promise I won't let you get hurt again. Victoria composed herself, her tone cold. It's too late. Now my heart only has master. I don't want to see you anymore. Get out. Chu Nan felt as if his heart had been severely stabbed, the pain almost making him gasp for air. But he still said firmly, I won't leave you. Even if I die today, I won't let you be bullied. Clap, clap, clap. A sudden round of applause rang out. It turned out Xu Hao was applauding. Splendid, what a dramatic scene of chasing a wife to a crematorium. I didn't expect you two to have such a story. Saying that, he pulled Victoria into an embrace. Looking at Chu Nan provocatively. Xiao Chu, you can't blame me for this. Victoria had feelings for you, but you didn't cherish her. Since you don't fancy her, then hand her over to me. I'll make her experience ultimate bliss. Chu Nan trembled with rage and roared. Xu Hao, if you dare touch her, I'll fight you to the death. Tisk. Xu Hao tsked, disdainfully. You think too highly of yourself. I'll show you what it means for the fish to die, but the net to remain unbroken. Just as Chu Nan was in a fit of pique, Xu Hao suddenly flicked his hand. A cloud of powder drifted towards Chu Nan. It was soul-bewitching powder. Chu Nan hadn't expected Xu Hao, already so strong, to resort to sneak attacks. He was caught off guard and immediately fell victim to it. A strange sensation surged into his body. He quickly retreated a few steps, filled with suspicion. What is this? A moment later, Chu Nan's face kept changing, and his eyes gradually became vacant. This stuff was really effective. Even Chu Nan, with his protagonist aura, couldn't resist its effects. Victoria saw this familiar scene. She immediately recognized it as the same thing Xu Hao had used to control Catherine before. She couldn't help but feel a little worried for Chu Nan. After all, he was her savior. She didn't want to watch him die before her eyes. Xu Hao had no intention of killing Chu Nan for now. He still had some of his luck to harvest. But there wasn't much left. He estimated that after 1 or 2 more blows, he could enter his myriad souls no Ren Huang banner. At this moment, Xu Hao gave a command. I forgot to bring a condom. Go buy a box. What if the princess gets pregnant? Chu Nan's face kept changing, and his body trembled slightly. He struggled to break free from the soul-bewitching powder's control. He showed signs of regaining consciousness. But in the end, he couldn't resist the drug's effects and obediently turned to leave. Victoria was stunned. She hadn't expected Xu Hao to give such an order. Her face immediately flushed. Asking Chu Nan to buy such a thing for her and Xu Hao was too embarrassing. Afterward, Xu Hao led Victoria into the presidential suite. Victoria felt a bit lost. Although she had been tormented by Xu Hao in various ways before, it was still her first time, after all. She was incredibly nervous. Xu Hao glanced at her and said, "Go take a bath." Victoria responded and turned to walk towards the bathroom. She had barely taken 2 steps when Xu Hao called out to her again. She turned her head and saw Xu Hao toss a bag to her, his voice brooking no argument. After you've washed, change into this outfit. Victoria curiously opened the bag and looked inside. Her face immediately turned even redder. It was a set of seductive lingerie. The kind that was ultra-thin and revealing, practically just a few pieces of fabric. She bit her lower lip and didn't refuse. She hugged the bag and quickly walked into the bathroom. Bang, bang. Not long after, there was a knock on the door. Xu Hao opened the door and saw Chu Nan had returned. He was holding a box of condoms. Xu Hao smiled playfully. I think it's more enjoyable without one. If she gets pregnant, even better, I can afford to raise it. You should keep these for yourself. Without waiting for Chu Nan to respond, he directly closed the door. He sent Chu Nan away. When Chu Nan regained consciousness, he would discover this surprise. Killing someone's spirit is no less than killing their body. Chapter 558, Desecrating the Princess. Subduing, kneeling, despair envelops. After dispatching Chu Nan, Xu Hao returned to the presidential suite. The sound of water in the bathroom stopped, and Victoria walked out. She was wearing the clothes Xu Hao had given her. Calling them clothes was an overstatement, they were more like a few pieces of fabric as thin as cicada wings, barely covering the crucial areas. In her purity, there was also a hint of Wu Mei's charm. Combined with her noble status as a princess, the contrast was striking. "Come here." Xu Hao leaned back on the leather sofa, his long legs crossed, and beckoned to her. Victoria walked over timidly. She felt Xu Hao's gaze. His naked scrutiny made her entire body burn. "Dance for me." Xu Hao took a sip of wine. "Let me see what kind of dance a princess, who has received royal etiquette training since childhood, can perform." Victoria bit her lower lip. She did know how to dance. She had studied ballet and court dances at the Royal Dance Academy since childhood. But to dance in such an outfit, it was simply a desecration. Xu Hao's tone shifted. "Unwilling. Then forget it." "No," Victoria blurted out. "I'll dance." She took a deep breath and raised her hands. It was a standard ballet starting pose. The fabric of her clothes swayed with her movements, revealing her fair skin. She forced herself to ignore the feeling of shame. Concentrating on her dance, Victoria's movements were elegant and precise. Every turn carried an air of nobility. Xu Hao watched with interest. After the final spin, Victoria stood still, slightly out of breath. Xu Hao clapped his hands. As expected of her royal princess, that was a good dance. He paused, then continued. "Then let's begin." Victoria was momentarily stunned. She didn't understand what he meant. Then she heard Xu Hao's voice. "Didn't you beg me to take you? Do you expect me to make the first move?" Victoria realized. Xu Hao wanted her to initiate. After a moment of hesitation, she took a step forward. "Why the rush?" Xu Hao's expression was playful. Victoria was at a loss, looking at Xu Hao blankly. Xu Hao sighed and said, "Have you forgotten what you did in the basement?" Victoria trembled. Those images flooded her mind uncontrollably. The cold basement, and Xu Hao's condescending gaze. She knelt down in fear. "That's more like it." Xu Hao patted her head. "Remember your place." Ding. Victoria's heart is in turmoil, emotion value plus 999. Ding. Chu Nan's mentality exploded, emotion value plus 1001. Ding. Meanwhile, in an alley outside the hotel, Chu Nan had been arranged by Xu Hao to be here. Fortunately, his spiritual power was strong, and his consciousness gradually recovered. Memories of what just happened flooded his mind. His scalp tingled, and the hairs on his body stood on end. He never expected it. Xu Hao would actually launch a sneak attack on him so despicable. At that moment, a handful of powder was scattered on him. It carried a strange fragrance. Not long after contact, he lost control. Then, Xu Hao told him to buy condoms. And even humiliated him after he bought them back. Just remembering those words, Chu Nan's eyes immediately turned red. A suppressed aura emanated from his body. He looked up at the hotel. As luck would have it, from this position, he could just see the presidential suite where Xu Hao was staying. The lights in the suite were still on. The curtains were tightly drawn, so he couldn't see what was happening inside. Counting the time, Victoria had likely already fallen victim to Xu Hao's evil hands. Chu Nan's heart felt like it was being squeezed, throbbing with pain. Damn it! Chu Nan gritted his teeth. He had originally intended to interfere with Xu Hao. Even if he couldn't defeat Xu Hao, he could at least disrupt him. No matter what, he couldn't let him harm Victoria. But it was all his own uselessness. Chu Nan kept taking deep breaths, regaining his composure. A glimmer of hope rose in his heart. What if Xu Hao hadn't harmed Victoria yet? He couldn't give up. He had to rescue Victoria. With this thought, Chu Nan could no longer sit still. He suddenly stood up. He was about to rush towards the hotel. Swish, 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 swish. 5 figures appeared before him like ghosts. Their auras were cold. Each of them was no weaker than him, all Emperor Realm Peak experts. Chu Nan's pupils contracted, and he immediately understood. These people were all Xu Hao's subordinates. He couldn't understand. Xu Hao himself was only at the Emperor Realm Peak strength. What methods did he use to subdue so many subordinates of the same realm? Before Chu Nan could think further, 5 vital energies had already firmly locked onto him. Overwhelming pressure surged towards him. Chu Nan's expression changed. With his combat power, dealing with 1 or 2 Emperor Realm Peak was still manageable. But facing 5 at once, there was no chance of victory at all. Escape was the best strategy. But how could he escape? Victoria was still waiting for him to rescue her. Even if he knew he was no match, he had to give it his all. Chu Nan's eyes flickered. He had no intention of fighting head-on. His goal wasn't to hit people. His gaze constantly swept around, searching for an opening to break through. Finally, he spotted an opportunity. His body moved, like an arrow shot from a bowstring, charging towards the hotel. However, those 5 people were not to be trifled with either. They had been locked onto Chu Nan. Seeing him move, the 5 immediately followed suit. In the blink of an eye, they blocked Chu Nan's path again. Chu Nan's face was grim. The blockade was too tight, he couldn't get through at all. Even if he couldn't get through, he had to force his way. Chu Nan gritted his teeth, launching attacks repeatedly. But each time he was blocked by the combined efforts of the 5. He had already suffered internal injuries before. Now he was being tormented like this again. Coupled with the guilt he felt towards Victoria. Chu Nan's throat sweetened, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his entire body becoming listless and swaying precariously. He roared helplessly in his heart, only able to look in despair at the lit presidential suite. His heart ached so much he almost fainted. The lights in the room stayed on all night. Xu Hao and Victoria only stopped to rest at dawn. Victoria had thought that becoming Xu Hao's woman would end her torment. But the torment was no less at all. She slept until the afternoon. Recalling the scenes from last night, she still felt lingering fear, and couldn't help but shiver. Xu Hao's voice suddenly rang out. "Awake!" Victoria trembled. Turning around, she saw Xu Hao's half-smiling face, and her fear increased by a few points. She was afraid Xu Hao would want to have fun with her again. Now that she thought about it, perhaps Xu Hao not taking her before was him protecting her. Who could endure that? She seemed to understand why Xu Hao had so many women around him. "Since you're awake, let's continue." Xu Hao smiled at the corner of his mouth. Victoria shrank her neck, and quickly waved her hand. "No, I can't, how about next time?" "No." After a while, the 2 finally washed up and went out. In the alley outside the hotel, Chu Nan's spirit was extremely listless. The 5 assassins kept staring at him, making him unable to move. He could only be trapped in the alley. He just watched helplessly as the lights of the presidential suite stayed on all night. His heart felt as if countless ants were gnawing at it, making him incredibly tormented. Suddenly, Chu Nan saw Xu Hao and Victoria walk out of the hotel entrance. He immediately noticed that Victoria was walking with some difficulty. He didn't need to think to know what had happened. Even though he had anticipated it, it still almost made him breathless. Seeing Xu Hao about to leave with Victoria, Chu Nan wanted to chase after them. It was then that he realized the 5 assassins who had been watching him had left at some point. He didn't think too much. He rushed forward regardless of everything. Soon he arrived in front of the 2. Chu Nan looked at Victoria with a pained expression, his lips trembling, unable to speak. Victoria saw Chu Nan, her expression complex. Eventually it turned into determination. She had already become Xu Hao's woman. She shouldn't think of anything else. So she turned her head away from Chu Nan. Xu Hao showed a playful expression. "Oh, isn't this Xiao Chu? You seem to be in a bit of a bad state." Chu Nan stared intently at Xu Hao. "Xu Hao, you dare to bully her?" Xu Hao wrapped an arm around Victoria's waist, and said mockingly. "Didn't you see it?" He paused, then lifted Victoria's chin. "Tell him, what am I to you now?" Victoria knew what Xu Hao wanted to hear, and without the slightest hesitation, she said firmly. "Chu Nan, I am master's woman now, please do not appear in front of me again." Crack, crack. Chu Nan's heart shattered into countless pieces. Xu Hao smiled contentedly, looking at Chu Nan and scoffing. "Did you hear that? Stay away from my woman from now on." And honestly, compared to the taste of a female president, a princess has a unique flavor. Chu Nan knew Xu Hao was referring to Meng Weiyang. One was a woman he loved. One was a woman who loved him. Now both had been trained into this state by Xu Hao. The hatred in his heart erupted like a volcano, he could no longer suppress it. "Ah, you deserve to die, I'll kill you." Chu Nan completely went mad. He didn't care if he was Xu Hao's opponent. He roared and threw a punch at Xu Hao. Victoria's expression changed. Chu Nan was enraged at this moment and couldn't control his aura. The powerful aura made her breathless. Xu Hao sneered. He also threw a punch to meet him. Chu Nan was severely injured by 5 people last night. After another night, his body was extremely weak. He couldn't be Xu Hao's opponent. Only a crack sound, the sound of bones breaking, was heard. The next moment, he flew out. He smashed heavily onto the ground. 4.7 inches PFF'd. Chu Nan wanted to get up, but he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Fortunately, Xu Hao controlled his strength, so no damage was caused. Xu Hao said disdainfully, "Hey, with just this much strength, what do you have to fight me?" After speaking, he embraced Victoria. He walked into the car that Hong Changwei had driven over. Accompanied by a roar, the car sped away. Only Chu Nan was left on the spot, utterly dejected. His eyes were hollow, blank as if he had lost his soul. Ding. Chu Nan's mind collapsed, emotional value plus 1001. Just then, a melody drifted from afar. Snowflakes flutter, north wind whistles. Heaven and earth are vast and boundless. A sprig of winter plum stands proudly in the snow. Only for her, it spreads its fragrance. Love what I love without regret. This love will forever remain in my heart. As Xu Hao left, the outlaw's domain disappeared. The passers-by around noticed the situation here and immediately started discussing. What happened? He looks so miserable. Isn't that right? He looks like an abandoned dog, so pitiful. A pitiful person must have something hateful about them. Tisk, what a miserable man. Xu Hao didn't return until evening. Xu Hongzhuang wasn't asleep yet and blocked Xu Hao at the door. Dad, I also want to cultivation. Chapter 559. Linger blocks the door wanting to cultivation. I'm really a good dad. Xu family courtyard. The night was inky, with scattered starlight. The sisters had all gone to the backyard to soak in the hot springs. Xu Hongzhuang didn't go because she had something to do. She sat alone on a long bench in the courtyard, thinking about company matters. Just then, the sound of a car engine broke the silence. Xu Hongzhuang knew it was Xu Hao returning. Sure enough, not long after, Xu Hao's figure appeared in her sight. He walked through the courtyard, directly towards the villa entrance. Xu Hongzhuang couldn't help but think of fifth sister Xu Feiyan's cultivation, which made her quite envious. She made up her mind to also cultivation with Xu Hao. Who wouldn't want to control superpowers? Xu Hongzhuang immediately went to meet him, and just before Xu Hao entered the door, she blocked him at the entrance. Dad, you're back. Xu Hao smiled slightly and looked around, asking. Hongzhuang, why are you the only one? Where are the other sisters? Xu Hongzhuang pointed towards the backyard. They all went to soak in the hot springs. Suma and Xiao Wanzhi also went. Xu Hao nodded. In fact, he had already sensed it, but he asked deliberately. Interacting with his daughters could enhance their relationship. If he knew everything, it would be too uninteresting. How has the company been developing recently? Have you encountered any trouble? Xu Hao asked casually. Xu Hongzhuang replied. Everything is fine. She paused, hesitating to speak. Xu Hao saw her hesitation and smiled, patting her head. Say whatever you want, we are family, there's nothing that can't be said. This third daughter was not young anymore. She was nearing 30. Logically, patting her head would be childish for her. But because the father-daughter relationship was excellent, Xu Hongzhuang was used to it. In the hot spring pool in the backyard, Xu Feiyan was closing her eyes to rest. Suddenly, she heard the sound of Xu Hao's car returning. She didn't pay attention at first, but then she heard the conversation between Xu Hao and Xu Hongzhuang. She immediately became nervous and couldn't help but prick up her ears. After all, she accidentally let third sister know about cultivation. What if third sister asked father to learn cultivation? Cultivation was not that simple. The process was both awkward and shameful. Xu Feiyan had only just managed to accept it. But third sister hadn't been exposed to it yet. Wouldn't that be a disservice to her sister? If she kept it a secret and didn't tell third sister, she would feel guilty. Therefore, it would be best if third sister didn't bring up cultivation. Feeling the warmth of her father's palm, Xu Hongzhuang felt a warmth in her heart. She took a deep breath, gathered her courage, and said, Dad, I also want to learn cultivation from you. Xu Hao asked in surprise. How did you know? Xu Hongzhuang answered truthfully. I saw Feiyan control the lake water, and from her, I learned that Dad, you can teach people cultivation. Xu Hao suddenly understood, so that was it. There was a smile in his eyes. It seemed that the effect of him teaching his daughter's spells was good. He didn't need to actively guide them. His other daughters would also notice and proactively come to him to learn. In that case, teaching the second daughter the spell should also be put on the agenda. Xu Feiyan in the hot spring felt a tightening in her heart. Third sister really brought it up. What should she do? Should she try to stop it? Sigh. Xu Hao sighed, looking troubled. Then he said to Xu Hongzhuang, I can teach others to cultivate, but there's still a big problem that will lead to some awkwardness. That's why I haven't taught it to all of you one by one. Feiyan came to me proactively because she wanted to become stronger, which is why I taught her. It was similar to what he told Xu Qingshan. He made a preemptive explanation to prevent Xu Hongzhuang from misunderstanding and damaging their father-daughter relationship. He truly was a good dad. He worked hard to maintain family harmony. Xu Hao sighed inwardly. Hearing Xu Hao's words, Xu Hongzhuang was puzzled. What's the problem? Xu Hao said with some difficulty. It's just that there will be physical contact during the teaching process, which might be a bit awkward. Xu Hongzhuang was stunned. Is that the only problem? Nothing else? Xu Hao shook his head. No. Xu Hongzhuang rolled her eyes, unimpressed. What was the big deal? Given their relationship, physical contact was nothing. Didn't he just pat her head? It felt like nothing. She didn't know the difference was huge. Xu Hongzhuang said expectantly. Dad, I also want to cultivate. Xu Hao said with a hint of hesitation. Have you thought it through? Xu Hongzhuang nodded without hesitation. I've thought it through. Xu Hao pondered for a moment, then nodded and said. All right, then later, no rush. Cultivation is not a simple matter. It will take some time to open the Chongsheng Tu for you. Your sisters will be back soon. Xu Hongzhuang didn't think much about why cultivation couldn't be taught in front of her sisters. She just agreed, her heart filled with anticipation. In the hot spring pool, Xu Feiyan's mind was in turmoil. Third sister had made up her mind to learn cultivation. She couldn't just sit by and do nothing, she had to do something. Xu Feiyan had already made a decision in her heart. Just then, the women in the hot spring room had finished their soak and were getting up one by one. Amidst the rising steam, their figures were graceful and varied, their beauty captivating. Each had her own charm, truly like 100 flowers blooming, as vibrant and alluring as could be. They wrapped themselves in bath towels and returned to the villa, chatting and laughing. As soon as they entered the door, they immediately saw Xu Hao had returned and was sitting on the sofa drinking tea. Xu Feiyan, on the other hand, immediately looked at Xu Hongzhuang, who was sitting upright. Xu Huai had a lively personality. Seeing Xu Hao, she immediately went to greet him. She bounded right up to Xu Hao. She pulled Xu Hao's arm and whined. Dad, when did you get back? I thought you were out with those vixen again today. Xu Hao feigned anger, tapped her head, and scolded with a laugh. What are you saying? You're so improper. Xu Huai covered her forehead, pouting indignantly. I'm just speaking the truth. You're always not home, and we miss you. After speaking, her big eyes immediately gleamed with anticipation again, and she shook Xu Hao's hand. Dad, since you're back, did you bring us any gifts? Xu Hao couldn't help but laugh and tease. I knew it, this is your real purpose, you little glutton. As he spoke, he took out a handful of candies from his portable space. There were quite a few varieties, including popping candy and ice fire candy. There were also soft, multi-flavored jellies that looked mouth-watering. As soon as Xu Huai saw the candies, her eyes lit up instantly. Wow, thank you, Dad. She immediately pounced into Xu Hao's arms, giving him a big hug. Then she took the handful of candies. The little girl had just returned from the hot spring, and Xu Hao genuinely felt that her figure had already developed wonderfully. He said with a smile, don't forget to share with your sisters. Xu Huai waved her hand, responding, I know, I'm not stingy. We share our blessings. As she spoke, she began to distribute the candies. Second sister, one for you, one for me. Third sister, one for you, and I. Xiao Wanzhi, just over a year old, watched from the side. She clapped her hands happily and babbled in a milky voice. Elder sister, I want one too, I want one too. All right, little sister, one for you, one for me. Happy Chinese New Year, everyone. Happy New Year. I sincerely wish you good health, all the best, peace and joy, family happiness, continuous promotion, surrounded by beauties, eternal life, and never die. Chapter 560, Two Daughters Compete. Tricking Elder Sister. Two protagonists meet. After Xiao Wanzhi got the candy, she danced with joy. Her adorable appearance made everyone laugh. The sisters couldn't help but feel speechless seeing this scene. Xu Hao and Su Wancho smiled. Unknowingly, it was time for bed. None of the girls intended to go inside. They all looked at Xu Hao with wide, expectant eyes. Ever since they slept in the little world, they started to dislike their current residence. Every night, they looked forward to Xu Hao coming home. Then, they would follow him into the little world. This was also why Xu Wei complained that Xu Hao was taken away by demons outside. Xu Hao smiled. He raised his hand and waved, opening the portal to the little world. The girls immediately rejoiced. They stepped into the little world. Even though they had seen the beautiful scenery inside many times, they were still deeply captivated. The starry sky was brilliant, the moon was bright, and the stars were dense. Each star seemed to be within reach, as if one could pick them just by reaching out. It was much more beautiful than the polluted night sky outside. The air was filled with spiritual energy that could be breathed. Taking a breath felt refreshing all over. Everyone played for a while first. After they had enough fun, they each returned to their rooms to sleep. Xu Hongzhuang was thinking about cultivation. She wanted to stay till the end, after all her sisters had left, so she could learn cultivation from Xu Hao. Xu Feiyan's mind was as clear as a mirror. She knew what Xu Hongzhuang wanted to do, so she kept an eye on her. She was determined not to give third sister a chance. Seeing that fifth sister Xu Feiyan wouldn't leave, Xu Hongzhuang became a little anxious. But it wasn't appropriate to openly discuss cultivation. Although physical contact was fine, it wasn't good to say it in front of her sisters. So, she thought for a moment and decided to send Xu Feiyan away first. Fifth sister, it's getting late, you should go back to sleep. Xu Feiyan blinked her eyes. She looked innocent. I'm not sleepy yet, third sister, you go to sleep first, I want to sit for a while longer. Xu Hongzhuang felt speechless and said again. Dad and I have something to talk about, you go back first. Xu Feiyan tilted her head and asked. What do you and Dad have to talk about? Is there anything unspeakable? You even want to send me away? Xu Hongzhuang became anxious. Don't talk nonsense, what could be unspeakable? It's just work matters. Xu Feiyan, however, refused to give up. Isn't that a coincidence? I'm currently studying finance, and listening to two business magnates chat would be very helpful for me. Anyway, she was determined not to let third sister and Dad be alone. Lest third sister truly learn cultivation from Dad. Xu Hongzhuang rolled her eyes and muttered to herself. What's wrong with this fifth sister today? She wasn't usually this difficult. She still wouldn't give up and continued to say. Fifth sister, didn't you say you had something to do tomorrow? You need to sleep early today. Be good, go back quickly. Xu Feiyan, however, seemed not to hear. She sat there motionless. It's okay to wake up a little later, I really don't want to sleep right now. Xu Hongzhuang was completely at her wits' end now. She felt both angry and anxious. But she couldn't do anything about Xu Feiyan. Xu Hao watched the sisters back and forth with interest. He understood that Xu Feiyan was obstructing them. It seemed he couldn't teach Xu Hongzhuang today. But he wasn't in a hurry. There would be plenty of opportunities later. So, he smiled and stood up. All right, stop arguing, it's really getting late. I'm going to bed, you all go to bed early too. After speaking, Xu Hao walked towards the master bedroom of the villa. Xu Hongzhuang glared at her younger sister. She decided to find Xu Hao tomorrow. She turned and walked to her own room. Xu Feiyan looked at Xu Hongzhuang's back, a triumphant smile on her face. Hee, success. However, after a while, she became troubled again. Third sister insisted on cultivation with Dad. She was stopped today. But I can't keep an eye on her all the time, can I? At the same time, Jade Pavilion Jewelry Company headquarters. This jewelry company was established for a very short time. However, due to its superior product quality and the slogan of, no fakes, it quickly emerged in the market. Coupled with Xu's group's powerful channel promotion and resource support, Jade Pavilion quickly captured a large share of the jewelry market in a short period, and its business was exceptionally booming. However, due to its continuous supply of goods, the outside world always had doubts. How could a newly established company continuously supply jade jewelry? In the end, all of this could only be attributed to Xu Hao and Xu's group's support. After all, the boss of this jewelry company is Xu Hao's son. As the actual controller of Jade Pavilion, Xu Aoshan was extremely dissatisfied with such rumors. The source of goods did not come from Xu's group. Instead, he personally went abroad and found a raw ore mountain. And through his God realm perception ability, he selected a large quantity of high-quality jade, which was then sent for processing. All of this has nothing to do with Xu's group or Xu Hao. Bang bang bang. At this moment, Xu Hao was sitting in the boss's chair in the office, his fingers lightly tapping on the desk. Although he had been managing the company during this period, he wanted to meet the requirements as soon as possible, take charge of Xu's group, and let his sisters see Xu Hao's true colors. But he had not lost his focus on Xu Hao, his enemy. He knew that a guy named Chu Nan was being persecuted by Xu Hao. Just now, his subordinate sent information about Chu Nan. The result he got was unexpected. Chu Nan turned out to be the demigod from Devil Island. This person is also a legendary figure in the dark world. But after returning, he kept suffering setbacks everywhere. To be precise, his tragic life began after he met Xu Hao. The person he was protecting was taken by Xu Hao. His princess, who traveled thousands of miles to find him, also fell into Xu Hao's hands. He was tortured by Xu Hao until he was bruised all over. A glint of light flashed in Xu Hao's eyes. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Although Chu Nan is far from him, he is still a demigod after all. If they could join forces, they would have more power to deal with Xu Hao. With this thought, Xu Hao stood up. He decided to personally meet the demigod. The night was as dark as ink. The hustle and bustle of the city gradually subsided. Only sporadic lights flickered in the darkness. Chu Nan lay slumped on the sofa like a pile of mud. His eyes were hollow, staring blankly at the ceiling, like a walking corpse. He had been in this state since he returned in the afternoon. That scene kept replaying in his mind. Xu Hao knocked him down with one punch and left with Victoria. I'm such a useless piece of trash. Chu Nan clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms, but he felt no pain. As for Meng Weiyang, whom he liked, he could say that he was taken away by the police station and was not on the scene, so he couldn't protect her. But what about Victoria? He watched her being harmed by Xu Hao step by step. He couldn't stop anything. Victoria came to Kyushu because of him. His inner self-blame and regret had already drowned him. In the night, a figure quietly arrived. Like a ghost, he easily glided onto the balcony, over 10 meters high, and silently entered the room. The whole process was smooth and fluid, without making a sound. Even Chu Nan, who was at the Emperor Realm peak, did not notice anyone sneaking in at all. The person who came was Xu Hao. He stood in the shadows of the living room, looking at Chu Nan, who was slumped on the sofa, and frowned. A hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. He originally thought that a person who could reach the Emperor Realm peak at this age must have a firm will. But the Chu Nan in front of him was like a dog, completely lacking fighting spirit. His disappointment in Chu Nan was unconcealed. A voice suddenly sounded in the room. Look at you now, what's the difference between you and a dead dog? Chu Nan suddenly woke up, springing up from the sofa and quickly retreating a few steps. He distanced himself from the source of the voice. Who? Chu Nan growled, his eyes full of vigilance. His gaze quickly swept around. In the shadows, Xu Hao slowly walked out. His figure appeared exceptionally tall in the dim light. Like an insurmountable mountain. Who are you? Chu Nan's vigilance grew even stronger. He could feel it. The man in front of him had unfathomable strength. He might even have surpassed the Emperor Realm and reached the legendary God Realm. Chu Nan was going crazy. He just returned to the city to relax. Why does he always encounter hidden powerhouses? Forget about Xu Hao, his subordinates, and now another one has appeared. Do these powerful individuals all like to live in seclusion in bustling cities? Happy Chinese New Year, everyone. I sincerely wish you good health, all the best, peace and joy, family happiness, continuous promotion, surrounded by beauties, eternal life, and never dying. Chuan. Chapter 561, Linger's Blessing. Watching her being toyed with by Xu Hao. Joining forces. Who I am isn't important. You just need to know that we share a common enemy. Xu Hao leisurely walked to the sofa and sat down. His long legs were crossed, giving off an air of lazy ease, yet also a sense of oppression. It was a moment for showing off, and he instinctively wanted a cup of tea. He reached for the coffee table, but found nothing on it, so he awkwardly withdrew his hand. A common enemy. Chu Nan frowned. Someone coming to him now was likely not an old enemy. And since he returned to the country, he He had never made an enemy, nor had the chance to. If he had to name an enemy, it would only be Xu Hao. He looked up at Xu Aoshan and asked tentatively. Are you talking about Xu Hao? Xu Aoshan glanced at him sideways. It seems you have quite a few enemies. He paused, then slowly continued. However, if you help me deal with Xu Hao, I can help you deal with those enemies. Chu Nan's heart trembled. Indeed, Xu Aoshan's target was Xu Hao. Xu Hao bullied Meng Weiyang and Victoria, he would definitely not let him off. But he didn't know this person in front of him, let alone trust him. Chu Nan took a deep breath. Suppressing the turmoil in his heart, he calmly said, 30. Sorry, I have no intention of cooperating. I will seek my revenge myself. Just you. Xu Aoshan scoffed, his eyes full of disdain. He leaned slightly forward, his gaze like a knife, piercing Chu Nan. Meng Tianzheng is your sworn brother. He invited you out of Devil Island to protect his daughter. But what did you do? You watched her being bullied by Xu Hao, and even rented a house across the street. Were you afraid you wouldn't see clearly enough? Chu Nan's face turned pale. Xu Aoshan's words were like daggers, stabbing directly into his heart. He lowered his head, his fists clenched, his entire face shrouded in shadow. Xu Aoshan spoke eloquently. That princess named Victoria is even more interesting. She traveled thousands of miles to Kyushu to find you, showing profound affection and loyalty to you. And you avoided her like a plague. Now look, Xu Hao exploited the opportunity and took advantage of her. The mocking voice continued. With this, how will you get revenge? With your ninja turtle ability. Stop talking. Chu Nan suddenly raised his head, his eyes bloodshot, glaring fiercely at Xu Aoshan. His body trembled, anger almost bursting from his chest. Xu Aoshan sneered. What? You're upset that I called you a ninja turtle? Swish. Chu Nan stood up, his aura erupting like an enraged beast. With a roar, he charged towards Xu Aoshan. His fists were clenched, bringing forth a sharp gust of wind, heading straight for Xu Aoshan's face. However, Xu Aoshan merely raised his hand disdainfully. He easily blocked Chu Nan's fist. Chu Nan tried to exert force, but found his fist was clamped as if by iron tongs, unmoving. He was horrified. It was just a guess before. Now it was confirmed. The person in front of him had reached the God realm. Who gave you the courage to attack me? Xu Aoshan's face was expressionless, his tone cold. With a push, Chu Nan felt a huge force strike him, and his body staggered backward. He finally fell heavily to the ground. Suppressing his surging breath, Chu Nan looked up at Xu Aoshan, his eyes full of apprehension. I admit I'm not your opponent. He gritted his teeth and said. However, Xu Hao is not weaker than you. Why should I believe that cooperating with you will lead to revenge? Xu Aoshan smiled. It seems I was too restrained just now and didn't let you understand my true strength. He slowly stood up, his aura erupting like an abyss or a prison, like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Chu Nan immediately felt an immense pressure. It was as if an invisible mountain was pressing down. Pressing him onto the ground, blood overflowing from the corner of his mouth. How is this possible? Chu Nan was shocked. This aura was terrifyingly strong, not just someone who had just entered the God realm. He had already traveled a long distance within the God realm. At this moment, Xu Aoshan felt much more powerful than Xu Hao. And what truly shocked Chu Nan was Xu Aoshan's age. He looked barely 20, yet he had reached such a terrifying realm. Chu Nan prided himself on being a genius, reaching the Emperor realm peak before the age of 30, enough to look down on his peers. But compared to Xu Aoshan, the difference was not just a little bit. A sense of frustration rose in his heart. Xu Aoshan withdrew his aura, looking down at Chu Nan with an indifferent tone. Now, compared to the Xu Hao you spoke of, how is my strength? The pressure disappeared. Chu Nan struggled to stand up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He composed himself and asked. Since you're so strong, dealing with Xu Hao should be very simple, right? Why do you want to cooperate with me? Xu Aoshan said with some annoyance. I don't think much of Xu Hao, but for various reasons, I can't act against him. Xu Hao is strange, he can resist his aura and pressure, and his methods are unusual. He also couldn't guarantee a single strike kill. And if he couldn't, Xu Hao would tell the sisters about his assassination attempt. He didn't want to play out a scene of turning against the sisters. So, you can only first find a way to make the sisters see Xu Hao's true colors, and then dealing with him will be simple. What reasons? Chu Nan asked in confusion. Xu Haotian's eyes turned cold. You don't need to know. Besides, I came to you to cooperate, not to consult with you. He paused, then continued. If you have any backbone, cooperate with me, kill Xu Hao, and take back those 2 women. If you're a turtle and like watching them being toyed with by Xu Hao, I'll put you out of your misery right now. Chu Nan's expression changed erratically. He knew that he couldn't deal with Xu Hao alone. In this Xu Haotian, his strength was unfathomable. Even stronger than Xu Hao. If he cooperated with him, perhaps there truly was a chance for revenge. After a moment of hesitation, Chu Nan finally made up his mind, gritting his teeth and saying, I'll cooperate with you. Very good. Xu Haotian's lips curved into an evil smile. The next morning, the morning light streamed through the window, scattering across the dining table. Xu Hao and his many linger gathered together. They were enjoying breakfast together. Xu Hongzhuang seemed to be eating normally. But she would occasionally glance up at Xu Hao. She wanted to ask Xu Hao about cultivation. But with the sisters all present, she was too embarrassed to ask. None of the sisters noticed Xu Hongzhuang's unusual behavior. They chatted and laughed while eating. Xu Feiyan was an exception. She had been watching Xu Hongzhuang, taking in her every move. She secretly groaned inwardly. Third sister truly hadn't given up on cultivation. Did she have to keep an eye on her all day long? She couldn't possibly tell Dad not to teach third sister cultivation. It wouldn't be good if third sister found out. She might even blame her for interfering and preventing her from pursuing the path of cultivation. Psi 323. This is so troubling, what should I do? After much thought, she couldn't come up with a good solution, so for now, she could only continue watching. She absolutely couldn't let third sister and Dad be alone. After breakfast, the sisters left one after another, busy with their own affairs. Second daughter Xu Qingshan went to the company for research and development. Fourth daughter Xu Qingshe was going to Shenong Hall for consultations. Sixth daughter Xu Xiqing and seventh daughter Xu Wei, the twin sisters, walked hand in hand to their classes. Su Wanqiu also took Xiao Wanzher's hand and left. Before long, only Xu Hongzhuang, Xu Hao, and Xu Feiyan were left in the villa. Seeing Xu Feiyan still there, Xu Hongzhuang frowned slightly. She had to find a way to send her away. So she cleared her throat. Fifth sister, didn't you say you had something to do today? You should go take care of your business first. Xu Feiyan said with a smile. Third sister, I just saw the message this morning. The gathering I had planned with my friends was temporarily cancelled because not everyone could make it today. Xu Hongzhuang was secretly anxious. Maintaining a calm expression, her eyes darted about, and she thought of another excuse. I'm also about to go out. I left a document in my bedroom, could you help me get it? Xu Feiyan said innocently. What document? I'm afraid I'll get the wrong one. Third sister, why don't you come with me? Xu Hongzhuang was speechless. If I go with you, why would I ask you to do it? Xu Hao watched his two linger, battle wits. He found it quite amusing. But seeing that a winner wouldn't be decided anytime soon. Seeing that it was getting late, Xu Hao spoke. I have to go to the company, there are still many matters waiting for me to handle. You two stay home and be good. Xu Feiyan saw Xu Hao off at the door. Dad, take care, be careful on the road, and may your work go smoothly. Chapter 562, Teaching Cultivation in Linger's Office. Excited, full of anticipation. Xu Hongzhuang thought that her chance had finally come. Dad, I'll go with you. Saying this, she got up, ready to follow. Xu Feiyan, however, reached out and held her back, not letting her leave. A hint of urgency appeared on her face. Third sister, don't go yet. I have something to ask you. Xu Hongzhuang said anxiously. I have something to do with Dad. If you have something, text me. I need to catch up with Dad. Xu Feiyan held Xu Hongzhuang's hand tightly, not letting go. Third sister, my matter is also very important. Please listen to me first, it won't take much of your time. Watching Xu Hao drive away, Xu Hongzhuang sighed helplessly. She glared at Xu Feiyan, saying irritably. Speak, what is it? Xu Feiyan seemed not to notice Xu Hongzhuang's expression. Third sister, you look so beautiful today. Where did you buy this dress? Saying this, she touched Xu Hongzhuang's clothes. This style and color combination suit me quite well, I want to buy one too. Xu Hongzhuang's eyes widened. She looked at Xu Feiyan in disbelief. You stopped me for this. Xu Feiyan nodded innocently. Yeah, third sister, I really think this dress is great. Can you tell me if 527 is good? Xu Hongzhuang's brows twitched with anger. She took deep breaths to calm herself down. She was foolish. Last night and today, fifth sister was clearly trying to stop her from cultivation with dad. She recalled what Xu Feiyan had said earlier. What secret was hidden within? However, Xu Hongzhuang didn't ask. Instead, she made up her mind. You won't let me cultivation with dad, huh? HMPH, I'm determined to cultivation. Not even Jesus can stop me, I said it. Then, Xu Hongzhuang straightened her face. Alright, I need to go to the company. I'm going to be late. Watching Xu Hongzhuang's retreating figure, Xu Feiyan felt a sense of relief. She secretly congratulated herself. I finally resolved it again. But this isn't a long-term solution. I need to find a permanent solution. To make third sister give up the idea of cultivation with dad. Otherwise, constantly guarding against it is too tiring. Meanwhile, after Xu Hongzhuang got into the car, she took out her phone and dialed Xu Hao's number. Ding-a-ling ding-a-ling ding-a-ling. At this moment, Xu Hao hadn't arrived at the company yet, his car was on the road. Hearing his phone ring, he picked it up and saw it was Xu Hongzhuang calling. A meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He just knew it, as long as he piqued his linger's interest. How could she be stopped from cultivation with him? He answered the phone. Xu Hongzhuang's eager voice came from the other end. Dad, are you free today? Xu Hao deliberately paused for a moment, as if thinking. I'm free this afternoon. What's up? Xu Hongzhuang said excitedly. Dad, Hongzhuang Media's Shanghai branch has been established for so long, and you haven't even come to see it yet. I'd like to invite you to inspect it. I look forward to your guidance. What do you think? Xu Hao smiled. Is that so? Alright, I'll come this afternoon. Xu Hongzhuang said happily. Okay, then I'll be waiting for dad. You must come. After hanging up, Xu Hongzhuang's face broke into a smile. It was as if she could already see herself cultivation, mastering various immortal techniques. Her mood was exceptionally pleasant all the way there. On Xu Hao's side, he was also thinking about how to teach her. As he pondered, Hong Changwei, who was driving, shared a piece of news. Master, it was detected that Xu Aoshan disappeared for a period last night. Based on Chu Nan's subsequent behavior, it's confirmed that Xu Aoshan and Chu Nan made contact. Although Xu Hao had managed Shanghai like an iron barrel, Xu Aoshan was too powerful to be monitored at close range, so they could only rely on equipment. This carried uncertainty. It was confirmed by monitoring Chu Nan. Oh, are the two protagonists going to team up? Xu Hao stroked his chin. Then he sneered contemptuously. With his various methods, it wasn't just one or two protagonists teaming up that could contend with him. Should we deal with Chu Nan first? Hong Changwei suggested. No need. A bunch of rabble joining forces is still vulnerable. Xu Hao waved his hand, his eyes deep. First, let the rebellious son set up his scheme, then I'll eliminate Chu Nan, and also make him clear his head. In reality, it was to harvest more emotional value. If he killed Chu Nan while they were allied, it should make the rebellious son's mentality explode. In the afternoon, Xu Hao arrived at Hongzhuang Media's Shanghai branch by car. As soon as the car stopped, Xu Hongzhuang, who had been waiting at the entrance, came to greet him. Dad, you're here. It must have been a tiring journey. I'll take you on a tour now. Xu Hao smiled and nodded. He followed Xu Hongzhuang into the company building. Upon entering the company's main door, there were handsome men and beautiful women coming and going, all with extraordinary temperaments. They were all artists signed by Hongzhuang Media. Stars rarely seen on ordinary days were everywhere here. Even so, a beauty of Xu Hongzhuang's caliber was still the most dazzling in the crowd. As Xu Hongzhuang arrived, the crowd's gazes were drawn to her. They saw their president actually accompanying a handsome older man. Their relationship seemed exceptionally close. Everyone was stunned. Many people's eyes widened, and their jaws nearly dropped to the floor. Whether male or female, hearts shattered everywhere. Look quickly, isn't that our goddess president? Who's that man with her? Indeed, could it be that our president was swept off her feet by this older man? I didn't expect the president to like this type. No, I don't believe it. Maybe they're relatives or something. Some people were unwilling to believe the truth. They started making excuses for Xu Hongzhuang. At this moment, someone recognized Xu Hao and said in a low voice. Stop guessing wildly, that's President Xu of Xu's group. He's our president's father. What are you all thinking? Spreading rumors. Everyone suddenly understood. They all secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Xu Hongzhuang led Xu Hao further inside. Everyone they passed greeted them warmly. Hello, President. Hello, President Xu. Xu Hongzhuang remained expressionless, appearing serious and aloof. Xu Hao, on the other hand, nodded in response. Everyone seemed greatly encouraged. Their faces were filled with excitement. They were all motivated for work. Xu Hao suddenly saw a familiar figure in the crowd. He looked closely. If it wasn't Bai Ryu, then who was it? She was also one of his women. Bai Ryu was fourth daughter Xu Qingshui's third senior sister. Because she liked music, Xu Hao arranged for her to work at third daughter's company. Under Hongzhuang Media's training, Bai Ryu had already become a representative of classical songs and dance. Seeing Xu Hao, Bai Ryu was also delighted. She originally wanted to go up and greet him, but seeing Xu Hao and Xu Hongzhuang together, she dismissed the idea. Xu Hongzhuang was Xu Hao's linger and also her superior, but she was with Xu Hao. If they were discovered, how would they handle this relationship? Xu Hao raised an eyebrow at her. Bai Ryu quickly averted her gaze, afraid of being discovered by Xu Hongzhuang. After a brief tour of the branch company with Xu Hao, Xu Hongzhuang then led Xu Hao to the president's office. As soon as they entered the office, Xu Hongzhuang looked at Xu Hao expectantly. Dad, I want to learn cultivation from you, can I? Are you really sure? Xu Hao asked again. I'm sure. Xu Hongzhuang nodded, then asked expectantly. When do we start? Xu Hao smiled brightly. Since you're so eager to learn, let's start now. Chapter 563, Helping Linger Cultivate. Stealing someone. Secret. Too ashamed to face anyone. Since you're so eager to learn, let's start now. Hearing Xu Hao's words, Xu Hongzhuang's eyes lit up. She quickly asked, then Dad, what do I need to do? Xu Hao's gaze swept around. The office was simple yet grand, with a lounge next to it for her to rest when she was tired. He then led her to the lounge. Standing by the bed, Xu Hongzhuang looked at Xu Hao in confusion. Then she heard Xu Hao speak. First, change your clothes. Ah, Xu Hongzhuang was stunned. Didn't he say it only required physical contact? Why did she need to change clothes? That's right, Xu Hao had already reminded her if she was sure. She should have known it wouldn't be that simple. Thinking about fifth sister Xu Feian stopping her from cultivation also made it clear. The thought of changing clothes in front of Xu Hao. Xu Hongzhuang couldn't help but hesitate. Her hands unconsciously clutched the hem of her clothes, her heart pounding, feeling both shy and conflicted. Of course, Xu Hao wouldn't miss the opportunity. He couldn't give her time to think. He deliberately glanced at the watch on his wrist. Xu Hao frowned slightly, urging. Starting cultivation takes quite some time. Once we're done, it'll be just in time for dinner, don't delay. Xu Hongzhuang bit her lip. In her hesitation, the magical scene of fifth sister controlling water after cultivation appeared in her mind. She hardened her heart, thinking secretly. If fifth sister can do it, I can too. So she gritted her teeth and changed her clothes. When she was down to just one piece, Xu Hongzhuang stood there helplessly, not knowing where to put her hands. She lowered her head, not daring to look into Xu Hao's eyes. Xu Hao's expression was serious. Continue, the pants too. What? All of it? This? Xu Hongzhuang was stunned. She didn't expect it to go this far. Her mind buzzed. Xu Hao patiently explained. To cultivate, one must find the hidden nodes on the body and then outline the Chongsheng too. Only then can one absorb external spiritual energy. This is an indispensable step for cultivation. After Xu Hao explained the reason, Xu Hongzhuang still didn't react. At this moment, she finally understood why fifth sister insisted on stopping her. To fully expose herself to Xu Hao. It was too shameful. If you can't accept it, then forget it. Xu Hao continued to urge. He also secretly applied a hypnosis effect. Xu Hongzhuang couldn't help but think. If fifth sister can accept such a process, what is there that I can't accept? So she simply closed her eyes and took off her clothes one by one. As long as she couldn't see it, she wouldn't be embarrassed. Lie down. Xu Hao spoke again. Xu Hongzhuang complied, her body tense, her eyelashes trembling. Xu Hao sat by the bed and began to outline the Chongsheng too. Xu Hongzhuang kept cheering herself up in her heart. This is a necessary process for cultivation, and it's Xu Hao, it's okay, it's okay. But she couldn't calm down no matter what. She didn't know how much time had passed. Xu Hao finally finished outlining the Chongsheng Tu, letting out a long breath, and said, "It's done." Xu Hongzhuang woke with a start, fumbling to put on her clothes. She kept her head lowered. Her face was red all the way to her neck. It was too shameful, too embarrassing. So the so-called physical contact was like this. No wonder fifth sister tried so hard to stop her. If she had known earlier, she would rather not cultivate this immortality. She couldn't help but blame Xu Feiyan for not telling her sooner. And the reason Xu Feiyan didn't tell her was, of course, because she didn't want anyone to know about her and Xu Hao's matter. Wait, Xu Hongzhuang suddenly thought. Fifth sister had already cultivated. Doesn't that mean fifth sister also went through such a process? Xu Hongzhuang's mood was complex. No wonder she reacted that way. When Xu Hao was outlining, he activated the hand of God, and no woman could resist. The effect was imaginable. At this moment, Xu Hao took out a few spirit stones and handed them to Xu Hongzhuang. These are spirit stones for cultivation. Next, you will circulate your qi according to the cultivation method I taught you. Xu Hongzhuang hummed in acknowledgement. She began to cultivate according to the steps Xu Hao taught her. At first, she was a bit rusty, and the circulation wasn't very smooth. But as the circulation continued, before long, Xu Hongzhuang was pleasantly surprised to feel wisps of spiritual energy appearing within her body. She tried to control it and found that she could manipulate it at will. The wonderful feeling made her temporarily forget her previous embarrassment. After her curiosity subsided, Xu Hongzhuang remembered the scene she had seen earlier, of fifth sister controlling water. She gathered her courage and looked up at Xu Hao. Her eyes were moist, and at this moment, they carried a hint of charm, an allure after losing her composure. Xu Hongzhuang asked expectantly, "Dad, how long do I need to cultivate before I can control water like Feiyan?" Xu Hao pondered for a moment before saying, "If you cultivate by yourself, it'll be about half a year." Xu Hongzhuang was stunned. It would take that long. Doesn't that mean fifth sister started cultivating half a year ago? That's not right. Didn't Dad say he could only teach people recently? This doesn't make any sense. Xu Hao then explained. Actually, there's another way, which is for me to guide you in cultivating together. After about 4 or 5 sessions, with the spiritual energy in your body, you'll be able to master water control. Xu Hongzhuang was surprised. Cultivating with Xu Hao could be so much faster. She immediately understood. Fifth sister must have cultivated with Dad. That's how she mastered water control so quickly. To catch up with fifth sister's pace, she definitely had to cultivate with Xu Hao as well. Cultivating alone for half a year. Who knows how far fifth sister would leave her behind. With this thought, Xu Hongzhuang's eyes filled with anticipation, and she said earnestly, "Dad, can you cultivate with me?" Xu Hao's face showed hesitation. "Well, yes, I can, but it might be a bit awkward." Xu Hongzhuang didn't mind. She thought, is there anything more awkward than what just happened? In front of Xu Hao, she had no secrets left. But it was a good thing it was Xu Hao. It was Dad, so it didn't matter. "It's okay, I don't mind. Please cultivate with me." Seeing her determined look, Xu Hao sighed helplessly. "All right, but it'll have to be next time. It's getting late now, we need to go back." Xu Hongzhuang subconsciously turned to look outside. A red sun was gradually setting in the west. The sky was dyed a brilliant orange-red. Unbeknownst to her, 4 or 5 hours had already passed. No wonder Xu Hao had urged her to hurry earlier. The process of initiating cultivation was too time-consuming. What Xu Hongzhuang didn't know was, Xu Hao could finish it in a minute. So why did it take so long? Of course, it was to harvest emotional value. Her mind was immersed in the system. Ding Xu Hongzhuang is flustered, emotional value plus 888. Ding Xu Hongzhuang is extremely ashamed, emotional value plus 999. Ding. In a short time, tens of thousands were harvested. This is only the third daughter. There are 4 more daughters waiting for him to harvest. Walking out of the office, Xu Hongzhuang returned to her usual cold demeanor, as if nothing had happened. Red Rose drove up, and after getting out of the car, she opened the car door for Xu Hao. Xu Hao looked at Xu Hongzhuang and asked, "Do you want to ride in my car?" Xu Hongzhuang intended to agree. The next moment, she thought of fifth sister Xu Feiyan preventing her from cultivation. If she went back with Xu Hao, it would definitely arouse suspicion. She shook her head and refused. Xu Hongzhuang also didn't want the other sisters to know the secret between her and Xu Hao. Not only that, but she also had to pretend to know nothing about cultivation in front of Xu Feiyan. Xu Hao seemed to see through her thoughts. He smiled playfully. The sisters were all hiding things. He wondered how interesting it would be on the day of exposure. 2 cars drove out of the company, one after the other. Seeing Xu Hao and Xu Hongzhuang go home almost at the same time, a hint of suspicion appeared in Xu Feiyan's eyes. Feeling Xu Feiyan's gaze, Xu Hongzhuang's heart tightened, but she pretended to be calm. After dinner, Xu Feiyan found an excuse to pull Xu Hongzhuang to the courtyard. Xu Feiyan lowered her voice. Third sister, if you really want to cultivation, you must think it through carefully. The way Dad teaches cultivation will be very awkward, requiring no reservations. After much thought, Xu Feiyan still decided to tell third sister the truth. Whether or not to cultivation was up to her. Anyway, if third sister insisted on cultivation, she couldn't stop her. She couldn't watch her 24 hours a day. Xu Hongzhuang's mind was shaken. She feigned surprise and asked, "What do you mean? Does cultivation require that?" Xu Feiyan's cheeks flushed. Her eyes flickered, and then she said calmly, "In short, the process will be very shameful, and it needs to be on you." Xu Hongzhuang secretly smiled bitterly. She had already embarked on this path. It was too late to say anything now. On the surface, however, she pretended to be enlightened. "So that's how it is, then I won't cultivation, it's too troublesome." Xu Feiyan breathed a sigh of relief. A heavy weight was lifted from her heart. However, Xu Hongzhuang's next words made her nervous again. "Fifth sister, since cultivation is so shameful, then you must have already." Xu Hongzhuang's expression was strange. Xu Feiyan's face turned crimson. She lowered her head, her voice a little stammering. I did it to help Dad, don't overthink it. You absolutely must not tell anyone else about this." Xu Hongzhuang's eyes darted around, and she comforted her. "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone." That night, the night was deep. Xu Hongzhuang, who had just promised Xu Feiyan not to cultivation. Before going to bed, she found Xu Hao and said somewhat awkwardly, Dad, can you take me to cultivation tonight?" Xu Hao smiled inwardly. On the surface, he remained calm, thought for a moment, and said, You go back and wait, I'll come to your room later." Xu Hongzhuang returned to her room. Watching her departing back, Xu Hao smiled, then turned and entered the master bedroom. After finishing his public grain, Su Wanchou gradually fell asleep. Xu Hao then went to Xu Hongzhuang's bedroom. Xu Hongzhuang was restless in her room, extremely nervous. Fearing that Xu Feiyan would discover her. Just then, there was a knock on the door, and Xu Hongzhuang was startled. She quickly went to open the door, and seeing that it was Xu Hao, she quickly pulled him into the room. Her cautious manner made it seem as if she was having an affair. Once inside, Xu Hao surveyed her room. It was decorated by Xu Hongzhuang to be exceptionally cozy, with a faint fragrance lingering, which was her body scent. Xu Hao withdrew his gaze and said to Xu Hongzhuang, "Let's begin." Saying that, he first sat on the bed, cross-legged. Then he gestured for Xu Hongzhuang to do the same. Xu Hongzhuang also walked to the bedside and sat down, imitating Xu Hao's posture. Xu Hao extended his palm. "Come, like this, palms facing each other." Xu Hongzhuang made the same movement. "Now, circulate your cultivation method as I taught you before, just like usual cultivation." Xu Hongzhuang began to circulate her cultivation method. The next moment, she felt her soul being pulled by an invisible force, entering a mysterious space. Not long after, Xu Hao's figure also appeared. The atmosphere became somewhat subtle. Soul cultivation began. Xu Hongzhuang found that this was even more shameful and awkward than outlining the Chongsheng Tu in the afternoon. But she could only continue. Thinking that Xu Feiyan had also cultivated with Xu Hao. She felt much better. The night passed just like that. The next morning, the women all got up and came to the dining room for breakfast. Everyone sat together, chatting and laughing. They were almost finished eating, but Xu Hongzhuang was still nowhere to be seen. They couldn't help but feel puzzled. Why isn't third sister out to eat yet? She's not awake yet. She's usually not like this. Nothing bad happened, did it? Xu Feiyan said worriedly. I'll go check. Then she got up and walked towards Xu Hongzhuang's bedroom. Arriving at the door, Xu Feiyan knocked. Third sister, are you all right? Why aren't you out to eat yet? Hearing Xu Feiyan's voice, Xu Hongzhuang's heart skipped a beat. She quickly composed herself, feigning calmness. I'm fine, I just stayed up late last night thinking about things, and I'm still a bit sleepy. You guys eat first, don't worry about me. Xu Feiyan listened from outside the door, still feeling a bit strange, but couldn't quite put her finger on why. Then hurry up, breakfast is getting cold. Okay, I'll be there in a bit. Xu Hongzhuang wasn't actually thinking about things. In fact, she had cultivated with Xu Hao last night, and she was too embarrassed to go out and see people. Moreover, she was a bit dehydrated and lacked energy, so she needed to recover in her room first. Chapter 564, in front of Linger. Dad's lounge. Extremely shocking. Xu Feiyan returned to report to her sisters. Third sister was just thinking about things last night and didn't sleep well, everyone doesn't need to worry. All the women breathed a sigh of relief. After everyone finished eating, they went about their business. Xu Qingshan tidied her professional attire, preparing to go to the company. She went to the garage to drive. But then Xu Hao's voice came from behind her. Qingshan. Xu Qingshan paused, turned to look at Xu Hao, a hint of panic flashing in her eyes. Dad, what's wrong? Xu Hao walked in front of her. I'm also going to the company, so we can go together. Xu Qingshan's heart tightened. Her fingers unconsciously tightened around the car key. No need, Dad, I can drive myself. Xu Hao's face hardened. It's too much trouble to drive yourself, ride in my car. Xu Qingshan still wanted to refuse. But Xu Hao had already opened the car door and was waiting for her. He simply didn't give her a chance to refuse. She could only get in the car reluctantly. After getting in the car, Xu Qingshan remained uneasy, her fingers twisting at the hem of her clothes. Xu Hao turned his head to look at her. Qingshan, why do I feel like you're afraid of me? Xu Qingshan's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly shook her head. How could I be? Dad, you're overthinking it. Xu Hao narrowed his eyes. Is that so? Xu Qingshan lowered her head, not daring to meet his gaze, her voice sounding a bit weak. Really, Dad, don't overthink it. Xu Hao was silent for a moment, then suddenly reached out and grabbed her wrist. Her small hand was cool, soft, and smooth as jade, feeling excellent to the touch. He sensed the flow of spiritual energy within her body. Why is your spiritual energy still the same as before? Xu Hao frowned. You haven't been cultivating these past few days. Xu Qingshan lowered her head nervously. She had tried to cultivate by herself. But after trying to cultivate with Xu Hao, her own cultivation was as slow as a snail, and she couldn't calm her mind at all. So she hadn't cultivated. As for going to cultivate with Xu Hao, Xu Qingshan didn't dare. After all, that was a soul fusion. The last cultivation session had left her embarrassed until now. Cultivation is about accumulating little by little. How can you succeed if you only cultivate sporadically like this? Xu Hao sighed and continued. How about this, after we arrive at the company, I'll help you cultivate. Xu Qingshan's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. The thought of having no secrets in front of Xu Hao again made her heart race, pound, and her face flush. She spoke in a hurry. I still need to develop new technologies, how about another day? Xu Hao shook his head. New technologies can be postponed. Your spiritual energy is too weak, you can't even cast basic spells. Look at your fifth sister, she has already mastered the water control skill. Xu Qingshan was startled. Did that mean Xu Feiyan and Xu Hao had cultivated many times? How could she be so shameless? Xu Qingshan hesitated, lowered her head, and ultimately didn't say anything to refuse. Unbeknownst to them, the car drove into the company. After getting out of the car, Xu Hao said to Xu Qingshan. You go handle your work first, and come to my office when you're done. Xu Qingshan nodded, her mind in a mess. After briefly handling some work, she came to Xu Hao's office and knocked on the door. After receiving permission, Xu Qingshan pushed open the door and timidly walked in. Xu Hao was sitting at his desk, head down, processing documents. Hearing footsteps, he looked up, his gaze falling on Xu Qingshan. You go to the lounge next door and wait for me, I'll be right there. Xu Qingshan walked towards the lounge. Pushing open the door, what greeted her eyes was a spacious and comfortable large bed. The sheets were as white as snow, emitting a faint fragrance. The image of Xu Hao and his secretary on this bed involuntarily appeared in her mind. Her pretty face turned red, burning hot. Not long after, Xu Hao pushed the door open and walked in. He walked to the bed and sat down cross-legged. Then he said to Xu Qingshan again. Let's begin. Xu Qingshan bit her lip, enduring the nervousness and shame, and did as she was told. Xu Hao held her hand. Facing each other, palms together, the soul cultivation began. Time slowly passed. In the lounge, Xu Hao and Xu Qingshan were immersed in cultivation. Bang bang. A knock on the door suddenly sounded, breaking the quiet atmosphere. The two woke up from the soul illusion. Xu Qingshan opened her eyes, with an expression of wanting to speak yet being shy, also mixed with unconcealed panic. Someone came at this time. If they came in and saw her and Xu Hao in this lounge, she was afraid she wouldn't be able to clear her name even if she jumped into the Yellow River. She looked at Xu Hao helplessly. Seeing her panicked look, Xu Hao patted her shoulder, comforting her. Don't worry, you stay here first, I'll go see. He got up and walked out of the lounge. Xu Hao walked to the desk and sat down. Only then did he let someone in. It was Sha Qing who came in. Her child was with her best friend Li Yunshu. Under Li Yunshu's persistent efforts, she finally became pregnant with Xu Hao's child. She was now at home, resting during her pregnancy. Sha Qing was idle at home, so she asked her best friend to help with the child, while she came to the company to work. It was also convenient for her to see Xu Hao at any time. As soon as she entered the door, she pounced on him. She sat on Xu Hao's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck. Uncle. Xu Hao stroked her head. You're not at home with the child, why did you think of coming to the company? Sha Qing pouted, her face full of resentment, and said coquettishly. It's so boring at home, uncle, you don't even come to see me. If I work at the company, at least I can see uncle often. Xu Hao thought that it had indeed been a while since he had seen her. It was uncle's oversight, you've worked hard, Qing. Sha Qing's face bloomed into a smile. Her eyes sparkled, and she tilted her head, saying, Then how will uncle compensate me? Xu Hao raised an eyebrow. Oh, what compensation do you want then? Sha Qing blinked, a blush spreading across her face. She leaned into Xu Hao's ear, her breath like orchids. I want. As she spoke, she leaned in, her hands also restless, touching him here and there. After all, she was a woman who had given birth. She was much more open in this regard. Xu Hao feigned a struggle for a moment, saying with a hint of helplessness. You stop first, Qing, I still have many documents to approve. How about another day? Sha Qing's eyes instantly turned red. She looked at Xu Hao pitifully. Uncle, are you disliking me because I'm not pretty after giving birth? How could that be? Qing, you are even more charming now, uncle likes you even more. Sha Qing turned her head to the side. HMPH, I don't believe you. Then how will you believe me? A hint of cunning flashed in Sha Qing's eyes. I want to give you another one right now. What else could Xu Hao say? His struggle just now was originally for Xu Qingshan to see, so that she wouldn't feel that he was deliberately doing it in front of her. In reality, it was deliberate. Otherwise, if Xu Hao really wanted to refuse, with a stronger tone, one hypnosis would have been enough. Such a good opportunity to harvest emotional value. Of course, Xu Hao would not miss it. Xu Qingshan had been behind the lounge door, peeking through the crack to see what was happening outside, terribly nervous. She was terrified that Sha Qing would walk in and discover her. Then everything would be over. Next, hearing Sha Qing's words, she held her breath. Let's go to the lounge. Xu Qingshan was so nervous her heart was about to leap out of her throat. But Xu Hao refused. Whoosh! Xu Qingshan wiped away a sweat. But before she could fully relax, she couldn't help but widen her eyes in disbelief. Ding! Xu Qingshan was greatly shocked. Emotional value plus 999. Ding! Who knows how long passed? Sha Qing left. Xu Hao walked back to the lounge and said apologetically. Sorry, Qingshan, I told Fei Shui not to let anyone disturb us, but Qing only came to the company today and didn't know about this. Xu Qingshan lowered her head. It's nothing, I just remembered there's a problem in R&D that hasn't been solved yet, I'll be leaving now. After speaking, she fled in a hurry without waiting for Xu Hao's reply. Chapter 565, The relationships are messy enough. Teasing senior martial niece. Cut the Gordian knot. Afternoon. Xu Hao once again stepped into Xu Hongzhuang's company. Learning from Xu Qingshan's lesson. To avoid her hiding from him after one cultivation session, he decided to cut the Gordian knot, not giving Xu Hongzhuang a chance to react, and cultivate twice more first. In the office, When Xu Hongzhuang saw Xu Hao arrive, her eyes were filled with surprise, and she blurted out. "Dad, why are you here?" Xu Hao smiled and stepped forward, saying, "Didn't I tell you I'd be coming to the company this afternoon? To help you cultivate earlier so you can master the water control skill as soon as possible." "You little girl, you didn't forget, did you?" Xu Hongzhuang's expression was a bit dazed. Recalling carefully, there was indeed such a thing. Xu Hao had said it when he left after teaching her in the early morning. At that time, her mind was blank, and she didn't think much of it. Just thinking about cultivating and soul melding with Xu Hao again. Xu Hongzhuang couldn't help but tremble. Since Xu Hao was already here, she couldn't very well refuse. She could only force down that shyness. Anxiously, she invited Xu Hao into the office. Soul cultivation began. Perhaps she had expended too much energy cultivating all night yesterday. Not long into this cultivation, Xu Hongzhuang felt mentally weak and unable to continue. Xu Hao said comfortingly, "You get some good rest, I'll look around." With that, he got up and walked out of the office. He started strolling around the company. Yesterday, Hongzhuang had given him a simple tour. At that time, she was entirely focused on cultivation. She hadn't finished showing Xu Hao around. "Hello, President Xu." As Xu Hao walked along, the handsome men and beautiful women in the company greeted him warmly. Ever since Xu Hao had come yesterday, word had spread throughout the company. Everyone knew that the president's father, President Xu of Xu's group, had visited the company. Many people were filled with regret. They regretted not being at the company yesterday. And not being able to leave a good impression on Xu Hao. If they could have had the chance to be valued by Xu Hao and receive his guidance, they would definitely soar, saving countless years of struggle. Especially the female celebrities, who used every trick in the book, preening and posing. If they could latch onto Xu Hao, even if just a little benefit slipped through his fingers, they wouldn't have to worry for the rest of their lives. Unfortunately, Xu Hao's gaze merely swept over them casually, not lingering for even a moment. His taste had long since been refined. Unless it was a female-led level existence, he wouldn't even look twice. He didn't know how long he had walked. When Xu Hao passed an office, he suddenly sensed by Ryu's aura inside. He paused. Isn't this a coincidence? He was holding back a fire and needed to find someone. Thinking this, Xu Hao pushed open the door and walked straight in. Bai Ryu was concentrating on her work. Hearing the sound of the door opening, she frowned and said impatiently. "Didn't I say to knock before coming in? You have no manners at all." She was already in a bad mood because Xu Hao had come to the company yesterday but hadn't come to see her. Now her expression was even uglier. But when she looked up and saw that it was Xu Hao who had entered, she was startled. Xu Hao said with a smile. "It seems General Manager Bai is in a bad mood. Tell me, who bullied you?" Bai Ryu, due to her excellent performance in the company, was entrusted with an important task by Xu Hongzhuang, serving as the financial general manager of Hongzhuang Media. She hadn't yet reacted, and stammered. "Senior Marshal Uncle, why are you here?" Compared to calling Xu Hao husband, brother-in-law, or master, these titles, she still felt calling him Senior Marshal Uncle was more appropriate. Of course, Xu Hao would not reveal his true intentions. Instead, he said with a deep expression, "To see you. Yesterday, I had something urgent with Hongzhuang, so I specifically came to see you today." Bai Ryu's heart raced, and a blush appeared on her face. She turned her face away and said softly, What's there to see about me?" Xu Hao took a step forward and lifted her chin. "You are a classical goddess, your beauty is recognized by all, how could you not be beautiful?" Bai Ryu's face grew even redder. She took a step back, wanting to create distance between herself and Xu Hao. But Xu Hao pressed closer with every step. Bai Ryu could only keep retreating. Soon, she was cornered against a wall, with nowhere left to go. Xu Hao leaned in closer. Their faces were almost touching. He lowered his voice, asking with a hint of ambiguity. "My precious senior marshal niece, did you miss your senior marshal uncle?" Bai Ryu felt her face burning. She stammered. Don't be like this. This is at the company. It wouldn't be good if Hongzhuang found out." Xu Hao teased playfully. "You're calling each other so intimately, it seems you two get along very well." Bai Ryu's beauty and competence were undeniable. Xu Hongzhuang's only confidant in the company was her. The two slowly became close friends. Xu Hao smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry, we'll be discreet, she won't find out." He grabbed Bai Ryu's hand. Feeling the warmth of Xu Hao's palm, Bai Ryu struggled helplessly and whispered. "I'll go lock the door first." Xu Hao grinned mischievously. "But what if I can't wait?" Bai Ryu pleaded slightly. "No, I have to lock the door. What if someone comes in?" Xu Hao deliberately teased her. "Then answer me first, junior sister, do you miss me?" Bai Ryu was afraid Xu Hao would act so recklessly again. She had no choice but to blush and say softly, "Yes." Xu Hao pressed on. "Where do you miss me?" Bai Ryu glared at him, chiding. How can you be like this?" Xu Hao urged relentlessly. "Quickly, tell me, or I will." Bai Ryu was truly helpless. To quickly lock the door, she could only go along with him. "I miss you everywhere. Is that enough? Let me go lock the door quickly." However, Xu Hao pulled her into his embrace. "No hurry, I'll carry you there." Then, Bai Ryu covered her mouth, on tenterhooks, afraid that someone passing by outside the office would hear something. Ding! Bai Ryu's heart rate accelerated, emotion value +888. In the evening, Bai Ryu tidied her clothes and eagerly pushed Xu Hao out of the office. Her relationship with her master and junior sisters was already complicated. She didn't want Xu Hongzhuang to know about her relationship with her dad. Xu Hao looked unconcerned. Seeing Bai Ryu's anxious look, he couldn't help but smile. Bai Ryu glared at him. 0 for flowers 0. She ran to the restroom to rinse her mouth and shower. Xu Hao checked the time and remembered that he had an appointment with Qin Wuyu and Meng Weiyang to attend a music concert today. He headed straight for the agreed-upon private restaurant. At the entrance of a private restaurant, Qin Wuyu and Meng Weiyang were already waiting. The two women, with their captivating beauty and unparalleled grace, attracted the gaze of everyone around them. Any one of them walking down the street would cause a sensation. Even more so now that they stood together. Passers-by stopped in their tracks, their eyes filled with admiration. "Well, look at those two elder sisters, they are so beautiful. They are like fairies who walked out of a painting. Yes, I've never seen such beautiful elder sisters in my life. They are even prettier and more elegant than celebrities. Perhaps they are young ladies from some noble family. Their temperament and appearance are simply perfect. Sigh, I wonder if such beautiful elder sisters have boyfriends. It would be great if I could get to know them." You want to get to know two goddesses? Are you dreaming?" Qin Wuyu and Meng Weiyang paid no mind to these discussions. Meng Weiyang had been somewhat distracted. Her brows were slightly furrowed, her thoughts drifting. Even after so many days, she still occasionally recalled that night, when she went to Xu Hao and Qin Wuyu's room. The scenes of her being with Xu Hao after Qin Wuyu fell asleep. That feeling of being a mistress still lingered in her heart, refusing to fade. Now that she was about to see Xu Hao again, her heart was filled with worry. After all, every time she was with Xu Hao, he would do something even more outrageous. Meng Weiyang was genuinely a little scared. She wondered what the situation would be like this time. But what she didn't know was that Qin Wuyu already knew everything that happened that night. At this moment, her mood was also extremely complicated. She knew Xu Hao's intentions, and she didn't know when he would put the two of them, junior sisters, together. What should she do then? And not far from them, a figure was secretly watching them. Who else could it be but Chu Nan? Today, when Qin Wuyu and Meng Weiyang went out, Chu Nan guessed they were going to see Xu Hao just by looking at Meng Weiyang's expression. Only Xu Hao could cause such intense emotional fluctuations in Meng Weiyang. The thought of Xu Hao harming Meng Weiyang again made Chu Nan feel as if his heart was being clutched, hurting terribly. He gritted his teeth, clenching his fists tighter and tighter. However, he thought of the cooperation he had reached with Xu Aoshan and gradually calmed down. He muttered bitterly in his heart, "Xu Hao, you won't be arrogant for much longer." Suddenly, Chu Nan's gaze sharpened. He saw a familiar car approaching. It slowly stopped at the entrance of the private restaurant. Xu Hao stepped out of the car. Seeing the two women, he smiled and greeted them. "Wu Yu, Meng Weiyang, have you been waiting long? I was delayed by something and came late, I'm sorry." Qin Wuyu showed a slight smile. "It's okay, we just arrived not long ago." Noticing the two women's unusual behavior, Xu Hao merely smiled and said, "Let's go, we'll go in and eat first, it's still early before the concert starts." The three then walked into the private restaurant together. Chapter 566, Overthrow the Landlord. Subdue them. Ruthless harvesting. Night fell, and various lights enveloped the entire city. Inside the quiet private restaurant, Xu Hao, Qin Wuyu, and Meng Weiyang sat in a private room, the table laden with delicious dishes. Xu Hao ate slowly and deliberately. He didn't make any moves on the two women as he usually would. This, instead, made the two women feel something was amiss. Which past meeting hadn't involved him teasing them? But not today. Unusual occurrences always signal something strange. It felt like the calm before a storm. He was probably brewing some wicked scheme. They both, by tacit agreement, raised their guard. After dinner, Xu Hao brought Qin Wuyu and Meng Weiyang to the concert hall together. Today, there was a performance by a world-class musician here. Of course, Xu Hao wasn't here to listen to music. His music level, even his linger Shu Hongzhuang, surpassed that of the pianist. He was just looking for an excuse to call the two women out. At this moment, the concert hall entrance was bustling with activity. Luxury cars were neatly parked one after another. Limited edition luxury cars, rarely seen on the streets on a normal day, were everywhere here, like ordinary vehicles. The people coming and going were all from the upper class. The gentlemen wore well-tailored suits, looking dashing. The ladies wore magnificent gowns, adorned with dazzling jewelry, exuding elegance and nobility in every gesture. When they met each other, they would smile, nod, and greet one another. The scene was incredibly lively. Several familiar noblewomen were chatting idly. "Sister Ling, it's quite lively today, it feels like all the celebrities in the city have come," one noblewoman said with a smile. Another followed with an echo. "Of course, after all, it's a performance by a world-class musician. We're usually busy with various social activities, so this is one of the few times we can calm down and enjoy music. We sisters haven't seen each other in a long time. Let's chat more after the concert to deepen our bond." That's a given. The figures of Xu Hao and the two women appeared in everyone's sight. Qin Wuyu and Meng Weiyang became nervous. Their hands unconsciously tightened on their skirt hems. Their identities were well known, and their arrival was bound to cause a stir. All eyes converged on them. They were afraid of being discovered about their relationship with Xu Hao. Sure enough, upon seeing the three of them arrive, the surrounding celebrities immediately erupted into chatter. They all cast astonished gazes. Then they began to whisper among themselves. "Look, I didn't expect President Xu to be here too. The two women next to him are President Qin, and the other I don't recognize. What? So beautiful, and she's even a president." Some upper-class individuals who had come from a neighboring Shanghai to listen to this concert, and didn't recognize Qin Wuyu, expressed shock. "No way. You don't even know Qin Wuyu, the head of the Qin family. That's a top-tier family, with assets exceeding 100 billion. His to control such vast assets at such a young age, truly a heroine who yields to no man. Who's to say otherwise? The stunning beauty next to her looks unfamiliar, but to be walking with the two of them, she must be someone extraordinary too." As everyone discussed, some people had already started to gather around them, greeting them warmly. "President Xu, good evening, I'm so honored to run into you here." Xu Hao didn't put on airs, smiling and responding to each person, making them feel as if they were basking in a spring breeze. Qin Wuyu and Meng Weiyang felt a bit guilty. They tried hard to maintain their smiles. A business partner who had a decent relationship with Xu Hao came forward. He first greeted Xu Hao, then seeing Qin Wuyu and Meng Weiyang, he said ingratiatingly, "This is President Qin, President Meng, what a coincidence, are you with President Xu?" Xu Hao calmly said, "It is quite a coincidence, we just happened to meet on the way and came together." Qin Wuyu and Meng Weiyang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. With Xu Hao's explanation, others wouldn't dare to, think too much. After some pleasantries, the concert was about to begin. Everyone stopped chatting, tidied their attire, and walked into the music hall. The lights in the music hall were soft, and the decor exuded luxury and grandeur. Rows of seats were neatly arranged. A luxurious piano was placed on the stage. People took their seats one after another, quietly and orderly, showing the quality expected of upper-class individuals. Xu Hao took out 3 tickets, the seats were in the front rows, and coincidentally, the 3 seats were next to each other. Xu Hao naturally sat in the middle. Qin Wuyu and Meng Weiyang had no choice but to sit on either side. Such a position. The two women had a bad feeling. The concert officially began. A melodious tune flowed out. Xu Hao's hands indeed began to become restless. First, he extended his left hand, casually resting it on Meng Weiyang's thigh. Immediately after, his right hand followed suit, landing on Qin Wuyu's thigh. The sudden movement made the two women's breath hitch. Like being struck by an electric current, they froze in place. In this setting, they dared not resist and could only endure the discomfort. They sat upright and proper, afraid of being seen. Qin Wuyu secretly glared at Xu Hao. He signaled President Xu to quickly withdraw his hand. However, President Xu's lips curved upwards, showing no intention of removing his hand. Meng Weiyang's palms were sweating from nervousness. She was afraid she would lose control and make a scene. If anyone discovered anything unusual, it would be over. She bit her lip and looked at President Xu with pleading eyes. She hoped he would let her off the hook. Sitting next to President Xu was Qin Wuyu. Just as Meng Weiyang looked at President Xu, Qin Wuyu also happened to turn her head and look over. Their gazes met without warning. For a moment, the air seemed to solidify. Meng Weiyang's heart skipped a beat. She didn't want Qin Wuyu to know about the situation between her and President Xu. Qin Wuyu actually knew that Meng Weiyang and President Xu were together. But she also didn't want to expose it, lest they both be bullied by President Xu. After a brief eye contact, the two women quickly looked away, their hearts pounding. This scene was witnessed by Chu Nan, who had followed them all the way. He knew that in places he couldn't see, President Xu was bullying the two women. Yet, he could only watch helplessly, unable to do anything. He hated it so much. Chu Nan gnashed his teeth, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he glared at President Xu, his fury burning fiercely. No, he couldn't wait another moment. He would go back and urge that guy to act sooner. He was already impatient to get rid of President Xu. Ding Meng Weiyang's heart was in turmoil, emotional value plus 999. Ding Chu Nan's mentality exploded, emotional value plus 1001. Ding. Inside the music hall, the world-class musician's performance continued. Like flowing water, sometimes passionate, sometimes melodious, it lingered in everyone's ears. Qin Wuyu and Meng Weiyang had no mind to appreciate it. For them, this moment was like living through years. The people sitting around them were all upper-class individuals who knew them. They would occasionally cast their gaze over. Every move they made was being watched. If any abnormality was noticed, they would lose face and never be able to show themselves again. President Xu, the instigator, had a faint smile on his lips. This music concert was indeed worth attending. He had harvested a lot of emotional value. 2 hours later, the music concert finally ended. As the last note fell, warm applause erupted. Qin Wuyu and Meng Weiyang both breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, it's finally over. Everyone stood up and walked out of the music hall. As President Xu, Qin Wuyu, and Meng Weiyang stepped out of the music hall, they saw many upper-class individuals still lingering. They were standing outside, as if waiting for someone. Seeing the three of them emerge, they came forward one after another to bid farewell. President Xu, it's my lifelong honor to enjoy music with you. President Xu responded with a smile. Qin Wuyu and Meng Weiyang also smiled. But their expressions were even stiffer than before. There was nothing they could do, they had lost their composure, fearing that something might be detected. Chu Nan, hiding in the shadows, saw this scene. Seeing the two women's moist eyes, how could he not know what had happened? He was instantly furious. This is too much. President Xu is bullying them like this, showing no respect at all. After bidding farewell to everyone, President Xu and the two women got into the car together. They headed towards the villa where the two women lived. The atmosphere was somewhat heavy along the way. Qin Wuyu and Meng Weiyang remained silent. They just wanted to get back quickly and change their clothes. Unclean clothes were uncomfortable to wear. Finally, they returned to the villa. The two women walked quickly towards the house. The first thing they did was go back to their rooms to change clothes. As a result, they met at the door. A moment of awkwardness ensued. Meng Weiyang's face was unnatural, and she explained in a flustered manner. It was hot in the music hall just now, and I sweated a bit. These clothes feel uncomfortable, so I thought I'd change quickly. Qin Wuyu gave a strained smile. Me too. Well then I'll go in and change first. After changing their clothes, the three sat in the living room. President Xu stretched and said, I suddenly feel like having some tea right now. Qin Wuyu gave him a helpless look, then stood up and said, then I'll go make some tea. She took out her prized tea leaves. Soon, the tea was brewed. The three of them sipped tea while watching the news. The night grew deeper. President Xu checked the time and yawned. It's getting late, time to sleep. Everyone get some early rest. With that, he winked at Qin Wuyu and Meng Weiyang. Both women understood Xu Hao's meaning. Unable to refuse, they could only nod in agreement. Then they each returned to their rooms to wash up. The villa lights went out. Not long after, they lit up again. The door to Xu Hao's guest room was pushed open a crack. Meng Weiyang poked her head in and walked inside. She was dressed exactly as Xu Hao had requested, wearing a sexy bunny girl outfit. Her legs were clad in black stockings, and 2 ears adorned her head. Her appearance was incredibly alluring. Xu Hao's eyes lit up, and he praised her. Not bad, not bad. I knew you'd look best in this. Come here. He crooked his finger. Meng Weiyang's face was flushed, and her fingers fidgeted with the hem of her clothes. About half an hour later, Qin Wuyu also came to Xu Hao's room. As soon as she pushed open the door, she saw Xu Hao and Meng Weiyang together and froze on the spot. Meng Weiyang was even more mortified, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. She could only bury her head in the quilt. Qin Wuyu regained her composure and turned to leave. You two continue, I have something to do, so I'll be leaving now. However, Xu Hao was waiting for this opportunity. How could he let her leave just like that? Since you're already here, it's perfect with the three of us. Playing cards will be lively. Ding! This night was destined to be anything but peaceful. Across from the villa, in Chu Nan's rented room, he stood on the balcony looking at the opposite side. First, he saw the lights in Meng Weiyang's room turn on. A moment later, they went out. Then, the lights in Xu Hao's room came on. The same happened with Qin Wuyu's bedroom lights. Anyone would know that both women had gone to Xu Hao's room. The thought of what was happening inside made Chu Nan's face contort. Ah, Xu Hao, I'll tear you into a million pieces. Chapter 567, Good Sisters Share Blessings. I really can't take it anymore. Utterly shameful. Ding. Meng Weiyang is utterly ashamed, emotional value plus 999. Ding. Chu Nan's mentality has collapsed, emotional value plus 1001. Ding. Xu Hao raised an eyebrow. Calculating Chu Nan's remaining luck. One more time and he would have harvested almost all of it. And he had already thought about how to harvest it. That was to gather Su Leiyao, Meng Weiyang, and Victoria together. It would be strange if Chu Nan didn't go crazy then. But these were all matters for later. As expected, the lights stayed on all night again. They didn't go out until early morning. They slept straight until the afternoon. Meng Weiyang groggily opened her eyes. The scenes from last night replayed in her mind like a movie. Suddenly, she jolted awake. She realized she was still in Xu Hao's arms. If Qin Wuyu woke up, how awkward would that be? Although they were best friends and had no secrets to speak of. It still made her flustered. I need to get up quickly. Meng Weiyang quietly got up. Coincidentally, Qin Wuyu had the same idea as her. The result was that both of them sat up almost simultaneously. Face to face, staring wide-eyed at each other. For a moment, the air seemed to solidify. Xu Hao had actually woken up a long time ago. Just waiting to see this interesting scene. Both women were embarrassed and, by unspoken agreement, turned around, wanting to escape. But Xu Hao spoke at that moment. Don't be so anxious, you're all good sisters, get along well from now on. Falling into Xu Hao's embrace, Meng Weiyang was flustered. She didn't even care that Qin Wuyu was present and hurriedly cried out. Master, please spare me. There was nothing she could do, her stamina was poor. What was strange was that Qin Wuyu, like her, was a young lady of a wealthy family. How could her physical fitness be so much better than hers? Xu Hao took a look. Indeed, he couldn't continue. But what if he didn't want to let the two women go? Xu Hao's eyes darted around, and he had an idea. He took out 2 pills and handed them to Meng Weiyang. Eat them. Meng Weiyang hesitated, not daring to take them. What is this? Xu Hao looked at Qin Wuyu in his arms. You explained to her. Her worst fear had come true, and Qin Wuyu could only resign herself to fate. Life is like that, if you can't escape it, you can only enjoy it. He began to introduce Meng Weiyang. This is the body fragrance pill. After taking it, you will develop your own unique body fragrance. Meng Weiyang's eyes widened in disbelief. There's such a miraculous pill. No wonder yesterday when she was with Qin Wuyu. She smelled a fragrant scent. Qin Wuyu then introduced another pill. This is the marrow cleansing pill. After taking it, it can expel impurities from your body, improve your constitution, and make you feel completely revitalized. Meng Weiyang was shocked again. No wonder Qin Wuyu's physical quality was so much stronger than hers. It turned out to be because she had taken this pill. Having experienced it through Qin Wuyu, she had no doubts about the authenticity of the pills. Thinking that Xu Hao was willing to give her such precious pills, a warm current surged through Meng Weiyang's heart. Her perception of Xu Hao's demonic image improved. Xu Hao patted her shoulder. Eat them all. Meng Weiyang was touched. Thank you, master. As soon as she finished speaking, she remembered her best friend was present and felt extremely ashamed. She took the 2 pills to distract herself. The pills melted into a warm current that spread throughout her body as soon as they entered her mouth. Qin Wuyu quickly pulled her towards the bathroom. Half an hour later, Meng Weiyang walked out in a daze. She had looked in the mirror earlier and couldn't believe her transformation. The faintly aching places now had no pain at all. A scar she had accidentally gotten years ago had also vanished without a trace. Her skin became even smoother and more delicate. Her hair was unbelievably soft. A faint, wonderfully pleasant body fragrance emanated from her. Coming before Xu Hao, she said with a face full of gratitude. Thank you, master. This, master, carried a hint of sincerity. Xu Hao scrutinized her. A playful smile curved his lips. I don't accept verbal thanks. Give me something practical. Meng Weiyang understood Xu Hao's meaning. She felt both shy and embarrassed. Thinking that Xu Hao had even brought out such precious pills just to be with her, she couldn't refuse. She could only blush and tacitly agree. Seeing the situation, Qin Wuyu didn't want to get involved and quickly said, well, you two chat, I'll go make you some food. With that, she turned to leave. Meng Weiyang quickly reached out and grabbed her. Good sisters share blessings and hardships. You can't abandon me. Xu Hao smiled contentedly. After playing cards for a while longer, Xu Hao finally bid farewell and walked out of the villa feeling refreshed. As soon as he stepped out, he sensed a murderous gaze. He looked towards the building opposite, and met Chu Nan's eyes. Xu Hao's lips curved slightly, revealing a mocking smile. Then, he turned gracefully, got into his car, and left. Chu Nan was enraged, trembling all over, his eyes practically spitting fire. It took him a while to forcibly suppress his anger. He looked back at the villa where Meng Weiyang was. His figure flickered rapidly, and in a few leaps, he disappeared from sight. Not long after, Chu Nan arrived at the Jade Pavilion headquarters. How keen was Xu Aoshan's perception? 0 for fresh flowers. As soon as Chu Nan approached, he sensed him. His gaze was unfriendly. Didn't I tell you not to come looking for me unless it was important? Don't you know this will expose our relationship? Chu Nan immediately felt a powerful pressure surge towards him, making his breath catch. He forced himself to remain calm and said, don't worry, I shook off those tails when I came, and I deliberately avoided surveillance along the way. No one will ever find out I came to see you. Xu Aoshan was furious and couldn't help but curse. Idiot, you can think of concealing your presence, do you think Xu Hao wouldn't? His eyes were filled with the meaning of hating iron for not becoming steel. He shouldn't have told Chu Nan this address in the first place, it only brought him trouble. If it weren't for needing this guy to deal with Xu Hao, he really didn't want to bother with this good-for-nothing. Xu Aoshan calmed his emotions, then asked coldly. Tell me, what exactly do you want from me? Chu Nan's face alternated between green and pale. He was, after all, a figure in the dark world who made people tremble at his name. On weekdays, wherever he went, he was revered. He had never suffered such insults. But the Xu Aoshan in front of him was far stronger than him. Even if he was unhappy, he dared not act out. He could only grit his teeth and say, I came to ask if the killing array targeting Xu Hao can be brought forward. I can't wait another moment. Xu Aoshan frowned, sizing up Chu Nan, his tone carrying a hint of doubt. Are you about to become a god? In order to increase the chances of killing Xu Hao. Xu Aoshan had shared his experience of becoming a god with Chu Nan. But Chu Nan lowered his head, not saying a word. Xu Aoshan's frown deepened. What exactly is going on? Chu Nan hesitated for a moment, but still spoke about Xu Hao bullying Meng Weiyang and Victoria. When he mentioned Xu Hao, his eyes were filled with hatred, and his chi surged wildly. Xu Aoshan looked astonished after hearing it. Is that all? You're about to become a god, and that's your mindset. Chu Nan, however, dared not retort verbally. But he cursed inwardly. One was his childhood sweetheart, carrying Xu Hao's child. His beloved woman was threatened and trained by Xu Hao. She even served Xu Hao along with others. Even the princess who liked him became Xu Hao's slave. Who could accept that, seriously? Seeing Chu Nan's expression, Xu Aoshan snorted coldly. I have already given you the method to become a god. Before you achieve a breakthrough to godhood, I will not agree to your request. If you want to kill Xu Hao as soon as possible, then quickly comprehend the method to become a god. Chu Nan opened his mouth, wanting to try and argue again. But seeing Xu Aoshan's resolute attitude, he knew it was useless to say more, and could only sigh and give up. Looking at Chu Nan's departing back, Xu Aoshan shook his head disdainfully, useless. Chapter 568, 4 People, Let's Play Mahjong. Introducing Good Sisters. Master. Chu Nan rushed back from the Jade Pavilion headquarters. Then he fully immersed himself in comprehending the God realm. Only by achieving a breakthrough as soon as possible could he unite with Xu Aoshan to kill Xu Hao. But before he could comprehend it, he was forced to interrupt it. On this day, Meng Weiyang wanted to go out. Chu Nan had to protect her, so he could only follow behind. They arrived at a villa. Victoria was actually there to greet them. Half an hour earlier, Victoria sat on the sofa, lost in thought. Ever since Xu Hao had settled her here, he hadn't paid attention to her for several days. Although this place was better than the basement or the car, it was no different from a bird in a cage. Am I going to stay like this forever? Victoria asked herself. She had also thought about escaping. But every time that thought arose, she remembered Xu Hao's ruthless methods, which sent shivers down her spine. What if his people were monitoring her surroundings? If she ran, wouldn't she be seeking her own death? In fact, Xu Hao did have people secretly monitoring her. All of his women had people he arranged. Of course, it was both monitoring and protection. The sound of a car broke her thoughts. She perked up, quickly got up, and walked quickly to the door. She saw Xu Hao getting out of the car. Victoria felt a mix of emotions. There was joy that Xu Hao had come to see her, but also some fear due to the previous training. With a nervous heart, she went up to greet him. Master. Xu Hao asked aloud. How is your stay here? Victoria lowered her head. It's fine, it's just a bit lonely by myself. Xu Hao smiled and said. Lonely, huh? I found you a companion. He turned his head to look behind him. Victoria followed his gaze. Her eyes widened instantly. Her personal bodyguard, Catherine, was walking towards her. Your Highness. Catherine came closer and respectfully called out. Catherine. Victoria was both surprised and delighted. She quickly went forward and carefully examined Catherine. After confirming that she was safe and sound, a heavy weight finally lifted from her heart. She had originally planned to ask Xu Hao to return Catherine when the time was right. She didn't expect Xu Hao to send her back. Master, thank you. Victoria said sincerely. Xu Hao smiled meaningfully. Catherine had gone to treat her injuries after he subdued her. Now she was fully recovered. It was time to send her back. Xu Hao didn't intend to keep her by his side. He already had many experts by his side, one more wouldn't make much difference. It would be better to keep her by Victoria's side. To act as a monitor. When Victoria returned to her country, she would assist her in controlling the entire nation. He would have one more country under his control from behind the scenes. You already call me master, so why thank me? Just show good performance as repayment in the future. Thinking of the performance Xu Hao mentioned, Victoria couldn't help but blush. As if remembering something, Xu Hao spoke. 2 guests will be arriving shortly, go to the door to greet them. I'll introduce you to 2 good sisters. Victoria's heart tightened. She immediately understood that the so-called good sisters were Xu Hao's women. She was a little nervous. Not daring to delay, she went to the door to welcome them. Just then, a car drove up. The car door opened, and Meng Weiyang stepped out of the car. Victoria smiled and walked forward, politely introducing herself. Hello, my name is Victoria, and I am the Princess of Holland. Meng Weiyang also smiled in response. Hello, my name is Meng Weiyang. Hearing this name, Victoria was surprised. You are Meng Weiyang. She remembered when Catherine investigated Chu Nan. She mentioned this Meng Weiyang. She was someone Chu Nan protected. She also became Xu Hao's woman. The sister Xu Hao wanted to introduce to her was actually her. Meng Weiyang was puzzled. What's wrong? Victoria quickly waved her hand. No, nothing, I just heard my master mention you. Meng Weiyang heard her call Xu Hao, master. It seemed she also had the same relationship as her. Her heart couldn't help but feel uneasy. What did Xu Hao want to do by calling them together? Was he going to play cards again like last time? Fortunately, she had experienced it with her best friend Qin Wuyu, so she wasn't as scared. Victoria warmly invited her. Let's go inside and talk. Chu Nan arrived and saw this scene. His pupils contracted. How did Meng Weiyang meet Victoria? He sensed Xu Hao's qi in the villa. What exactly was Xu Hao up to? Chu Nan frowned, having a bad premonition. A moment later, a car approached from a distance, slowly stopping at the villa entrance. The car door opened. He looked closely and saw it was Su Leiyao, who was now heavily pregnant. Victoria warmly went forward to greet her. She introduced herself with a beaming smile. Hello, I am Victoria, welcome. Su Leiyao returned a smile, and the two had a brief conversation. Her gaze fell on Su Leiyao's abdomen, and Victoria asked curiously. How old is the baby? Su Leiyao gently stroked her belly. It's already over 5 months. Victoria was surprised, yet also a little worried. She recalled her time with Xu Hao. They hadn't taken any protective measures. She couldn't help but worry if she would also become pregnant. She was a princess. If she returned with a big belly, it would damage the royal family's reputation. She shook her head, not wanting to think too much, and welcomed Su Leiyao into the villa. Chu Nan's bad premonition grew stronger. These 3 women, more or less, were all related to him. What did Xu Hao want to do by gathering them together? Meanwhile, Su Leiyao followed Victoria into the villa. She immediately saw Meng Weiyang. Victoria smiled and introduced the two. This is elder sister Meng Weiyang, and this is elder sister Su Leiyao. Regarding their relationship, the 3 women understood implicitly and greeted each other amicably. Su Leiyao had known for a long time that Xu Hao had other women. But she didn't care at all. Because she already loved Xu Hao deeply. As long as she could be by his side, she would be content. Moreover, Xu Hao's strength was fiefin. It was difficult for her alone to bear, so it was understandable to have a few more sisters to share the burden. The 3 women looked at Xu Hao in unison. It was Xu Hao who had asked them to come here, saying he would introduce them to sisters. Xu Hao smiled and said, It's nothing else, I just called you all to have a meal together and get to know each other. Then he took out the vegetables he had grown in the small world. He asked them to cook dinner with these fresh ingredients. Su Leiyao marveled at the tenderness of the vegetables. Wow, these vegetables look so fresh. Just kidding. These were ripened by him in the small world. Not only were they fresh, but they also contained spiritual qi. Eating them would greatly benefit the body. The 3 women went to the kitchen together to prepare dinner. Meng Weiyang saw Su Leiyao with her big belly and said, Leiyao elder sister, you're pregnant, you should rest. Victoria and I can do it. Su Leiyao, however, insisted on helping. It's fine, I'll just be a helper, I'm not that delicate. In the kitchen, the 3 women divided the work. Washing vegetables, cutting vegetables, stir-frying. Before long, a meal was ready. The relationship between the 3 women gradually became closer while cooking together. Xu Hao looked at the table full of delicacies and took out a bottle of wine. It's a rare gathering today, let's have a drink together. Meng Weiyang was a little worried. It's fine for us to drink, but Leiyao elder sister is pregnant, I'm afraid it might be bad for her body. Xu Hao waved his hand and said, Don't worry, this wine is not only harmless, but it's also beneficial for the fetus and the pregnant woman. This was fruit wine drawn from the system. Su Leiyao had witnessed Xu Hao's marvels, and he had even brought her into cultivation, so she believed Xu Hao would not harm her. At the dining table, everyone raised their glasses and drank together, the atmosphere harmonious. When they were slightly tipsy, Xu Hao put away the alcohol. Enough, don't be greedy. After the meal, Xu Hao moved the hot spring pool from the small world to the villa and invited the 3 women to bathe together. Come on, let's go soak in the hot spring and relax. Although the 3 women were shy, they did not refuse. They joined Xu Hao in enjoying the hot spring. 1.6. After the hot spring, night had fallen. Of course, a game of mahjong for entertainment was inevitable. Chu Nan remained lurking in the shadows. His gaze was like a torch, fixed on the villa. His eyes were filled with anger and hatred. He finally understood that Xu Hao was deliberately humiliating him, making him watch his beloved woman being toyed with in the palm of his hand, yet powerless to do anything. Chu Nan's hatred distorted his face. Just as he was consumed by rage, a flash of inspiration struck him, and a surge of power welled up within his body. With the help of the advancement secret technique provided by Xu Hao, he actually broke through to the god realm in one fell swoop. Chu Nan came back to his senses, also surprised by his own breakthrough. However, after the breakthrough, he gradually calmed down. Xu Hao was too strange. Even if he broke through, he was not Xu Hao's opponent. To deal with Xu Hao, Xu Hao still had to make a move. Now that he had broken through, he could also find Xu Hao and act against Xu Hao ahead of time. He would just endure this last day. Chu Nan took a deep look at the villa, a hint of determination flashed in his eyes, and then his figure flickered and he quietly left. He prepared to discuss matters of dealing with Xu Hao with Xu Hao. Chapter 569. I treated you as my Zhao Linger, but you treated me as my mother. Cheap Linger. 2 days had passed since playing mahjong with Meng Weiyang, Victoria, and Su Leiyao. On this day, Wen Jince was invited to be a guest at the Xu family. The living room was spacious and bright. Wen Jince, Xu Huai, Xu Shiqing, and Xu Qingxie sat together, chatting and laughing, the atmosphere harmonious. Xu Hao also didn't go to the company, sitting nearby, sipping tea and watching TV. Occasionally interjecting a few words, appearing exceptionally leisurely. Xu Huai suddenly leaned over and said slyly, "Father, we want candy." Xu Hao pretended not to hear. "I know you still have candy, hurry up and take it out. Just now I boasted to Jince that the candy you gave is unique, hurry up and take it out so I can show her." Xu Hao raised an eyebrow. "You girl, why are you at it again? Didn't I already give it to you last time?" Xu Huai persisted, shaking Xu Hao's arm and acting spoiled. "Father, just give it to me, it's not like I want to eat it, I'm giving it to Jince. Please, father is the best." Xu Hao was so pestered he had no choice. He had to grab a handful of candies. Xu Huai happily took them. Her eyes narrowed into slits from smiling. "Thank you, father, father is the best." After speaking, she gave him a loud kiss. Then she skipped to Wen Jince's front. "Jince, here, have some candy, this is from father, it's so delicious 080. Wen Jince looked down and saw that they were popping candy and ice fire candy. Some embarrassing memories instantly surfaced in her mind. Her cheeks flushed, and her heart beat faster. "Jince." Xu Huai saw her in a daze and waved her hand in front of her. "What's wrong? Don't you like these candies? I'm telling you, don't think I'm childish, they're really delicious." Wen Jince came back to her senses and quickly shook her head, saying, "No, nothing, thank you, elder sister Huai." She took the candies, forced a smile, but felt a little guilty inside. She already knew how delicious they were. Xu Huai waved her hand and said casually, "Oh, your father's goddaughter, which means you're our Zhao Linger, no need to be so polite. We're family, just say whatever you need." Wen Jince's heart was complex. She secretly glanced at Xu Hao. Seeing him leisurely drinking tea, not noticing their conversation, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, according to her relationship with Xu Hao, the Xu Huai in front of her could be considered her cheap Linger. If Xu Huai knew, "I treat you as my Zhao Linger, but you want to be my mother," Wen Jince would be too ashamed to face anyone. At this moment, Xu Hongzhuang suddenly spoke up and asked, "Jince, I heard you recently took on a big project, is the progress going smoothly?" Wen Jince replied, It's going quite smoothly. Although there are some minor issues, overall, it's proceeding as planned." Xu Hongzhuang nodded and smiled. "That's good, it's truly admirable that you, at such a young age, can manage the company so well. In the future, if there's an opportunity, we sisters can also communicate more, and maybe even cooperate." Xu Shiqing also interjected. "That's right, Jince, come visit us often from now on. Our sisters usually don't have much to do, so it's a good opportunity to chat and pass the time together." Wen Jince smiled, but her heart was pounding a little. The Xu family sisters were all very enthusiastic towards her. However, due to her relationship with Xu Hao, she always felt there was a barrier. The atmosphere in the living room was warm, everyone was talking and laughing, as intimate as a family. Just then, the doorbell rang, breaking the atmosphere in the living room. "Who is it?" Xu Shiqing wondered, getting up to open the door. As soon as the door opened, Xu Aoshan's figure appeared at the doorway. Seeing Xu Shiqing, he immediately smiled. Shiqing elder sister, long time no see. Xu Shiqing was stunned for a moment, then her face turned cold. What are you doing here? Xu Aoshan felt uncomfortable under her cold gaze. I came back to see my sisters, he said awkwardly and walked into the living room. Seeing all his elder sisters, Xu Aoshan greeted them. Hongzhuang elder sister, Qingshan elder sister. When he saw Wen Jin's, his pupils involuntarily constricted. She was even more beautiful than when he last saw her. Her skin was fair, and there was a touch of mature charm in her eyes. It was not difficult to imagine that this was the result of being with Xu Hao. Thinking of this, Xu Aoshan's fists involuntarily clenched, his nails digging into his palms. He really wanted to tell the sisters about Xu Hao's ugly face. Saying he adopted Wen Jin's as his linger. Is that how you do it? However, Xu Aoshan also thought of Xu Hao's threat. If he pushed him too hard, he would really harm the sisters, so he finally decided to endure it. Wen Jin's also felt a surge of nervousness when she saw him. Xu Aoshan knew about her and Xu Hao's affair. If he blurted it out, it would be over. Although Xu Hao had told her that he had resolved it and Xu Aoshan wouldn't reveal it. But she was still worried. Fortunately, Xu Aoshan really didn't say anything. What are you doing here? You're not welcome here, get back to where you came from. Xu Wei said unceremoniously. She hadn't forgotten that Xu Aoshan once tried to harm their father. Xu Aoshan looked embarrassed and said, I'm going abroad to purchase goods tomorrow, so I wanted to come and say goodbye to you all, and also ask if there's anything you need that I can bring back from abroad. We don't need anything. There was no warmth in Xu Shiqing's tone. Xu Aoshan was left awkward in place. For a moment, he didn't know how to respond. Xu Hao pretended to mediate. Don't be like that, Aoshan has finally come back, come and have some tea together, the food will be ready soon. Xu Aoshan secretly cursed him for being hypocritical. He wished he could expose his true colors immediately. But thinking of tomorrow's plan, he suppressed his anger, sat down on the sofa with a sullen face. Xu Wei was indignant and glared at him. What kind of attitude is that? Father kindly invited you, and you're still sulking. Xu Hao smiled, picked up the teapot, and prepared to pour tea. But he found that the teapot was empty. He turned to Wen Jin's and said, Jin's, the tea is gone, please brew a pot. Wen Jin's responded. She got up and walked to the coffee table, beginning to brew tea. Her movements were skillful, her fingers gently picking up the tea leaves and placing them into the teapot. Xu Hao's gaze shifted. At this moment, Xu Aoshan was sitting opposite him, and Wen Jin's was sitting right next to him, very close. An idea immediately arose in his mind. So he reached out his hand and placed it on Wen Jin's leg. Wen Jin stiffened, her hand trembled, and she almost knocked over the teapot. How dare Xu Hao do that? This was at home. Xu Hao's wife and several lingers were all there, what if they found out? Wen Jin's heart raced, but she dared not show any abnormality. She could only sit upright, seriously brewing tea. She just managed to avoid the gaze of the lingers. She definitely couldn't avoid Xu Aoshan, though. Xu Hao didn't intend to avoid him either. Ding Wen Jin's heart rate increased, emotional value plus 888. Ding Xu Aoshan was furious, emotional value plus 1000. Ding. Xu Aoshan witnessed this scene. His heart tightened suddenly. Xu Hao was definitely doing this on purpose. Intentionally bullying Wen Jin's in front of him. This was blatant provocation. He really wanted the sisters to see what kind of person their good father truly was. Whether Xu Hao was truly good to them. He had recognized Wen Jin's as his linger. But then he remembered Xu Hao's threat. He could only grudgingly endure it. A smile played on Xu Hao's lips. He asked with a smile. Aoshan, how has Emerald Pavilion been doing recently? Have you encountered any difficulties? Xu Aoshan suppressed his anger and replied coldly. It's all right, it's just that the supply of emerald raw materials is a bit insufficient. I plan to go abroad to purchase some goods tomorrow. That's good. Xu Hao nodded, continuing to feign concern. Be careful when you go abroad for purchases. If you need any help, just say so. Xu Aoshan was too lazy to respond. After a series of dazzling maneuvers, the aroma of tea gradually filled the air. Wen Jin's finally finished brewing the tea and quickly poured a cup for Xu Hao. She wanted to escape this situation quickly. However, Xu Hao had no intention of letting her go and stopped her. Jinx, I also have something to ask you. When Jinx, helpless, could only sit down again. Xu Hao's hand remained on her leg. Has the company encountered any difficulties recently? If you run into trouble, remember to tell me, don't try to shoulder it alone. When Jinx kept her head down, enduring and answering Xu Hao's questions. Chapter 570. When Jinx has already made her move, so what about the Linger serving together? Before long, a fragrant aroma wafted from the kitchen, signaling that the meal was ready. Plates of dishes were brought to the table. Aoshin, the food is ready, let's eat together. Xu Hao called out. Aoshin had originally intended to leave. But thinking of his plan, he still bit the bullet and stayed. Xu Huai glanced at Aoshin. She said in a sarcastic tone. Some people are so thick-skinned, how can they be so shameless? It's truly disgusting. He didn't admit to doing bad things before, and he still has the nerve to sit here and eat. He has no self-awareness whatsoever. Xu Shiqing patted Xu Huai's hand, signaling her not to speak too loudly. But she also didn't give Xu Aoshin a good look. Xu Aoshin's face flushed with awkwardness. He pretended not to hear and sat down at the dining table. However, as soon as he sat down, the sisters around him all moved their chairs away. As if he were some terrifying monster to be avoided. Even Xiao Wanzher frowned her small caterpillar brows, pouted, and said in a childish voice. Bad person, leave my house. She was very smart for her young age. She knew this was a bad person who wanted to harm her father. Su Wancho quickly hugged her, covering Linger's mouth. She apologized to Xu Aoshin. Aoshin, I'm sorry, the child doesn't understand, please don't take it to heart. Xu Aoshin forced a strained smile. The atmosphere at the dining table was exceptionally awkward, resulting in two separate tables. Only Xu Hao, Su Wancho, and Wen Jinx were willing to sit at his table. However, they were all seated at different positions, far apart. Wen Jinx had no choice, as Xu Hao had insisted she sit at his table. But what relieved her was that, fortunately, she was sitting opposite Xu Hao, so he couldn't make a move on her. However, she was still too naive. He couldn't use his hands, but he could use his feet. Wen Jinx felt a foot under the table touch her calf. And it even seemed to be moving upwards. Wen Jinx tensed up all over. Especially now that she was at the same table as Su Wancho, at such close proximity, it would be very easy to be discovered. It was time to test her endurance. Whether Su Wancho noticed or not, she didn't know. But Xu Aoshin noticed it immediately. His peripheral vision caught Xu Hao's subtle movements. He was seething with anger. He wouldn't even let him eat without tormenting him. He wished he could flip the table and give Xu Hao a good beating. But he knew he couldn't do that. For tomorrow's plan, he had to endure it. Under this suffocating feeling, Xu Aoshin didn't eat much, only a few mouthfuls of rice in front of him. Dinner ended with Xu Aoshin and Wen Jinx's torment. Wen Jinx breathed a sigh of relief. She secretly glanced at Su Wancho. Seeing that she wasn't paying attention to her, she secretly let out a breath. It was good that she hadn't noticed. Xu Aoshin stood up to take his leave. I have to get up early tomorrow to go abroad, so I'll head back first. Xu Hao wore that hypocritical smile on his face. Okay, be careful on the way. Xu Aoshin turned and left. He hadn't gone far when he heard Xu Huai's voice from behind him. He's finally gone. I feel like the air is much fresher. Xu Aoshin's mouth twitched. What kind of impression did he have in the sisters' hearts? He didn't blame the sisters for disliking and despising him. He only blamed Xu Hao. Because of Xu Hao's sowing discord, their sibling relationship became strained. Xu Aoshin clenched his fists. Xu Hao, you just wait. Tomorrow will be your death day. After Xu Aoshin left, the atmosphere in the living room became much more relaxed. Wen Jinx also stood up and said, Thank you, sisters, for your hospitality. I should head back now. Xu Huai immediately tried to persuade her to stay. Jinx, don't be in such a hurry to leave. You're also part of our family. Later, I'll show you our new home. That's a secret of our Xu family that we never tell outsiders. Of course, you're not an outsider. Xu Shiqing also smiled and agreed. That's right, that place is a wonderland, you'll definitely love it. Although Wen Jinx was a bit curious, she was more afraid of Xu Hao's unpredictable actions. She shook her head and forced a smile. Let's do it another day. Company matters are quite urgent, and I need to go back and handle them quickly. At this moment, Xu Hao also spoke. Jinx, whatever company matters you have, tell me, and I'll handle them for you. The sisters immediately cheered. Jinx, Godfather has spoken, so please stay. Unable to resist the sisters' enthusiasm, Wen Jinx reluctantly nodded and agreed to stay. The night gradually deepened. It was time to sleep. Xu Shiqing held Wen Jinx's hand and stood before Xu Hao. Wen Jinx felt puzzled. Just now, Shiqing said she would show her the new home. But where was this new home? Why was everyone looking at Xu Hao? However, seeing the expressions on the sisters' faces, she couldn't help but be influenced and grew curious. Jinx, don't be scared later, okay? Xu Shiqing whispered mysteriously into her ear. Wen Jinx blinked. Before she could ask for clarification, she saw Xu Hao raise his hand and wave. In an instant, a gate of light appeared out of thin air. Wen Jinx's eyes widened, looking at the scene before her in disbelief. Is this magic? Or an illusion? Immediately after, the sisters entered one after another. Let's go, Jinx. Xu Shiqing pulled her hand and stepped into the gate of light without hesitation. Wen Jinx only felt a blur before her eyes. Her body seemed to be enveloped by a warm force. When she opened her eyes again, the sight before her stunned her. Under the brilliant starry sky, a wonderland-like world unfolded before her. Zero for fresh flowers. Flowers, plants, and trees were neatly arranged, pavilions and towers were scattered in an orderly fashion, and the air was filled with a fresh floral fragrance. Every breath could make one feel refreshed. Wen Jinx stood rooted to the spot, unable to recover for a long time, as if in a dream. How is it? Beautiful, right? Xu Shiqing smiled triumphantly. She pulled her and began to tour the surroundings. In the clear pond, various fish swam happily, and the fountain's water sparkled with silver light under the moonlight. The distant waterfall cascaded down like a Milky Way. It was as if the Milky Way had fallen from the 9 heavens. This was arranged by Xu Hao using a formation. He wanted to transform the small world into a wonderland. Only then would his Linger live here. Wen Jinx couldn't help but touch the cool water spray, feeling the real yet ethereal beauty. This place, where is this? Wen Jinx finally couldn't help but ask. This is Godfather's small world. Xu Shiqing explained with a smile. It's a world exclusively for our Xu family. Wen Jinx was completely confused. After touring around and discovering that there was only 1,000 square meters of space, surrounded by mist, Wen Jinx finally confirmed. They were no longer on Blue Star, they had entered another world. Oh my goodness. How was this done? Godfather is too amazing, isn't he? After the tour, everyone returned to their rooms to rest. Wen Jinx lay on the bed, her mind constantly replaying everything she had just seen, unable to fall asleep for a long time. Meanwhile, in the master bedroom, Xu Hao pulled Su Wancho into his arms. Su Wancho struggled a bit and said, Hao Jie, you should go to Jinx. Don't let her wait too long. Xu Hao raised an eyebrow. You know already. Su Wancho rolled her eyes. During dinner, Jinx was so nervous she was sweating. If I couldn't tell, I'd be a fool. Xu Hao chuckled, not denying it. You're not jealous. Su Wancho sighed, helplessly saying, You have so many women. If I were jealous of every one of them, I'd turn into a vinegar jar. She paused, then looked up at Xu Hao and said, However, you still need to be careful not to let Linger discover it. Xu Hao's tone was relaxed. Don't worry. A hint of slyness suddenly flashed in Su Wancho's eyes. Do you want me to find an opportunity to pull her in to serve you together? Xu Hao said playfully. Then I'll wait for your good news. Su Wancho playfully punched him. You wish. After a while of intimacy, Xu Hao got up and left the room. He wouldn't miss a chance to harvest emotional value. Looking at his retreating back, Su Wancho's eyes were complex. Xu Hao had even laid hands on Wen Jinx. What about Xu Qingshan and the others? Chapter 571, Dual Phoenixes Soar. Unstoppable. Full throttle. Irresistible. The next morning, after breakfast, Wen Jinx fled in shame. The women of the Xu family also got busy with their own affairs. Xu Hao, meanwhile, headed to the company. As the car drove into Xu's group, Hong Chengwei opened the car door. Just as Xu Hao got out, a whooshing sound came. It was so fast that even Hong Chengwei didn't react. However, Xu Hao seemed to have anticipated it, easily catching it in his hand. It was a letter. Opening the envelope, there were only a few short sentences inside. If you don't want your family to be in danger and your business empire to collapse, come to the unfinished building in the eastern suburbs at 10 p.m. Divine power and killing intent were attached to it, indicating the opponent's strength. The killing intent was full of threats, not just empty words. Xu Hao scoffed after reading it. Is this the trick Chu Nan and that rebellious son cooked up? Although he didn't take them seriously, Xu Hao still planned to go and see. He believed that with the rebellious son around, Chu Nan wouldn't harm his linger, but his other women might not be so lucky. It wouldn't be worth it if it truly damaged the company's interests. Power beyond control still needed to be eliminated as soon as possible. The reason he hadn't acted yet was because Xu Hao also considered the personalities of Chu Nan and Xu Aoshan. After all, both were protagonists of the righteous path. No matter what, they wouldn't do anything insane. They had to maintain a glorious and righteous image. If they were protagonists of the evil path, he would have eliminated them long ago, refining them in an instant. Even if the protagonists were to attack his women, with the means he had arranged, they could be stalled for a moment. By then, he, having sensed it, would have enough time to arrive. Xu Hao looked at Hong Changwei and said, "Come with me tonight." Hong Changwei was still a bit dazed, not having fully recovered, with a hint of complexity in her eyes. "Master, I want to cultivate." This letter gave her a considerable blow. As Xu Hao's personal bodyguard, she hadn't even been able to detect the other party's presence. A piece of paper could easily take her life. This was a disgrace. She had to improve her strength. What else could Xu Hao say? Of course, he would satisfy her. He brought her to the president's office. Soon after, Secretary Ji Feishui came to report on work, and naturally, a game of cards was unavoidable. In the afternoon, Xu Hao went to Xu Qingshan's research lab. Xu Qingshan was focused on manipulating a precise instrument. Seeing Xu Hao enter, she looked up and smiled. "Father, why are you here?" "To see you. Research is important, but cultivation cannot be neglected either." Xu Hao walked over to her side. Xu Qingshan was a bit shy, her face flushed. Fortunately, she had already cultivated a few times. She didn't refuse. Putting down her work, she followed Xu Hao to the nearby lounge. The two sat cross-legged, palms facing each other, and Xu Hao began to guide her in cultivation. Soul cultivation was indeed fast. After an afternoon of cultivation, the spiritual power in Xu Qingshan's body had noticeably increased. In the evening, Xu Hao went to Meng Weiyang and Qin Wuyu's villa. The two women had already prepared dinner. Seeing Xu Hao arrive, they immediately went to greet him. Chu Nan, in the building across the street, had a livid expression. He hadn't expected that even after sending a challenge letter, Xu Hao still had the leisure to play with women. He clearly didn't take him seriously at all. He really wanted to rush to Xu Hao's face and deal with him immediately. However, thinking about the letter he had thrown with all his might that morning, which Xu Hao had easily caught, Chu Nan still held back. His feeling was correct. Even after breaking through to the God realm, he was no match for Xu Hao. He could only rely on Xu Aoshan to act. The dining table was filled with exquisite dishes. The three sat down and began to enjoy dinner. Under Xu Hao's guidance, the two women, who were already best friends, had now completely accepted each other and become even closer sisters. There was nothing they could do if they didn't accept. They simply couldn't resist Xu Hao. However, it was still a bit unnatural. "Hao Zhe, try this beef." Meng Weiyang spent a whole day learning to make it, putting in a lot of effort. It was Qin Wuyu who adapted first, serving Xu Hao a dish. "Is that so?" Just as she was about to put it in his bowl, Xu Hao opened his mouth. Qin Wuyu immediately understood that he wanted her to feed him. She had fed Xu Hao before, but doing it in front of her best friend made her a bit embarrassed. Suppressing her shyness, she put the beef into Xu Hao's mouth. Xu Hao savored it carefully, nodding in satisfaction. "It tastes good. Meng Weiyang, you worked hard." His gaze then turned to Meng Weiyang beside him. His tone carried a hint of teasing. "Meng Weiyang, look how enthusiastic Wuyu is, shouldn't you also show some?" Meng Weiyang's heart tightened. Recalling the fear of being dominated by Xu Hao, she dared not hesitate for a moment. She quickly picked up a dish. "Hao Zhe, this is abalone made by Wuyu, try it." She introduced it as she served it to Xu Hao. Xu Hao still waited with an open mouth. Meng Weiyang fed the dish into his mouth. After tasting it, Xu Hao also praised it. "It's very delicious, both of your cooking skills are excellent." I'll be blessed with good food from now on. Saying that, he reached out and pulled the two women, who were not far away, into his embrace, smiling. You good sisters must get along well. Held in Xu Hao's arms, Qin Wuyu and Meng Weiyang were close to each other, both a little shy. Xu Hao continued to eat nonchalantly, holding both women, constantly teasing them. At the same time, Chu Nan, in the building across the street, saw this scene through the window. Seeing Xu Hao with both women in his arms, his fists clenched, and he was consumed by rage. What angered Chu Nan even more was that after dinner, Xu Hao actually got up and drew the curtains. What he was going to do was self-evident. Immediately, another surge of qi rushed up. Ding Chu Nan's rage soared to the heavens, emotional value plus 1001. To end this card game early, Xu Hao went all out, making it impossible for anyone to resist. He finally finished by 9:30 p.m. Xu Hao said to the two weakened women, "You two rest well at home, I have something to do outside, I'll be back later." After tidying up, he calmly left the house. He headed to the unfinished building in the eastern suburbs. Meanwhile, in the building across the street, Chu Nan saw Xu Hao's car drive out of the villa, and his bloodshot eyes lit up. A ferocious expression appeared on his face. "Xu Hao, your death is here." He used his movement technique, his figure like a ghost, following behind Xu Hao's car. It was exactly 10 o'clock, the agreed time. The car stopped precisely in front of the unfinished building. Previously, a real estate company's capital chain broke, making it impossible to continue the project, and eventually the company went bankrupt and fled. Leaving behind this unfinished building, weeds grew everywhere, and from time to time, the barks of wild dogs could be heard, sending chills down one's spine. Xu Hao got out of the car, his eyes flashed, and he activated his perspective ability. His gaze penetrated the dilapidated walls. He saw Xu Aoshan hidden within. Xu Aoshan thought that by concealing his aura, Xu Hao wouldn't be able to detect his presence. Still too naive, Xu Hao smiled and walked in. Red Rose followed without hesitation. With Xu Hao there, she had nothing to fear. That's how secure she felt. As the two walked into the unfinished building, Chu Nan also followed. He concealed his aura, sneaking around, wanting to launch a sneak attack on Xu Hao. However, Xu Hao suddenly stopped, turned around, and immediately locked onto him, a half-smile on his face. "Xiao Chu, it must have been hard for you to follow me all this way." Chu Nan was startled. He was so careful, yet he was still discovered. But then he thought, Xu Hao had already arrived here, and tonight was his death date. Being discovered was no big deal. So he no longer hid and revealed himself. His reddened eyes glared at Xu Hao. "Xu Hao, you have bullied me so much, today is your death date." "How did I bully you?" Xu Hao looked innocent. Then, as if remembering something, a playful expression appeared on his face. "Oh, are you talking about Su Leiyao, Meng Weiyang, and Victoria? I have to say, they are all top-notch, each with their own unique charm, making me unable to stop. Liao is already pregnant with my child, and let me tell you, they're twins. But don't worry, I always treat everyone equally, I'll make sure Meng Weiyang and Victoria also get pregnant in the future. Oh right, I was still with Meng Weiyang when I came over. It was a buy one get one free deal, including her best friend. The feeling of two phoenix flying together is wonderful. Didn't you see it from across the street? Maybe, after tonight, they'll get pregnant." That's right, Xu Hao was deliberately humiliating him. Just now, he looked at the top of Chu Nan's head. His luck was already running out. But he still had to squeeze out his last bit of value. Ding Chu Nan's mind was damaged, emotional value plus 1001. Xu Hao's words were like sharp blades, piercing Chu Nan's heart. Chu Nan trembled all over, veins bulging on his forehead, staring at Xu Hao, gasping for breath. Finally, he let out a roar of anger and erupted. "Go to hell." His figure flashed like lightning towards Xu Hao, wielding a machete straight for Xu Hao's throat. To kill Xu Hao, he was fully prepared. Swish! A single strike pierced Xu Hao's throat. But Chu Nan wasn't happy, instead, his emotions surged. Because he had only stabbed an afterimage. Xu Hao had dodged. How can he be so fast? One must know, Xu Hao was only at the Emperor Realm peak, not yet at the God Realm. It was one thing for him to be faster than him. He hadn't even caught Xu Hao's trajectory. Although he had experienced Xu Hao's bizarre movement technique before. At this moment, he was still too shocked to speak. He couldn't help but wonder. Can Xu Hao really kill Xu Hao? Xu Hao, who was secretly observing all of this, also frowned. He likewise hadn't seen Xu Hao's movement trajectory just now. It was as if he had teleported from his original spot to another place. But how was that possible? Where in the world were such superpowers? Chu Nan hadn't recovered from his shock yet. Xu Hao's mocking voice rang out. Is that all? You still want to kill me? Who gave you such confidence? Chu Nan suddenly turned his head and saw Xu Hao with a playful expression. As if looking at a jumping clown. Hong Changwei had already consciously moved to the side after entering the unfinished building. She couldn't help 180 much at the moment. But she couldn't drag him down either. Chu Nan was completely enraged by Xu Hao, fumes rising from his 7 orifices. He rushed towards Xu Hao recklessly. His speed was faster than before. Carrying a desperate aura of going forward without hesitation. Xu Hao did not dodge this time. There were many ways to deal with Chu Nan. He chose the most humiliating method. Slowly extending a hand, he activated his ability to control metal, transforming his hand into hard metal. He firmly gripped Chu Nan's blade. Clang! With a crisp sound, the blade collided with the metal palm, stirring up a ripple. The glass of the surrounding unfinished buildings shattered as the ripple swept over them. Even though red rose covered her ears, she was still a bit uncomfortable from the shock of this power. What? Chu Nan was stunned. He looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. His full power strike was easily received by Xu Hao with one hand. Logically, with the divine power's blessing, it should have been unstoppable. But he encountered Xu Hao. First, he used his ability to transform his hand into hard metal. Then, he infused strength exceeding that of an ordinary Emperor Realm Peak into his hand to achieve this. Xu Hao said disdainfully. Is this all you've got? So what if you break through to the God Realm? In front of me, you're still no different from trash. And you still boast about wanting to kill me, overestimating yourself. After speaking, he immediately teleported, appearing beside Chu Nan in the blink of an eye. Chu Nan suffered a severe blow and had no reaction, being kicked flying. He flew out like a cannonball, smashing through more than a dozen walls before stopping. The force was still raging within his body. Chu Nan quickly circulated divine power to expel it from his body. At this moment, he happened to land on the ground. Under the burst of force, he smashed a large pit with a diameter of 20-odd meters. Dust flew and broken stones splattered. Chu Nan vomited large mouthfuls of blood, lying lifelessly in the pit, utterly disheartened. The physical injuries were minor. The main thing was the mental blow. He originally thought that after the breakthrough, even if he wasn't Xu Hao's opponent, he could still fight a few rounds. He didn't expect to be so easily defeated. This was still the result of Xu Hao holding back. His abilities were not limited to these two. Considering that Xu Hao was still watching in the dark, Xu Hao just didn't use them. Otherwise, after a combo, Chu Nan would have been deader than dead. At this moment, in Xu Hao's eyes, the luck above Chu Nan's head completely disappeared. The leaks were cut, and he could enter his Renhuang banner. Xu Hao also walked out at the opportune moment. Chapter 572, Setting a Trap for the Rebellious Son. Naked Threat. You don't want. In the dim unfinished building, moonlight streamed down, casting mottled light and shadow. Chu Nan lay in a huge pit, his eyes hollow and lifeless. Like a dead dog, Xu Hao hid in the dark, witnessing all this, and couldn't help but be shocked. Although Chu Nan had just broken through to the God Realm not long ago, he was a God Realm expert after all, not someone an Emperor Realm could easily provoke. However, Xu Hao, with Emperor Realm strength, bare-handedly received Chu Nan's full power strike, and even sent him flying with one move. This kind of strength was simply incredible. How did Xu Hao do it? Xu Hao's brows were tightly furrowed. He could also do this. But Xu Hao was only at the Emperor Realm peak. How could he have such terrifying strength? And that speed, which could be called teleportation, was incredibly fast. There must be something strange. But what was it? Xu Hao couldn't figure it out. Useless. Seeing Chu Nan being sent flying and having lost all fighting spirit, Xu Hao cursed inwardly. He had originally planned to let Chu Nan make a move to test Xu Hao's bottom line. And then personally deal with Xu Hao. He didn't expect Chu Nan to be so useless. Forcing him to act in advance. Clap, clap, clap. A sudden round of applause echoed in the silent unfinished building. Breaking the dead silence, Xu Hao looked in the direction of the sound. Only to see Xu Aoshan clapping his hands and walking out of the shadows. He was dressed in a black tight-fitting suit, his face covered, revealing only a pair of cold eyes. To prevent any accidents, Xu Aoshan had deliberately altered his voice, producing a low and hoarse sound. Excellent, truly excellent. Xu Aoshan slowly approached, his tone carrying a hint of mockery. An Emperor Realm expert taking a full power blow from a God Realm expert with bare hands, it truly opened my eyes. I never expected that the esteemed president of Xu's group would hide so deeply. Xu Hao raised an eyebrow. He had long anticipated that Xu Aoshan would make a move. While dealing with Chu Nan, he had always kept a part of his mind vigilant, to prevent Xu Aoshan from ambushing him or harming Hong Changwei. He didn't expect him to be so straightforward. It made sense, Xu Aoshan was known as the war god, disdaining such tactics. Simply put, it was showing off. Thinking that he was capable enough to deal with Xu Hao. 147. This was because he hadn't experienced Xu Hao's brutal beatings. Aoshan, it seems you're still not confident in yourself. Xu Hao said with a smile. If you were truly confident in killing me, why would you hide your face? Xu Aoshan was startled. He didn't expect Xu Hao to recognize him at a glance. But it didn't matter. Anyway, Xu Hao was bound to die tonight. He admitted it directly. You're already a dead man anyway, you're not qualified to see my true face. Swish. As soon as Xu Aoshan finished speaking, Xu Hao's figure suddenly vanished. The next second, he teleported in front of Xu Aoshan. A punch directly aimed at his face. His fist once again turned into metal. Although Xu Aoshan was confident in dealing with Xu Hao, he didn't let his guard down. Always wary of Xu Hao's teleportation speed, he didn't expect Xu Hao to suddenly attack. Fortunately, the vigilant Xu Aoshan immediately sensed it and met the punch with his own. Boom! The moment the two fists collided, a deafening roar erupted. Terrifying chi waves spread outwards from the two as their center. The surrounding buildings collapsed under the impact of the chi waves. The ground caved in, forming a massive pit. If it were filled with water, it could become a lake. Hong Changwei, seeing the unfavorable situation, quickly retreated to avoid being affected. Master is too strong. Hong Changwei stood in the distance, her eyes gleaming. As Xu Hao's bodyguard, she was supposed to protect his safety. Yet, in this battle, she seemed so powerless. Hong Changwei secretly made up her mind. She must improve her strength as soon as possible. She couldn't be a burden to Master anymore. She needed to cultivation with Master more often. Feeling the power in Xu Hao's fist, Xu Aoshan was shocked. The fist was incredibly hard, coupled with that surging power, no wonder it could block Chu Nan's full power attack. However, what puzzled Xu Aoshan was, how could Xu Hao's physique be so strong? Even when he reached the God realm, he didn't have such a tough physique. Xu Hao is indeed not simple. These thoughts flashed through his mind, and Xu Aoshan's expression became solemn. He still didn't believe Xu Hao would be his match. Xu Hao had only ambushed him just now. He hadn't shown his true strength yet. Xu Aoshan spun his body, sweeping a leg towards Xu Hao. But only hit Xu Hao's afterimage. It turned out Xu Hao had already teleported dozens of meters away. Smilingly looking at Xu Aoshan. Am I qualified now? Xu Aoshan was stunned. Only then did he realize that during the previous fist clash, the black cloth on his face had been shattered, revealing his true appearance. His face darkened, and killing intent flickered in his eyes. You should rest in peace, being able to see me before you die. Xu Hao, however, feigned a distressed look, saying with a pained expression, Aoshan, let's talk this out properly, there's no need for us father and son to reach this point. I know that because I didn't take good care of you back then, leading to you being abducted by human traffickers, it was my fault. I apologize to you, you can hit me or scold me, but if you kill me, you'll bear the reputation of patricide. Xu Aoshan was taken aback. Xu Hao was quite normal just now. Why did he suddenly start acting? He thought Xu Hao, after the previous probing, knew he was not his opponent and wanted to play the emotional card. Even if Xu Hao was pretending, even if he knelt down and begged him, he would not let Xu Hao go tonight. Xu Aoshan didn't want Xu Hao to go back and tell his sisters about him killing him. And be hated by his sisters. Xu Aoshan had already thought it through. Kill Xu Hao and let Chu Nan take the blame. And he, currently still abroad, how could he possibly kill someone? That's right. He is here now. He secretly rushed back to the country, and would immediately go back after killing Xu Hao, pretending to return tomorrow. This way, his sisters would not associate it with him. Xu Hao, do you also have moments of fear? Xu Aoshan mocked. Let me spare you. Impossible. Tonight is your death day. Xu Hao sighed, disappointment appearing in his eyes. Aoshan, stop. Your feelings for your sisters, I can consider them as you going astray, but don't make one mistake after another. Huh. Xu Aoshan was utterly bewildered, frowning. What are you talking about? Xu Hao shook his head. His face showed an expression of hating iron for not becoming steel. Forget it, I originally wanted to give you a chance to correct yourself, but I didn't expect you to be so stubborn. Aoshan, you want to kill me because you want to be with your elder sisters, don't you? From the day you came back, I noticed it, the way you look at your sisters is not right. But they are your elder sisters, you cannot be together. I told you several times that I would not agree to this. So you want to kill me to monopolize your sisters, you beast, I will never let you succeed. Xu Aoshan listened, stunned. He had not expected Xu Hao to say such words. Although he did like his sisters in his heart. That was just human nature. His sisters were so beautiful, and they were not his biological sisters. It would be abnormal not to be moved. However, since things had come to this, he was going to kill Xu Hao anyway. And he had also revealed his true colors. Xu Aoshan didn't mind saying it out loud, thinking of Xu Hao's words that had struck Chu Nan's heart just now. He sneered. Xu Hao, you're right, my sisters are all mine. After you die, I will protect them well, and will not let them suffer any harm again. Oh, not just my sisters, but also that beautiful stepmother. And those women you have outside, I will help you take good care of them, so you can rest in peace. After speaking, Xu Aoshan felt a burst of exhilaration. As if the suppression in his heart had finally been released. He quickly looked at Xu Hao, expecting to see the other party's angry, ugly expression. Xu Hao, however, showed a playful smile. A bad premonition immediately surged within Xu Aoshan. Just then, a reflection flashed before his eyes. Xu Aoshan quickly looked. He saw Hong Changwei, who had come with Xu Hao, with a miniature camera hanging on her shoulder. He had been wary of Xu Hao just now. He had no time to pay attention to Hong Changwei. Xu Aoshan's heart sank. He was here, and everything he just said, wasn't it all recorded? Almost instantly, he understood Xu Hao's purpose in doing this. If Xu Hao showed the recording to his sisters, Xu Aoshan shivered with cold. He gave a shudder. He glared at Xu Hao with resentment. Xu Hao, you tricked me, go to hell. Xu Aoshan roared. His figure flickered, instantly rushing towards Xu Hao. His fist carried violent power, striking directly at Xu Hao's vital points. Xu Hao, with a smile on his lips, continuously used teleportation, easily dodging Xu Aoshan's attacks. He had thought it would take some time to get information from Xu Aoshan, and he would need to edit it midway. He didn't expect it to go so smoothly. He walked right into the trap. Xu Hao smiled playfully. Aoshan, you wouldn't want what you just said to be known by your sisters, would you? Ah. Xu Aoshan punched out, and terrifying chi burst forth, directly shattering a building. But Xu Hao had already disappeared. Xu Hao was too fast, he couldn't hit him at all. Xu Aoshan's face became extremely grim. Damn it. He's really insidious. He's clearly very strong, yet he plays these despicable tricks. He glanced at the distance. Hong Changwei was still filming not far away. Xu Aoshan's face was gloomy. The camera in Hong Changwei's hand must be destroyed. But he had to deal with Xu Hao. He glanced at Chu Nan, who was like a dead dog not far away. He angrily rebuked. Trash, have you slept enough? Do you still want to kill Xu Hao? Kill that woman for me. His voice was like rolling thunder, exploding in Chu Nan's ears. Yes, I want to kill Xu Hao. Chu Nan's pupils gradually refocused. His gaze shifted from confusion to sharpness, like an awakened beast. He violently sprang up from the ground, emitting a violent aura. He raised his blade, his gaze fixed on Hong Changwei in the distance, and charged forward fiercely. At the same time, on Xu Hao's side, Xu Aoshan unleashed his aura to its maximum. Divine power surged from his body, sweeping like a gale, completely locking down a 500-meter radius around him. Based on his many attempts at probing, Xu Hao's teleportation distance never exceeded a few tens of meters each time. Therefore, he directly bombarded the space within a few hundred meters around him. Unable to lock onto the target. Then it's a saturation attack, let's see where Hao can escape to. Boom. A tremendous sound, like a meteorite crashing down, shattered the 500-meter space. The buildings within its range were razed to the ground. Smoke and dust rose everywhere, and shattered stones flew. However, there was no hint of triumph on Xu Hao's face. Because Xu Hao was not hit by his attack, he had disappeared from the 500-meter range. He didn't know that with Xu Hao's current mental energy, teleporting thousands or even tens of thousands of meters was not an issue. Hong Chengwei only saw a figure swiftly flying over. With her eyesight, she could only make out a shadow. Her heart sank. She knew she had become the enemy's target. This time, I've really dragged my master down. Just as she was preparing to fight to the death, Chu Nan had already arrived before her. The long blade was raised high, its edge glinting with a cold light. The added divine power warped the air around the blade's edge. Hong Chengwei's pupils constricted sharply. Facing this strike, she had no time to dodge. However, just as the blade was about to fall, a figure suddenly appeared in front of her. It was Xu Hao. At this moment, he was holding a sword, its blade as smooth as jade. That was the flying sword he had drawn from the system. It could cut through iron like mud, and was indestructible. Chi! A crisp sound of metal clashing rang out. The next moment, Chu Nan's blade was easily severed by the sword, as cleanly as cutting tofu. Chu Nan's face was filled with shock. What kind of divine sharp weapon is this? Before he could react, Xu Hao had already swung his sword again. It flashed like lightning across his neck. Chu Nan felt a chill on his neck, and quickly covered it, gurgling blood gushing from between his fingers. Xu Hao said indifferently, "Go in peace, I will take good care of Meng Weiyang, Su Leiyao, and Victoria for you." Chu Nan's lips moved, as if he wanted to say something, but couldn't. He could only widen his eyes, his face full of hatred, anger, and unwillingness, dying with his eyes wide open. Chapter 573, Inciting Discord Between the Rebellious Son and His Linger. Terrifying destructive power. Rumble. A roaring sound came. Xu Hao launched another attack. This time, the might was even greater than before. Surging divine power, like a raging tide, swept towards Xu Hao's direction. The air along the way was squeezed, making, crackling, explosive sounds. Xu Hao was completely enraged. He was a dignified war god. Xu Hao had actually killed Chu Nan right in front of his face. He had lost all face. Xu Hao pulled Hong Chengwei beside him, and with a flash of his figure, disappeared from the spot. His next appearance was 1,000 meters away. The area 700 to 800 meters ahead was leveled by Xu Hao's attack. Chu Nan's corpse was not spared either. It was directly turned into a bloody pulp. Tisk, if I don't show you some color, you'll really think I only know how to hide. Seeing Xu Hao about to attack again, 06 Xu Hao tsked, and his figure flashed and disappeared once more. He appeared beside Xu Hao like a ghost. The long sword in his hand swung down, the blade cutting through the air, pointing directly at Xu Hao. Xu Hao was, after all, battle-hardened. His reaction was extremely fast. He instinctively raised his fist to meet it. Divine power surged on his fist, carrying a destructive momentum. But just as the fist was about to collide with the long sword, a warning of danger surged through him. If he confronted that sword, he would be in a terrible state. This kind of crisis pre-warning had saved him countless times on the battlefield. Xu Hao immediately followed his intuition and retracted his hand. He did retract it, but not completely. The long sword spat out sword chi, landing on his arm, but it was fine due to the divine power protection. However, a second sword strike followed immediately, landing on his arm, easily cutting a gash. Xu Hao was horrified. This sword is simply too sharp weapon, isn't it? He gritted his teeth, ignoring the wound on his arm, and attacked Xu Hao again. Each strike was powerful and heavy, bringing a strong wind that spread outwards. Every blow landed would cause destruction for hundreds of meters around. There was no other way. Without making a big fuss, he wouldn't even be able to touch Xu Hao's clothes. It was even more terrifying than a missile bombardment. But Xu Hao still easily dodged it. Relying on teleportation, Xu Hao would always seize Xu Hao's unguarded moments to appear beside him and attack, leaving gash after gash on his body. Xu Hao was caught off guard. After several rounds of fighting, He had long lost his initial prestige. His clothes were tattered, his hair disheveled, and he looked utterly wretched. Several wounds gushed blood. He looked extremely disheveled. Xu Hao was both angry and anxious. In terms of strength, he was stronger than Xu Hao, but he just couldn't hit Xu Hao. This feeling made him incredibly frustrated. Xu Hao's mocking voice rang out. Aoshan, stop. You can't kill me. Don't waste your energy anymore. Xu Hao's anger flared up again. Ah! He roared and continued to attack Xu Hao frantically. He swore he wouldn't stop until he tore Xu Hao to shreds. Xu Hao dodged the attacks by using teleportation. He continued unhurriedly. If you don't stop, when I go back, I'll show all those things you said to your sisters. What do you think Xu Qingshan and the others will think of you? Xu Hao was furious to the point of madness. His eyes were bloodshot, frighteningly red. He stared fixedly at Xu Hao and said, "You're despicable and shameless. You deliberately framed me." Xu Hao had a playful expression. Who would believe that? After all, those words came from your own mouth. Go explain it to your sisters then. I'd like to see how you'll explain it clearly. Xu Hao froze, his expression dejected. His frantic attacks also slowly stopped. His face was filled with remorse and regret. He had meticulously prepared this killing trap for Xu Hao, teaming up with Chu Nan, who had entered the God realm. He thought it was foolproof. He could easily get rid of Xu Hao. He didn't expect such an outcome. Chu Nan was killed by Xu Hao right before his eyes. And he, despite being stronger than Xu Hao, couldn't do anything to Xu Hao. He even left a handle in Xu Hao's hands. He hated it so much. He hated his own carelessness, and he also hated Xu Hao's treachery. Xu Hao was distraught. He understood that he couldn't kill Xu Hao now, and he was afraid of Xu Hao's threats. He really had no face to stay here any longer. So his figure flickered several times, like a stray dog, and quickly disappeared into the distance. It had a hint of fleeing in disarray. Silently watching Xu Hao's departing back, Xu Hao's gaze was profound. With the handle in hand, the rebellious son could no longer cause trouble and could only be manipulated by him. Moreover, he deliberately held back many abilities. This was to prevent the rebellious son from escaping or playing dirty tricks. Knowing he wasn't an opponent, yet still wanting to kill Xu Hao, he would become evil and commit all sorts of atrocities. Give him some hope, make him feel that with a little more improvement, he could kill himself. After he makes a breakthrough, Xu Hao would then display other abilities. No matter how much he struggled, he wouldn't be able to cause any waves. At the very end, during the harvest, he would display all his abilities, letting him know what despair was. Putting away his thoughts, Xu Hao surveyed the surroundings. The area within several thousand meters was a mess. There were potholes everywhere, ruined walls, a complete wreck. It looked like it had been carpet bombed by a small nuclear bomb. The destructive power was truly terrifying. Such a big commotion had already alarmed the nearby residents. He could vaguely hear police cars heading this way. Xu Hao calculated. To prevent too much commotion, he had to restore this place. He used his earth control ability. He manipulated the surrounding land to move back to its original state. However, the unfinished building was completely destroyed and could not be restored. Fortunately, after his tidying up, all traces of the fight were cleared. From the surface, no abnormalities could be seen. After doing all this, Xu Hao thought of Chu Nan again. Although the person was dead and the body was gone, the soul couldn't be wasted either. Those who opposed him would not be able to reincarnate after death. With a flick of his wrist, he conjured the Ren Huang banner, which emitted a captivating black qi, subtly tinged with purple. Just looking at it made one feel their soul being sucked into it. As Xu Hao waved his hand, a suction force emanated. Chu Nan's still undissipated soul was drawn into it. Then he looked around. The car they came in had already been scrapped during the fight. Xu Hao took out his flying sword and stepped onto it. He pulled Hong Changwei up. The flying sword trembled, carrying the two of them into the air and flying into the distance. Xu Hao simultaneously activated his invisibility ability. Their figures disappeared into the night sky. Only the gradually fading sound of the wind remained. It was as if the thrilling battle just now was merely an illusory dream. Chapter 574, Gained Vibration, Free Your Physical Strength. The heroines are going to suffer. In a short while, several police cars roared in. Following them were some residents from the surrounding area. They came to see what exactly had happened. They discussed animatedly amongst themselves. What's going on this late at night? It sounds like thunder. An elderly woman wrapped herself in a coat. She craned her neck, looking around. Exactly, the sound I heard felt like a war was happening. Could another country have attacked? An elderly man chimed in, eager to grab a gun and contribute to the country. When they arrived at the scene, they thought they had come to the wrong place. The surroundings were completely flat, all the unfinished buildings had vanished. There were no signs of artillery bombardment as reported by the residents. There were no shell marks on the ground either. The residents were bewildered, exchanging glances, their faces filled with disbelief. That can't be right, the commotion a while ago was huge, even more terrifying than shelling. I was at home then, and I felt the house shaking. How come there's nothing now? Can anyone tell me where those unfinished buildings went? Yeah, it scared me so much I quickly called the police. This is too strange. The police officers paid no mind to the residents' discussions. They quickly began their search. But the more they searched, the more obvious the questions became. These police officers also began to whisper amongst themselves. "Sai, how do you think these unfinished buildings were destroyed? There are no traces of gunpowder. This is truly bizarre." A police officer surveyed the surroundings and asked his companion beside him. "I'm baffled too. If one or two buildings collapsed due to poor construction or disrepair over the years, that would be understandable. But there are dozens of buildings in this area. How could they all disappear at once? It's too strange." Another more experienced police officer stroked his chin, analyzing, his eyes full of doubt. "I've been a police officer for so many years, and I've never encountered anything this strange. I'll report it thoroughly later and see what the higher-ups say." An old police officer said helplessly. This incident was destined to be classified as a bizarre event. Meanwhile, Xu Hao, the mastermind behind all this, had already returned to Qin Wuyu and Meng Weiyang's villa. Red Rose handed him the pinhole camera. It contained footage of Xu Aoshan and his conversation. This was evidence to threaten Xu Aoshan. After Xu Hao accepted it, he returned to the two women's bedroom. Lying on the bed, Xu Hao embraced the two women, his mind immersed in the system. After this period of frantic harvesting, his emotional value had reached 350,000. It was the first time he had accumulated so much. Then, 2 premium draws. Ding, congratulations host, you have drawn the reward luck +1. A good start. It can increase the free attributes drawn. Ding, congratulations host, you have drawn the reward 300 free attributes. Not bad. Ding, congratulations host, you have drawn the reward special item, candles x5. Dripping on the body will not leave marks. Question mark question mark question mark question mark question mark. This item appears just after increasing luck. What kind of person did they take him for? Ding, congratulations host, you have drawn the reward character, God Realm early stage Deadman x1. Xu Hao raised an eyebrow. He finally drew a God Realm Deadman. It once again refreshed Limitless's strongest combat power. Ding, congratulations host, you have drawn the reward 310 free attributes. Ding, congratulations host, you have drawn the reward item, Spirit Stone x222. Very good. It increased from 2 digits to 3 digits. Ding, congratulations host, you have drawn the reward item, Complete Spaceship Technology. A stack of blueprints appeared in his portable space. It contained detailed information for building spaceships. This was not as simple as the technology currently used by various countries, which can only carry a few people. Once built, it could carry many people. Is this the rhythm of going interstellar? That's too far away. However, they could first go to the moon. However, Xu's group was not prominent in the field of scientific research. It seems they need to develop in this direction. He would hand these blueprints to his second daughter, Xu Qingshan. He wondered how happy she would be. Wait, he couldn't just give them all to her at once. He could give her a portion first to pique her interest and better control her. He could also teach her through dreams then. He would do just that. Ding, congratulations host, you have drawn the reward skill, Spirit Plant Cultivation Grandmaster. This. Although it was for cultivating heaven and earth treasure for cultivation. But that's also planting trees. He could, however, give it to his daughters. Ding, congratulations host, you have drawn the reward item, Spirit Stone +111. Continue. Ding, congratulations host, you have drawn the reward character, Emperor Realm Peak Deadman x10. 10 Emperor Realm Peaks are also good. A large quantity is satisfying. Ding, congratulations host, you have drawn the reward 306 free attributes. Ding, congratulations host, you have drawn the reward item, Spirit Stone X 444. Ding, congratulations host, you have drawn the reward 314 free attributes. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing the reward item, Dragon Tiger Medicinal Pill X1. Can enhance physique and strength. Finally, I drew something good. I wonder what its effect is. Let's see if it can directly elevate me to the God realm. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing the reward item, Profound Spirit Fruit Tree. Profound Spirit Fruit, eating it can increase spiritual power and make spiritual power purer. Good heavens, just now I drew a spiritual plant cultivation skill. And now a fruit tree appears. Spiritual fruits for cultivation, they should taste good, right? It's time for the premium draw. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing the reward special ability, Vibration. A strange feeling surged into his heart. Xu Hao found that he could control objects to vibrate. Controlling the human heart to vibrate faster would lead to immediate sudden death. He could also control air vibrations. The lethality is enormous. Xu Hao seemed to have discovered the key point. Could it be used in certain situations? That way, he wouldn't even have to move. He would truly only need to enjoy himself. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing the reward technique, 5 Elements Skill. A surge of information poured into his mind. This is a technique for controlling the power of the 5 elements. He could teach it to his Linger. Oh, and Linger too. However, he didn't plan to teach everything to his Linger at once. He would divide the teaching into 5 parts. Because each teaching session could provide him with a lot of emotional value. Counting the gains, 1230 free attribute points. Xu Hao thought that there was also a Dragon Tiger Medicinal Pill, which could enhance physique and strength. He added all of them to Spirit. A familiar warm current emerged. After the attribute points were added, Xu Hao's mind moved. The attribute panel floated before his eyes. Character, Xu Hao. Identity, controller of Xu's group. Charm, 95 max 100. Strength, 46467 Emperor Realm Peak. Physique, 42758 Normal Person 10. Spirit, 48006 Normal Person 10. Skills, Close Combat Grandmaster. Painting Grandmaster. Calligraphy Divine Rank Piano Grandmaster. Music Master. Tea Art Divine Rank Firearms Master. 18 Martial Arts Grandmaster. Assassination Grandmaster. Chess Grandmaster. Tai Chi Divine Rank Medical Skill Grandmaster. Gambling Grandmaster. Sculpting Master. Flying Dagger Grandmaster. Driving Divine Rank 8 Extremities Fist Grandmaster. Hacker Grandmaster. Massage Divine Rank Hypnosis Divine Rank. Rope Art Divine Rank Various Musical Instruments Grandmaster. Disguise Grandmaster. Bartending Divine Rank Fishing Grandmaster. Gossip Palms Divine Rank Fashion Design Grandmaster. Undressing Technique Divine Rank Beast Control Proficient Bartending Grandmaster. Acting Grandmaster. Voice Change Master. Pharmacy Grandmaster. Swordsmanship Divine Rank Blade Skill Grandmaster. Spiritual Plant Cultivation Grandmaster. Items: Renhuang Banner, Moral Brick, God-Slaying Dagger, Immortal Binding Rope, Profound Spirit Fruit Tree, Omnipotent Key, 1000-Mile Marriage Line X2, Little Leather Whip, Intermediate Bad Luck Card X3, Amulet Jade Pendant, Rejuvenation Pill X8, Grandmaster Skill Card. Special: Portable Space 10 cubic meters, Portable Small World 1000 square meters. Teleportation, Cheating the Kidney, Telekinesis, Perspective. Danger Prediction, Lightning Manipulation, Dual Cultivation. Immunity to all poisons, Hand of God, Fire Control. Invisibility, Dream Induction, Wood Manipulation, Photographic Memory, Healing Art, Mind Control, Water Manipulation, Space Shredding, Earth Manipulation, Kingly Aura, Outlaw, Imperial Sword Flight, Wind Manipulation, Indestructible Golden Spear, Rebirth from a Drop of Blood, Summoning Wind and Rain, Sword Chi, Metal Manipulation, Clairvoyance, Clairaudience, Yin-Yang Longevity Art, Wish Fulfillment, Basic Analysis of Cultivation Formations, Water Control Skill, 5 Elements Skill, Vibration. Emotional Value, 5830. Free Attributes, 0. Next, let's see the effect of the Dragon Tiger Medicinal Pill. Swish. Xu Hao took out the Dragon Tiger Medicinal Pill. A medicinal fragrance diffused. Xu Hao opened his mouth and swallowed it. The medicinal pill melted upon entering his mouth. It transformed into countless warm currents, surging into his limbs and bones, continuously strengthening his bones and flesh, improving his physique. Xu Hao felt comfortable all over, every pore was breathing, and his strength was slowly increasing. Before long, the warm currents dissipated, and the effect of the medicinal pill ended. Xu Hao secretly sighed with regret. He was just a tiny bit short of a breakthrough. He wondered about the effect of the newly acquired vibration ability. He couldn't help but look at the two women beside him. Chapter 575. Vibration plus lightning, even a fairy can't withstand it. Capital University invitation. Xu Hao proved with facts. With vibration, lightning, and hand of God, even a fairy couldn't withstand it. Waking up the next day, Qin Wuyu and Meng Weiyang looked at Xu Hao with lingering fear. He was simply inhuman. Ding-a-ling, ding-a-ling, ding-a-ling. Xu Hao finished the breakfast prepared by the two women. Just as he was about to leave for the company, his phone rang. Xu Hao picked up his phone and saw that the caller ID was Lu Hongluan, that principal of Modu University. He clicked to answer. Lu Hongluan's pleasant voice came from the other end of the phone. President Xu, are you free recently? Xu Hao raised an eyebrow. What? Is Little Red missing me? At this moment, in the principal's office at Modu University, two figures were seated. One was naturally Lu Hongluan. She was wearing a simple yet elegant professional suit, which perfectly accentuated her elegant temperament. The other was an old man. Although his hair was white, he looked energetic. His eyes occasionally revealed a wise light. He also carried a scholarly aura. He was Tang Eguo, the principal of Capital University. Lu Hongluan was on the phone. Hearing Xu Hao's teasing, she panicked. Subconsciously, she glanced at Tang Eguo opposite her from the corner of her eye. She was afraid that he would hear those words. After all, as a principal of a university, if people knew she had become someone else's mistress, wouldn't she be condemned to death? She quickly cleared her throat and said seriously. It's like this, President Xu, President Tang of Capital University doesn't have your contact information, so he came to me. Capital University's centennial celebration is in half a month, and he wants to invite you to attend the ceremony at Capital University, so he wants to ask if you have time to meet. Xu Hao's eyebrows twitched, and he immediately understood that the so-called principal of Capital University must be right next to Lu Hongluan. He pondered for a moment and asked, when? Lu Hongluan replied, whenever you have time. Xu Hao thought for a moment that he had nothing to do right now, so he simply said, then now, I happen to be free, I'll come over right away. He hung up the phone. Xu Hao instructed Red Rose to Modu University. Red Rose changed direction, stepped on the accelerator, and drove off. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, Tang Eguo looked nervously at Lu Hongluan. His eyes were filled with both anticipation and a hint of trepidation. Lu Hongluan put down her phone and said with a smile, President Tang, President Xu happens to be free and will be here soon. Tang Eguo's eyes widened in surprise. The wrinkles on his face smoothed out considerably. He didn't expect to invite Xu Hao so easily. He was even willing to come in person. He quickly stood up and thanked Lu Hongluan. Principal Lu, thank you so much. If it weren't for your help in connecting us, I wouldn't know how to invite President Xu. I really owe you a lot this time. Lu Hongluan said humbly. President Tang, please don't say that. I just passed on a message, and it just so happened that President Xu was free. Although she said that, she was still quite happy in her heart. Tang Eguo was a prominent figure in the education world, highly respected, and everyone was respectful towards him. Now, he was so polite to her, a junior. More importantly, as soon as Xu Hao heard her mention this, he was willing to come over immediately. What did this mean? It meant that Xu Hao cared about her. Her heart felt as sweet as if she had eaten honey. The car slowly drove into the campus and stopped in front of the office building. Just then, the sisters Xu Shiqing and Xu Huayi came over, chatting and laughing, ready to find their mentor Lu Hongluan. Xu Huayi had sharp eyes and saw Xu Hao getting out of the car from afar. She quickly tugged at Xu Shiqing's sleeve beside her. Elder sister, look, it's Dad. Xu Shiqing looked in the direction she pointed. Indeed, she saw a familiar figure. The two girls' faces bloomed with smiles, and they quickened their steps to greet him. Dad, why did you come to school? Xu Huayi asked with wide, blinking eyes. Xu Hao deliberately put on a stern face. To see if you're studying hard. Xu Huai rolled her beautiful eyes, crossed her arms over her chest, and pouted, saying, I don't believe you, you bad old man are very sly. Xu Hao pretended to be angry and said, Who are you calling an old man? Am I very old? Xu Shiqing stepped forward, took Xu Hao's arm, and smiled, speaking up for him. Of course not, Dad looks only about 30, he's clearly a handsome uncle, where is he old? Xu Hao patted Xu Shiqing's head. Shiqing still has good taste. Shiqing, this is your reward for telling the truth. As he spoke, he pulled out a handful of candy from his pocket and handed it to her. Xu Shiqing was both surprised and delighted, happily taking the candy. Thank you, Dad. Xu Huai's eyes on the side went straight. It was her favorite candy. She immediately put on a fawning expression, grabbed Xu Hao's arm, and swayed it, saying in a sweet voice, Dad, you're the most handsome, you're the best dad in the world, I want candy too. Dad, you can't favor one over the other, give me some too. Xu Hao deliberately put on a stern face. Someone just called me an old man. Xu Huai's eyes darted around, pretending to be innocent. Who said that? Why don't I know? Who dares to say that about Dad? I'll beat him until he's looking for his teeth all over the ground. As she spoke, she even waved her fist. This was an office area, and not many students were passing by. But there were still students walking past. Seeing one of the conjoined twin school beauties holding a man's arm and constantly shaking it and acting coquettishly, their hearts instantly shattered into pieces. Xu Hao spoke. Don't be so unseemly, if people see you, they might speak ill of you. Xu Huai was relentless. She held Xu Hao's arm tightly and wouldn't let go. What's wrong with me being close to Dad? Let them say whatever they want, I just like Dad. Dad, I want candy, just give it to me. Xu Hao couldn't resist her. Alright, I really can't do anything with you. He pulled out another handful of candy and gave it to her. Xu Huai took the candy and was overjoyed. She revealed a captivating and beautiful smile. Everyone who saw it was stunned. Not long after admiring the view, Xu Hao led the two girls towards the office building. On the way, Xu Shiqing tilted her head, looking at Xu Hao and asking, Dad, are you here to see my mentor? Lu Hongluan was not only the principal. She was also their doctoral mentor. Xu Hao said as he walked. To be precise, your teacher was looking for me. Both girls cast puzzled glances. The principal of Capital University wanted to invite me to give a speech at their school, but since she didn't have my contact information, she found your mentor and asked her to help contact me. The two girls suddenly understood, and Xu Shiqing asked. Then, Dad, will you go? It depends. Xu Huai, however, pulled Xu Hao's arm and said excitedly. Please go, Dad, and when you go, you must take us with you. Dad has never taken us out to play. Xu Hao gave her a sidelong glance. Didn't I just take you hiking? Xu Huai pouted. That was ages ago. Xu Shiqing's mouth twitched at the side. Ages ago. It's only been less than 2 weeks, right? But she also really wanted to go out and play with Dad and the sisters as a family. So she didn't refute it. Xu Huai also realized that it was a bit unreasonable. Her eyes darted, and she said, Dad has never taken us on a long trip, and we're already tired of exploring this small patch of Shanghai, so Dad, please take me. You don't have to take anyone else, but you must take me, I'm your sweet little cotton jacket. Xu Hao chuckled. I'm afraid it's leaky. How could that be? I understand Dad the most. Xu Shiqing was displeased upon hearing that. What did she mean by not having to take anyone else? She immediately scolded. Xu Huai, stop pestering Dad, you're being so thoughtless. Dad's company is so busy, how can he have time to play with you? Xu Huai pouted. They noisily arrived at the principal's office. At this moment, Lu Hongluan and Tang Egwo were already waiting at the entrance. Seeing Xu Hao arrive, Tang Egwo's face was wreathed in smiles, and he immediately went to greet him. President Xu, I've long admired you. I've often heard your great name, and today I finally get to meet you in person, it's a great honor. Xu Hao responded politely. President Tang is too polite. It's quite embarrassing that you went to the trouble of waiting for me. Tang Egwo quickly said, then couldn't help but exclaim admiringly. It's nothing, it's nothing. President Xu looks so young. We are of similar age, yet I am already a decrepit old man. Xu Hao smiled. President Tang is dedicated to educating people, nurturing pillars for the nation, and toiling tirelessly all day. Unlike me, I just manage the company's affairs, so my mindset might be more relaxed. Tang Eguo said earnestly. President Xu is too humble. You are the one who has made a great contribution. Under your management, Xu's group has developed to a trillion scale in a short period. This must have created so many jobs, driven so much economic development, and your influence is far greater than that of a principal like me. Chapter 576, Principal's Office, Linger discovered. Teacher becomes stepmother. The two then started to exchange business pleasantries. Lu Hongluan listened with a smile from the side, occasionally echoing a few words. Xu Huai and Xu Shiqing stood in the distance, watching these two highly respected principals, who were now showing great respect to Dad. A sense of pride rose in their hearts. The two girls whispered to each other. Noticing the two daughters' small actions, Xu Hao turned back and said to the two girls, "What are you doing there? Aren't you coming over?" Xu Huai stuck out her tongue. She and Xu Shiqing walked forward, with obedient smiles on their faces. "Hello, Mentor, President Tang," Lu Hongluan asked with a smile. "Hua Yi, Shiqing, do you not have classes today?" Xu Huai eagerly answered. "We had an experimental question we wanted to ask you, and we happened to run into Dad at the office building entrance, so we came along." "Mentor, we didn't disturb you, did we?" Lu Hongluan shook her head. "Of course not, you're not disturbing us." Tang Eguo saw the two sisters and praised them aloud. "These must be President Xu's two young daughters, I presume. They are truly more beautiful than flowers, captivatingly stunning, and simply delightful to look at. When you have time, come visit Capital University, I will certainly give you a warm welcome." Praised in such a way, the girls felt shy. Xu Shiqing responded politely. "Thank you, President Tang, for your praise." Not long after. Ding-a-ling ding-a-ling ding-a-ling. A class bell rang. Xu Shiqing quickly said, "Oh no, we still have class. Dad, Mentor, President Tang, you all chat, we'll be going now." Saying that, she pulled Zhao Linger and walked out. Xu Huai grumbled reluctantly. "Elder sister, we don't have to go to that public lecture." Before she could finish her sentence, Xu Shiqing covered her mouth. Seeing the two daughters' appearance, Xu Hao shook his head and said to Tang Eguo and Lu Hongluan, "They're so grown up yet still so unreliable. President Tang, Principal Lu, please excuse their behavior." Tang Eguo laughed. "Not at all, your Linger is lively and sensible. I wish my Linger were as sensible as her." Lu Hongluan also chimed in. Shiqing and Hua Yi are exceptionally bright, they quickly grasp anything taught to them, making it very easy for their teachers. Xu Hao waved his hand. "Let's not talk about them. Let's discuss business. President Xu, please." Lu Hongluan made a welcoming gesture. She invited him into the office. Lu Hongluan then poured tea for Xu Hao and Tang Eguo. Tang Eguo looked at Xu Hao, his expression serious. "President Xu, it's like this, Capital University's centenary celebration is in half a month. We'd like to invite you to attend. I wonder if President Xu will be available then." Xu Hao thought for a moment. He did have a lot of free time. However, Lin Chuqing was about to give birth soon, and he had to be by her side. Calculating the time, she would give birth in about 10 days, so he would be free in half a month to go. So, he looked up and said with a smile, "President Tang, thank you for the invitation. I can make time to come. I'll come to join in the fun then." Tang Eguo was overjoyed, his face filled with gratitude. "Thank you so much. President Xu's presence will truly add luster to Capital University's celebration." After chatting for a while longer, Tang Eguo offered to treat them to a meal. Lu Hongluan said, "There's no need for a meal, President Tang. Don't you have other matters to attend to here in Shanghai? Please go and attend to your business, don't let it be delayed." Xu Hao also added, "President Tang, business is important. It won't be too late to fulfill our duties as hosts when we arrive in the imperial capital." After some hesitation, Tang Eguo said apologetically, "I'm truly sorry, I have been quite busy lately. In that case, President Xu, Principal Lu, when you come to the imperial capital, I will certainly host you well and make up for this." There was another round of pleasantries. Xu Hao and Lu Hongluan saw him to the door. "No need to see me off, no need to see me off. Well then, we'll see each other in the imperial capital." Tang Eguo finished speaking, turned, and left. After seeing Tang Eguo off, Lu Hongluan and Xu Hao returned to the office. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a soft glow within the room. A subtle, intimate atmosphere began to spread. Lu Hongluan picked up the teapot to pour tea for Xu Hao. Xu Hao picked up his teacup and took a small sip. His gaze swept over Lu Hongluan. Dressed in a business suit, her figure was perfectly showcased, curvaceous and graceful. Lu Hongluan felt a little uncomfortable under his gaze. Xu Hao spoke, asking, Lu Hongluan, how have Xiqing and Hua Yi been doing at school recently? President Xu. Just as Lu Hongluan was about to speak, Xu Hao's gaze fell upon her. Hao Zhe, don't worry. Xiqing and Hua Yi's excellent grades mean there's absolutely nothing to worry about. Moreover, their personalities are also good. Whenever they are mentioned, the teachers are full of praise. Xu Hao nodded, saying nothing more. The office fell silent for a moment. Lu Hongluan felt inexplicably nervous, her heart began to race, and she was somewhat at a loss. Suddenly, she felt her hand being grasped by a warm, large hand. Xu Hao held her hand, playing with it. A smile played on his lips. Little Red, you still haven't answered the question I asked you on the phone earlier. Lu Hongluan was startled. She recalled Xu Hao asking on the phone if she missed him. Her face flushed, she opened her mouth, but couldn't bring herself to say it. After all, she was over 30 years old. It would be too embarrassing to say she missed someone like a little girl. Xu Hao, however, didn't let her off the hook. Suddenly, with a tug, he pulled her into his embrace. Then he lifted her chin, their eyes meeting. Lu Hongluan had no choice but to endure the embarrassment and speak. I missed you. What did you miss about me? Lu Hongluan didn't have time to react before her mouth was sealed. Although she knew father had many women. But to suddenly discover that even her own mentor had such a relationship with father, her mood was very complicated. They stood at the doorway, unable to go in or retreat. Xu Hao in the office smiled. He directly activated his overlay capability. Chapter 577, Heavenly Thunder hooks Earth Fire. Secret under the table. Two Lingers confrontation. After a burst of Heavenly Thunder hooks Earth Fire, Xu Hao and Lu Hongluan prepared to go out for a meal. Lu Hongluan opened the door. When she saw the scene outside, she was stunned. Xu Xiqing and Xu Huayi were standing at the doorway. Lu Hongluan was startled at first. How long had these two students been here? Did they hear anything just now? After a while, Lu Hongluan reacted. Thinking that she was with their father, and these two students had overheard. She felt numb all over. A layer of cold sweat involuntarily broke out on her back. For a moment, she was at a loss. Ding Lu Hongluan is flustered, emotional value plus 888. Ding Xu Xiqing feels awkward, emotional value plus 678. What's wrong? Xu Hao's figure appeared at the doorway. Lu Hongluan shivered, secretly thinking that this was bad. It was too late to make Xu Hao hide now. She could only quickly give Xu Hao a meaningful look. Asking him to think of a solution. What should she do? Xu Hao remained calm and composed. He had known that the two Lingers had arrived early. Of course, he couldn't show it. He returned a reassuring look to Lu Hongluan. Then he looked at the two Lingers. How long have you two been here? Xu Xiqing and Xu Huayi were also very awkward at this moment. They had been engrossed earlier and forgot to leave. Now they were caught red-handed. When Xu Hao suddenly asked, both Lingers stammered a bit, their faces flushed. It was Xu Xiqing who cleverly said, We just arrived, father, have you finished discussing your matters? As she spoke, she tried hard to blink her eyes, making herself appear innocent and naive, attempting to muddle through. Xu Huayi also quickly nodded along. We just arrived, not long ago. However, the acting of the two Lingers was too fake. It was clearly an expression of guilt. Their eyes darted around, their faces were flushed, and they had been there for quite some time. Lu Hongluan saw through it at a glance. Her originally rosy complexion turned somewhat pale. Her heart pounded, and she didn't know what to do, so she could only look at Xu Hao for help. Xu Hao very naturally glanced at the sky outside. We were just about to go eat. Since you two are here, let's go together. Xu Huayi immediately shouted with delight. Yay, let's go eat together. So, the group walked towards the restaurant. All the way, Lu Hongluan was distracted. She kept agonizing over the matter of Xu Hao's two Lingers having overheard. The two Lingers were also her students. In front of them, she feared she would have no dignity left. This wasn't even the most crucial part. She was with their father. If others found out, and it ruined their family, would the two Lingers scold her? Call her shameless? The more Lu Hongluan thought, the more flustered she became, her expression constantly changing. She was overthinking it. Xiqing and Hua Yi had long known that Xu Hao had other women outside. They had even, like her, heard about Xu Hao and their former teacher, Wang Zuying, being together. Regarding Lu Hongluan and Xu Hao being together, at first, they were indeed somewhat surprised and unexpected. But they didn't think much beyond that. In their hearts, father was so handsome and so capable. It would be strange if any woman didn't like him. In fact, they themselves liked father very much. They arrived at a private restaurant. They found a private room, sat down, and ordered their meal. Xu Xiqing and Xu Huayi sat on either side of Xu Hao. Lu Hongluan sat opposite them. No one spoke, and the atmosphere was subtle. Xu Hao smiled and chatted with his two Lingers. What classes did you two have this morning? Xu Huayi then complained about the public lecture. Dad, you don't know, that public lecture was so boring, I almost fell asleep listening to it. They all said we didn't have to go, but elder sister insisted on dragging me along, Xiqing. There was a hint of resentment in her tone. Xu Xiqing glared at Zhao Linger. I think it was quite good. As the three chatted, Lu Hongluan occasionally responded. The two women were observant and noticed Lu Hongluan's distracted state. Regarding their mentor becoming their stepmother, after the initial shock, they had gradually adapted. They even expressed approval. Lu Hongluan's looks and figure were beyond reproach. They even thought that their father had good taste. The sensible Xu Xiqing considered comforting her, telling her not to overthink things. But their father was still there, so she decided to find an opportunity later to talk to her. Soon after, the dishes were served. A fragrant aroma wafted through the private room. Seeing Lu Hongluan still lost in thought, Xu Xiqing called out, Mentor, it's time to eat. Lu Hongluan snapped back to reality and said somewhat stiffly, Ah. Oh, right, let's eat, let's eat. With that, she picked up her chopsticks. Suddenly, she felt a foot on her leg. Lu Hongluan was startled and looked down to see Xu Hao's foot, rubbing against her leg. She shivered, feeling both anxious and angry. Xu Xiqing and Xu Huayi had already heard about their relationship. Yet, Xu Hao was brazenly teasing her in front of them. Was he afraid his two daughters wouldn't notice? She quickly looked up, pretending as if nothing had happened. Lu Hongluan continuously gave Xu Hao meaningful glances, signaling him not to mess around. However, Xu Hao merely winked at her, persisting in his actions, his foot still moving further up. Mentor, is your eye bothering you? Xu Huayi asked curiously, noticing Lu Hongluan's strange behavior. Lu Hongluan's heart skipped a beat. No, it's nothing. But her eyes darted around, not daring to look at Xu Huayi. Xu Huayi grew more suspicious. Then why are you blinking so fast? Lu Hongluan was extremely embarrassed and forced herself to say, it's really nothing. My eyes were just a bit uncomfortable, but they're fine now. Let's eat quickly. As she spoke, she quickly picked up a spare rib for Xu Huayi, trying to divert her attention. Xu Hao was clearly trying to bully her. She couldn't resist. All she could do was sit upright, trying to maintain her composure. The thrill of potentially being discovered at any moment was truly tormenting. Ding Lu Hongluan was terrified, emotional value plus 999. Mentor, what's wrong? This time, it was Xu Xiqing who asked. Lu Hongluan's face was flushed crimson, the blush spreading from her cheeks to her ears, her lips tightly pressed together. Her body also trembled slightly, uncontrollably. Lu Hongluan heard the voice and inwardly cried out, oh no. 0 for fresh flowers. She quickly adjusted her demeanor. She forced out a stiff smile. No, nothing, my stomach just hurts a bit. It's an old problem, it'll be fine in a moment. Eat your food, eat your food. As she spoke, she tremblingly picked up a piece of meat and placed it in Xu Xiqing's bowl. Xu Huayi suggested, Mentor, is your stomach uncomfortable? You can go to Shenong Hall for treatment. The divine Dr. Xu Qingshe is our fourth sister. Her medical skill is amazing, she can even cure cancer. Your stomachache will definitely be no problem. Xu Xiqing echoed, why go far? Fourth sister's medical skill was taught by father. Why not just let father take a look? Xu Huayi slapped her forehead. I just remembered father's medical skill is even better. Mentor, quickly let father take a look. Lu Hongluan's mouth twitched. Her stomachache was clearly caused by Xu Hao teasing her under the table, but she couldn't say it out loud. She waved her hand. It's fine, I'm better now, aren't I? Look, it doesn't hurt as much now, no need to trouble him. Lu Hongluan tried her best to straighten her back, acting as if nothing was wrong. How can that be? It's better to get it treated early. I told you father's medical skill is very powerful. Xu Hao finally spoke. All right, your mentor isn't even in a hurry. Let's eat first and then I'll take a look. Finally, the meal ended. Lu Hongluan let out a long sigh of relief. Heaven knew what she had just experienced. As for controlling lightning, she had seen it before, but why did it also vibrate? At the request of the two women, Xu Hao briefly examined Lu Hongluan. He feigned taking her pulse. Then he rubbed her stomach, secretly using the power of the hand of God to ignite the flame deep within her heart. Lu Hongluan felt the anomaly and could only bite her lip, enduring it. In front of the two women, she was nervous and afraid, fearing that she would lose control and be seen. After Xu Hao said she was fine, Lu Hongluan quickly bid farewell. She was truly afraid of staying with Xu Hao any longer. Who knew what other tricks he would come up with to bully her? Mainly, she wanted to go back and change her clothes. Xu Xiqing and Xu Huai had classes in the afternoon. Xu Hao had to go to the company, so they couldn't leave together. Immediately, a female bodyguard assigned to protect the three women drove up. After they said their goodbyes, Lu Hongluan and the two women got into the car and headed back to school. Sitting in the car, with Xu Xiqing and Xu Huai beside her, Lu Hongluan remained tense. She opened the windows wide, not letting the two girls smell anything strange. Xu Xiqing looked at her in confusion. Mentor, didn't Dad already cure you? Why do you still look uncomfortable? Xu Huai touched her chin and said. Mentor looks a bit off today. Lu Hongluan felt a surge of nervousness. She forced a smile and said awkwardly. What do you mean? You're mistaken, I'm perfectly fine. Maybe I just ate too much, a little fresh air will fix it. Seeing her nervous look, Xu Xiqing's thoughts turned, thinking she was worried they would blame her for being with their father. So she giggled. Mentor, we know about you and Dad. Chapter 578, Assist. Stay with Dad, Professor's second daughter. Ah, Lu Hongluan was stunned. She had noticed before that the two girls had already found out. She didn't expect Xu Xiqing to be so direct. Her face instantly turned pale. Her heart was filled with extreme anxiety. Her hands unconsciously gripped the corner of her clothes, and her mind was a mess. She was already imagining facing the two girls scolding next. She even imagined all sorts of unspeakable vulgarities. She gritted her teeth, as if making a decision. This is not your dad's fault. I'm the one who likes him, and I'm the one who seduced him. If you want to blame someone, blame me, don't blame your dad. After speaking, she closed her eyes, waiting for the two girls' judgment. The expected scolding did not come. She couldn't help but open her eyes. She saw the two girls looking at her strangely. Xu Xiqing asked curiously. Mentor, why should we blame you? She thought to herself. It seems Mentor is quite devoted to Dad. She's taking all the responsibility herself. Her acceptance of Lu Hongluan becoming one of the stepmothers increased a bit. Hearing Xu Xiqing's words, Lu Hongluan was even more confused. She never expected the two girls not to blame her. This was completely different from the scenario she had imagined. She even wondered if she had misheard. She asked tentatively. Xiqing, why I'm with your dad, doesn't this break up your family? You don't blame me. Xu Huai tilted her head and looked at her. She blinked, looking innocent. Mentor, how did you break up our family? Lu Hongluan's mind was a mess, and she said blankly. I'm with your dad, doesn't this count as breaking up your family? Xu Huai said again. Dad is so excellent, isn't it normal for him to have other women outside? And Dad has always been very good to us. If more people like Dad, why would we blame him? Xu Xiqing also nodded in agreement. Lu Hongluan was speechless for a moment. So, all her worrying was just scaring herself. Although they knew about her and their dad, they didn't care at all. Seeing Lu Hongluan looking confused, Xu Xiqing smiled. Mentor, you don't have to worry about us blaming you for being with Dad. Dad has quite a few women outside, and we approve of you, Mentor. Xu Huai chimed in. Mentor, let me tell you, Dad is incredibly powerful, and being with Dad is your greatest blessing. Her tone was full of pride. What I'm saying might sound a bit arrogant, but it's really the truth. Mentor, you must cherish him, and never leave Dad. Although dad has other women outside, he's very good to every woman. Lu Hongluan felt her mind was a tangled mess. What kind of situation was this? Not only did the two girls not blame her for taking their dad, they actually turned around and started convincing her to stay with their dad. Meanwhile, Xu Hao arrived at Xu's group in his private car. As soon as he entered the group building, the passing employees all looked at him with awe. He went straight to the president's office. He had just finished dealing with the piled-up documents. A knock on the door sounded. Bang bang. Xu Qingshan stood outside the door, feeling very nervous. She had come to report to Xu Hao about the development of mobile virtual imaging. Standing outside, she couldn't help but recall the cultivation she and Xu Hao had together in this office. After receiving permission, Xu Qingshan took a deep breath, gathered her courage, and pushed the door open to enter. Xu Hao saw her. A gentle smile appeared on his face. Qingshan, is there something you need to see me about? Xu Qingshan organized her thoughts. She began to report on the development of mobile virtual imaging. Dad, the mobile virtual imaging project we've been working on has been successfully developed by me. After multiple rounds of testing, all indicators have met the expected standards. And in some functions, it even exceeded our initial expectations. The user experience will be very good. Xu Hao listened, nodding continuously. His eyes were full of praise. After Xu Qingshan finished speaking, he said with a smile. Qingshan, you've worked hard. The difficulty of this project is not small, and you are the greatest contributor to achieving results so quickly. Hearing Xu Hao's praise, Xu Qingshan immediately smiled. She waved her hands repeatedly, humbly saying, "It's not hard work, research is my interest. I wish I could have more such research projects. Every time I overcome a difficult problem, I feel a special sense of accomplishment." Xu Hao laughed heartily, recalling the spaceship blueprints he had recently drawn. His eyes flickered, and he said, "Don't say I really do have a big project here that requires your research and development." Xu Qingshan's eyes lit up. She was so excited that she even forgot that she should call Xu Hao president in the group, and eagerly asked, "Father, what kind of project is it?" Xu Hao unhurriedly took out a piece of information. It was a part of the spaceship blueprints. However, it was only a portion of it. Xu Hao had the complete blueprints, and he deliberately took out a portion, of course, to reap more benefits. He solemnly handed the blueprints to her, then said, "This is a research and development project for a spaceship. Currently, the research team has made some progress, but there's still a long way to go. I will invest 200 billion in full research and development. Since you like research so much, I'll entrust this important task to you. You will serve as the chief designer. I believe you have the ability to take on this responsibility." Xu Qingshan took the blueprints and quickly began to examine the information carefully. The more she looked, the more excited she became. This was the research and development of a spaceship. Xu Hao actually entrusted such a grand project to her. It showed how much he trusted her. She was touched and nodded solemnly, saying, "Father, I will definitely not let you down. I will go all out, lead the team to overcome all difficulties, and strive to let our spaceship soar into the sky as soon as possible." Xu Hao nodded with satisfaction. "Good, I believe you can do it. Tell me if you have any difficulties, and I will fully support you." Xu Qingshan was overjoyed. "Then, Father, I'll go back to research now. I need to quickly gather the team members and plan the next steps." With that, she turned to leave. "Wait." Xu Hao suddenly called out to stop her. Xu Qingshan turned back, puzzled. She wondered if Xu Hao had anything else to say. Xu Hao said unhurriedly, "You've also been cultivating very diligently recently, and the spiritual energy in your body has accumulated enough. Today, I'm going to teach you magic." Xu Qingshan became even more excited. She had been waiting for this day for a long time. She had been enduring the awkwardness of soul cultivating with Xu Hao. Wasn't she just hoping that one day she could control magic? Now, it finally arrived. "Really, Father? Is that a lie?" Xu Hao's eyes held a smile. "This place isn't suitable. We'll go to the small world to teach you." Then, Xu Hao waved his hand to open the small world door and led Xu Qingshan inside. Chapter 579, Further Progress. Linger's hands-on teaching. True feelings revealed. After entering the small world, standing on the specially built martial arts stage, Xu Hao began to explain the 5 elements art to Xu Qingshan. The 5 elements art includes 5 types of magic: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Each has its unique qualities. Xu Hao, in order to reap benefits, planned to teach them one by one. Qingshan, which one do you want to learn? Qingshan became conflicted, each one was good, and she didn't know how to choose. She looked at Xu Hao and asked hesitantly. Father, I don't know. What do you think I should learn? She trusted Xu Hao, whatever Xu Hao told her to learn, she would learn. Xu Hao pondered for a moment and said, how about the art of alchemy? Once you master alchemy, you can extract metal substances, which might help you in your daily spaceship research. Qingshan's eyes lit up. When she was researching alone in the imperial capital before, she lacked financial support, and materials were pitifully scarce. After returning, she recognized Xu Hao as her father. With the immense size of Xu's group, she had everything she needed, and she no longer had to worry about materials. But new problems arose. The lack of new high-end materials. To research more powerful technologies. This difficulty must be overcome. However, those precious materials were kept by various countries for their own use and would not flow into the market at all. You couldn't buy them even with money. And she wasn't in the field of material science. It was too difficult to research. If she had this art of alchemy, extracting metal substances might even allow her to condense new materials. That would be great, father, I'll learn this. Seeing her excited look, Xu Hao smiled slightly. He began to explain the art of alchemy in detail. Qingshan listened incredibly attentively, not daring to blink, afraid of missing any important content. But after all, it was her first time learning a spell. She knew nothing, and when Xu Hao taught her, he deliberately made the content obscure and difficult to understand. Qingshan listened in a daze. Her brows furrowed from time to time. Many parts she didn't quite understand. After explaining it twice, Xu Hao told her to try. Qingshan, try to do as I told you, just start by simply controlling metal. Qingshan felt a little nervous. But she still bit the bullet and responded. Okay, Dad, I'll try. Saying that, she began to circulate her cultivation technique. Her small face was flushed red. But the metal in front of her didn't react at all. At this moment, Xu Hao had already taken out a little leather whip and stood beside Qingshan. While watching the path of her cultivation technique, the little leather whip in his hand lightly whipped down. Then he patiently pointed out the mistakes. You have to go this way here to draw spiritual power to control the metal, remember. Qingshan could only purse her lips and correct herself. What made her feel ashamed was, she didn't dislike Xu Hao hitting her at all. She even wished he could keep hitting her. She didn't know if it was her special fetish at play. Ding Qingshan is flustered, emotion value plus 777. He taught her like this for half an hour. Qingshan was in a state of disarray. Her face was as red as a ripe apple. Her eyes were like silken seduction, and her breathing was rapid. She felt like they could proceed to the next step. Xu Hao deliberately asked, feigning confusion. Qingshan, are you alright? You seem to be in a strange state. How about we stop here for today and continue next time? Qingshan's heart was flustered, and her face turned even redder. She bit her lip, thinking that she had been studying for so long. And learning this alchemy would greatly help her research, so she mustered up the courage to say. I'm fine, Dad, let's continue. I feel like I'm about to learn it. Xu Hao frowned. I think you're too impatient. You haven't fully comprehended this alchemy yet. It's not that easy to learn. Don't push yourself too hard. Qingshan couldn't help but feel helpless, her head drooping. Her talent for cultivating spells was too poor. Just as she was about to say they could continue another day, Xu Hao spoke first. However, there's another way that might help you master it quickly. I just don't know if you can accept it. Qingshan looked up, vaguely guessing something. She asked nervously. Dad, what way? Xu Hao said awkwardly. It's already a problem for you to circulate spiritual power on your own, so I can guide you hand in hand. This will help you get the feel for it faster. Qingshan secretly thought that it was indeed so. In her dreams, when she was doing experiments, Xu Hao taught her hand in hand like this. Although she had many such experiences, that was in a dream after all. This was reality. Then she thought, she was already cultivating with Xu Hao. And they had undergone multiple soul cultivations. Hand-in-hand teaching probably wasn't a big deal anymore, right? So, she took a deep breath. Her tone was firm. Dad, I don't mind. Please teach me. Xu Hao smiled meaningfully. All right then. Then he walked behind her, hugged her, and began to guide her in circulating the spell. As he taught her, Xu Hao was a normal man after all. Some awkward situations were inevitable. Xu Qingshan's heart pounded, as if it was about to jump out of her throat, and her face was burning red. Xu Hao said apologetically, "Qingshan, I didn't mean to. There's nothing I can do about it." Xu Qingshan pursed her lips and lowered her head. She let out a soft, sound, like a mosquito, full of shyness. Ding. Xu Qingshan is in a muddle, emotion value plus 888. Ding. Just like that, a spell that could have been easily learned. Was taught by Xu Hao for an entire afternoon. Effort pays off. Xu Qingshan finally learned it. She happily waved her hand, and the metal object in front of her vibrated, being drawn into her hand. With another wave, it flew into the distance. She could now freely control metal. In addition, she could also extract metal elements. Xu Qingshan was overjoyed. With these abilities, the spaceship she developed would surely far surpass those of other countries. Then she would truly be able to soar through the universe. She felt that all the hard work of the afternoon was worth it. After her excitement, Xu Qingshan realized the current awkwardness. She felt uncomfortable all over. She had to go back and change her clothes. A sense of unease filled her heart, wondering if Xu Hao had noticed anything. If he found out, it would be too embarrassing. How could Xu Hao not know? After all, he was teaching her hands-on. However, he pretended not to notice. Xu Qingshan breathed a sigh of relief. After her emotions had calmed down a bit, she and Xu Hao left the small world. Xu Hao glanced at the sky outside. It's getting late. We can go back now. Xu Qingshan also saw the sun setting outside. The sky was dyed orange-red, and the evening glow was dreamily beautiful, but she was not in the mood to appreciate it. She just felt uncomfortable all over and needed to change her clothes. So she said, "Dad, I need to go to the office to get some things. You go back first." Xu Hao smiled and said, "No rush, I'll wait for you. Go quickly and come back soon." After some internal struggle, Xu Qingshan nodded, her face flushed. Then she quickly walked towards the office. Her retreating figure seemed a little flustered. Back in the office, her mind was in a mess. She had wanted to take a shower, but remembering that Xu Hao was still waiting for her outside, she simply changed into a pair of pants. Then she hurried out and returned to the Xu family with Xu Hao. As soon as they entered the house, they heard footsteps approaching. It turned out that Xu Xiqing and Xu Huai were already home. Hearing the sound of the car, Xu Huai immediately came out to greet them. Seeing Zhao Linger running towards her, Xu Qingshan felt a strange sense of guilt. Strange, she hadn't done anything bad. Xu Huai ran up to them, completely ignoring her, and threw herself into Xu Hao's arms. Her hands tightly hugged Xu Hao's neck. "Dad, you're finally back. I missed you so much." Xu Hao enjoyed his Linger's enthusiasm. He reached out and playfully pushed her away, looking helpless. "Huai, you're a girl, after all. Can't you be a little more reserved? As soon as you see someone, you throw yourself into their arms." Xu Huai snuggled into Xu Hao's arms, looked up, her eyes sparkling. She said indifferently, "What's there to be reserved about in front of family? This is all genuine emotion. My love for you, Dad, is like a mighty river, continuous and endless. No amount of expression is enough." Seeing her mischievous look, Xu Hao deliberately put on a stern face. "Tell me, you little imp, you're so enthusiastic, there must be something you want. If you don't say it now, then don't say it at all." Xu Huai giggled, her face fawning. "Dad is truly prescient, nothing can be hidden from Dad. It's like this, I asked my mentor and found out that you've agreed to attend Capital University's centennial celebration. Dad, please take me with you. I promise I won't cause you any trouble." Chapter 580, Always Love You, Dad. Mastering the Protagonist. Contrasting Attitudes. Xu Hao raised an eyebrow. "You know I'm going for the celebration, so why would I take you? It's not for fun." Xu Huai wrapped her arm around his. She swayed like a little tail, whining. "Dad, I just want to broaden my horizons. You see, I've never been out of Shanghai. People can't stay in one place forever, they need to go out and see the world. Dad, please take me with you, please." Xu Hao shook his head. "If you want to see the world, why not just scroll through videos on your phone? You can see anything you want to see. There's no need to follow me to the imperial capital." Xu Huai immediately pouted. She mumbled discontentedly. How can that be the same? Watching on a phone is nowhere near as interesting as experiencing it firsthand. Dad, just say yes. As she spoke, she shook Xu Hao's arm, refusing to let go. Xu Hao sighed and said again, "It's not that I won't take you, but I'll be gone for a while." "Aren't you going to miss classes?" Xu Huayi was nonchalant, saying proudly, "I can ask for leave. I can just catch up when I get back, can't I? Besides, I can also self-study. Those courses are very simple for me, I can learn them easily." After undergoing marrow cleansing and meridian cleansing, her mind was extremely clear. She learned everything quickly. That's why she had such confidence. Xu Hao seemed to be completely worn down by her persistence. He changed his tone and said, "It's not impossible for you to come along. But I'll be busy then, and I definitely can't keep you with me all the time. If you want to go sightseeing, you'll need to find someone familiar with the imperial capital to take you around." Xu Huayi's eyes immediately lit up. A brilliant smile bloomed on her face as she exclaimed excitedly, "Thank you, Dad. I knew you were the best, I love you. Finding someone familiar with the imperial capital. That's simple. Didn't second sister live in the imperial capital for several years? Second sister, how about you come with me to the imperial capital then?" She turned to look at Xu Qingshan beside her. Xu Qingshan shook her head and said, "Little sister, I was focused on research in the imperial capital before, so I didn't have time to go out and play at all. I'm not really familiar with the imperial capital, so I'm afraid I can't help you." Xu Huayi wasn't too disappointed. Her eyes darted around. She then thought, if second sister isn't going, there's still third sister. Third sister's Hongzhuang media headquarters are in the imperial capital. She must be very familiar with the imperial capital. Just as she was thinking this, Xu Hongzhuang happened to return. Xu Huayi immediately went over, holding Xu Hongzhuang's hand. "Third sister, let's go to the imperial capital together, you can take me to all the famous places." Xu Hongzhuang listened with a blank expression. What's going on? After Xu Huayi chattered on and explained the whole story of wanting to go to the imperial capital, she frowned and thought for a moment before saying with some difficulty, "I have something to do during that time and can't go, so I can't accompany you. Why don't you ask someone else?" Xu Huayi's brow immediately furrowed. "Third sister isn't going either, then I can ask eldest sister." Eldest sister's company headquarters are also in the imperial capital, so she must be very familiar with the imperial capital. I'll definitely pester her to go. However, Xu Huayi didn't give up. She went to find the other sisters one by one, asking them if they wanted to go to the imperial capital. Xu Qingshan said helplessly, "I have to stay at Shenong Hall, I can't leave. You should ask someone else." Xu Feiyan also said apologetically, "Little sister, I also have things to be busy with during that time, so I really can't go. I'll accompany you next time." Finally, Xu Huayi approached her twin elder sister, Xu Shiqing. Xu Shiqing said regretfully, "Zhao Linger, I have to participate in an international painting competition then, so I can't accompany you to the imperial capital." Xu Huayi pouted angrily, "Forget it, none of you are going, but I'm going anyway. I can have fun by myself." As she spoke, she rubbed her chin, pondering to herself. "I've asked a few sisters and none of them are going, so it's just eldest sister left. I need to find a way to trick her into going." Just as she was deep in thought, she saw a figure slowly approaching. Looking closely, it was actually Xu Aoshan. Xu Huayi was already in a bad mood, and her temper flared up. She said angrily, "Why are you here again? Do you really think this is your home? Let me tell you, I will never acknowledge you, the guy who wants to harm father. Before I call Sister Li, get out of here. Seeing you annoys me." Sister Li is the Xu family's gatekeeper. Xu Aoshan secretly looked at her expression. His heart was pounding. Last night, he failed to kill Xu Hao, and Xu Hao even got evidence. After returning, he had been anxious and restless, unable to sleep. He was afraid that Xu Hao would show that video to the sisters. He couldn't stand the sisters' contemptuous and disgusted looks. Fortunately, judging by Xu Huayi's appearance, Xu Hao probably hadn't told the sisters what happened last night. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He forced a smile and said ingratiatingly, "Seventh sister, I went abroad to purchase yesterday, and I found a few pieces of top-grade emeralds there, so I thought I'd bring them to the sisters." As he spoke, he opened the bag in his hand. revealing a few pieces of emeralds inside, all of superior quality. There was glass-type emperor green, crystal clear, as if it could draw people's gaze in. And the purple eye, under the light, emitted a charming luster. As well as sapphire, entirely deep blue, profound and mysterious. Xu Hao, however, merely glanced at it indifferently, letting out a disdainful snort. So we should thank you. Just a few broken stones, who cares? Take them away quickly, don't be an eyesore here. Xu Hao was speechless. Less than a month ago, when Xu Hao opened emeralds at the Emerald Public Market. Seventh sister, you were extremely excited. Now that they're in her hands, they've become broken stones. Isn't this too much of a double standard? He grumbled inwardly, but dared not say anything aloud, only forcing a dry laugh. Hua Yi, what happened? A sound of footsteps came. It turned out that the sisters heard the commotion and came out to check the situation. Xu Hao immediately explained that Xu Hao had come to give them things and wanted to curry favor with them. The sisters all looked at Xu Hao with unfriendly eyes. 0 requests for fresh flowers. Each of them had no good feelings for this guy who wanted to harm father. Xu Hao, no matter how precious the things you send are, we don't care. Get out of the Xu family quickly, you're not welcome here. Seeing this, Xu Hao, instead, breathed a sigh of relief. He was even more certain now. Xu Hao indeed hadn't told the sisters about what happened last night. Just then, Xu Hao also walked over. As soon as the sisters saw Xu Hao, their attitude took a 180-degree turn. Their faces immediately filled with smiles. They all enthusiastically gathered around him, speaking all at once. Father, you're here, this guy showed up again. He even tried to curry favor with us, but we won't accept it. Father, you shouldn't bother with this ungrateful wretch either. Xu Hao stood by, staring blankly. How good would it be if the sisters could treat him like that? Jealousy distorted her face. After hearing his daughter's words, Xu Hao looked at Xu Hao, his eyes filled with triumph and provocation. Aoshin, since you're back, stay and have a meal with us. Your sisters might have some misunderstandings about you, don't take it to heart, just explain it clearly. But his eyes clearly said, get lost quickly, otherwise don't blame me for telling your secret to my daughters. Xu Hao was furious, trembling with anger. He cursed Xu Hao 1,000 times in his heart. Too shameless. He's threatening him again. Despite his anger, Xu Hao could only endure it. After all, Xu Hao still held leverage over him. Now was not the time to fall out with Xu Hao. Ding Xu Hao is furious, emotional value plus 1001. Xu Hao took a breath, suppressing his rage, and said. There's no need for dinner. I just came to deliver a gift. I have matters at the company that need my attention. I'll leave the gift here. There's no reason for me to take back a gift once it's given. With that, he placed the bag containing the jade on the nearby table. Then he turned and quickly left. His retreating figure looked quite disheveled. Xu Hao crossed her arms, pouting as she said, what kind of person is that? Dad kindly invited him to dinner, but he didn't even appreciate it. HMPH ungrateful. What war god? A white-eyed wolf war god is more like it. Her voice was not quiet. It was as if she deliberately said it for Xu Hao to hear. Xu Hao heard it, stumbled, and almost fell to the ground. Just moments ago, he was disliked and driven away by the sisters. Now, as he was leaving, they were saying he was ungrateful. It seemed no matter what he did, he was always in the wrong. Xu Hao turned his head and glanced back. He saw the Xu family sisters gathered around Xu Hao, laughing and chatting. The harmonious scene contrasted sharply with his current disheveled state. He couldn't bear to look anymore and quickened his pace to leave. Xu Hao didn't blame the sisters. It was all Xu Hao's doing. He secretly vowed to return the humiliation he suffered today to Xu Hao 1,000-fold. Chapter 581, Picking Linger up from school. Linger's expectations. Playful and mischievous. The next day, sunlight filtered through the dappled leaves, scattering across every corner of the Xu family home. Xu Hao ran to eldest sister Xu Mingkong's company early in the morning. She went straight to the president's office, knowing the way well. Upon seeing Xu Mingkong, she immediately approached her. Eldest sister, will you be free in half a month? Xu Mingkong was busy with her work. Hearing this, she raised an eyebrow and asked. What's wrong? Xu Hao hooked her arm and swayed it. I'm going to the imperial capital in a while, eldest sister. You've lived in the imperial capital for so many years. Will you come with me? And also show me around the imperial capital's customs and traditions. Xu Mingkong smiled helplessly, put down her documents, and looked up at her. Her eyes held both affection and curiosity. Why the sudden thought of going to the imperial capital? What are you little girl up to now? Xu Huai giggled. She blinked her bright, sparkling eyes. Eldest sister, Dad is going to attend Capital University's 100th anniversary celebration. It's such an important event, I want to go and broaden my horizons. Hearing that she would go with Xu Hao, Xu Mingkong felt an inexplicable guilt. She involuntarily recalled the scene she had accidentally witnessed last time, Xu Hao and Su Wancho together. Xu Hao embracing Su Wancho from behind. Her face flushed slightly. That scene kept replaying in her mind these days. Precisely because she feared the awkwardness of seeing Xu Hao again, she hadn't even gone back to see the Zhaolinger. Xu Mingkong's eyes darted away as she whispered. I won't go, okay. Ask the other sisters, let them accompany you. Xu Huai pouted, and tears instantly welled up in her eyes. Her pitiful appearance would make anyone feel soft-hearted. She held Xu Mingkong's arm, shaking it more vigorously, and pleaded with a sobbing voice. Eldest sister, please come with me, I beg you. If you don't go, it'll be so boring for me alone, eldest sister, eldest sister. Xu Mingkong's emotional barrier was breached. Ultimately, she couldn't bring herself to refuse, sighed, and nodded. All right, I'll go with you, just stop crying, you little crybaby. As soon as Xu Huai heard eldest sister agree, she jumped up excitedly. Where was the crying face from just now? Wow, eldest sister, you're the best, I love you. Xu Mingkong realized she had been tricked and was momentarily exasperated, tapping her on the head. I see now, you don't want to broaden your horizons, you just want to go have fun, don't you? Xu Huai hugged her tightly. Hee, eldest sister is amazing, nothing can be hidden from you. Fearing Xu Mingkong might change her mind, she quickly added. Eldest sister, you've already promised me, you can't go back on your word. Xu Mingkong was both annoyed and amused. You little clever one, all right, but you have to be obedient then. Xu Huai nodded like a chick pecking rice. In the afternoon, Xu Hao was sitting on the comfortable sofa at home, leisurely sipping fragrant tea. The aroma of tea permeated the air, adding a touch of leisure to the tranquil time. Ring, 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 ring. A phone call rang. Xu Hao put down his teacup and picked up his phone. The caller ID showed Yu Yun. Xu Hao raised an eyebrow. Yuner, why are you calling me at this hour? Yu Yun's voice came from the other end of the phone. Hao Zhe, I'm sorry, I suddenly have an urgent case that I must handle immediately, and I can't leave for a while. Bingyan is also held up with something. Are you free right now? Can you help me pick up Xiao Yao? She's about to get out of school. Xu Hao replied. No problem, you just focus on your case. I haven't seen Xiao Yao for a while, so it's a good chance to go see her. Yu Xiaoyao was almost 15 and attending high school. Normally, children of this age are quite independent and don't need parents to specifically pick them up from school. However, this girl's appearance was so stunning that it could topple cities, as if she had been meticulously sculpted by the heavens, with a 100% return rate on the street. Yu Yun worried that she might be targeted by ill-intentioned bad people. Therefore, no matter how busy she was on weekdays, she would personally pick her up and drop her off at school every day. Today, she had no choice but to ask Xu Hao to do it. Xu Hao quickly tidied up and left to take a car to Yu Xiaoyao's aristocratic school. Ding a ling. At this moment, the school's dismissal bell had already rung. The campus immediately became lively. Students surged out of the teaching building. Yu Xiaoyao, overjoyed, walked out of the school gate with her pink backpack and light steps. She arrived at the school entrance, standing there looking left and right, with a look of anticipation in her eyes. Why was she so excited? It turned out that just now, her mother Yu Yun had sent her a message, telling her that Dad Xu Hao would pick her up today. Yu Xiaoyao was incredibly excited. If only Dad could pick me up every time. Although the aristocratic school looked glamorous, it was also a mixed bag. Some students, relying on their family's wealth and influence, idled away their days, skipping classes and getting into fights. They made the school a chaotic mess. The school, wary of their family backgrounds, turned a blind eye to them, unable to discipline them too strictly. Sure enough, there were a few older students. They had been eyeing Yu Xiaoyao since the day she enrolled 2 months ago. That day, they accidentally saw Yu Xiaoyao. And were immediately stunned by her beauty. Oh my, we've been at this school for so long, and we've never seen such a gem. She's too beautiful, isn't she? She's practically a fairy descended to the mortal world. But they also knew in their hearts. Yu Xiaoyao's mother was the queen of the legal world, with formidable methods. Even their family's background had to be wary of her. So they hadn't dared to make a move. Moreover, Yu Yun usually protected Yu Xiaoyao meticulously, so they simply couldn't find an opportunity. Today, when they saw Yu Xiaoyao standing alone at the entrance, they immediately felt that an opportunity had arrived. A few ruffians swaggered over. A boy with dyed yellow hair and several earrings approached with a mischievous grin. He shouted loudly, "Yo, junior sister, who are you waiting for?" Yu Xiaoyao said with disdain, "None of your business. Get away from me." The yellow-haired boy leading them persisted, his mischievous grin widening, and he raised an eyebrow, saying, "Yo, quite a temper, junior sister. I'm kindly concerned about you. Your attitude isn't good. Look at you, so pretty, standing here alone, it's so unsafe. How about you come with us, brothers? We'll take you to fun places, it's much more interesting than waiting foolishly here." Another ruffian chimed in, Exactly. Come with us, and we guarantee you'll be happy every day. Your little face, it must be even more charming when you smile, ha ha ha. Yu Xiaoyao glanced at them sideways. She spat out one word. Scram. The yellow-haired boy got excited. Oh ho, quite feisty. I say, junior sister, don't pretend to be so pure. If you know what's good for you, come with us quickly. Don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Another sturdier student yelled. Who do you think you are? You're just a pretty girl. Don't put on airs with us, today you're coming whether you want or not. Yu Xiaoyao scoffed. Hey, you think I'm scared of you? Get lost, or you'll regret it. The yellow-haired boy acted as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. He clutched his stomach, laughing uncontrollably. Ha ha ha, you're not scared of us. Tell us, why aren't you scared? With those thin arms and legs, you want to scare us. Do you know who we are? In this school, we do whatever we want. If you're obedient, then us brothers will protect you. If you're not obedient, you'll suffer. The other ruffians also chimed in, talking over each other. Don't struggle, coming with us is the smart choice. If you soften up now, us brothers can be gentler with you. Their words grew increasingly unpleasant and unbearable. Yu Xiaoyao snorted coldly. I'll say it again, get lost, don't force my hand. The ruffian students laughed even harder. The yellow-haired boy leading them mocked. Ha ha ha, you'll fight. With that tiny body, you want to fight us. Go ahead and try it, I'd like to see what you can do to us, ha ha ha. The others also burst into laughter. They continued to utter unpleasant and provocative words. Yu Xiaoyao was enraged. Unable to bear it any longer, she clenched her fists, ready to teach these guys a lesson. Just then, the sound of a car approached from afar. A car slowly pulled up in front of them. Yu Xiaoyao recognized the car, and her eyes immediately lit up. She exclaimed in surprise. Dad. Chapter 582, already on the path to self-destruction. Contrasting cuteness. Ready for cultivation. The few ruffian students surrounding Yu Xiaoyao were stunned. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock and confusion. The leading student with dyed yellow hair frowned. Didn't the investigation information say that Yu Xiaoyao only had a mom? What's with this dad who appeared out of nowhere? They never expected. Yu Xiaoyao, who had always been picked up and dropped off by her mother, actually had a dad come to pick her up today. Yu Xiaoyao didn't care about their reactions. While these guys were still in a daze, she ran towards the car. In the blink of an eye, she threw herself into Xu Hao's embrace. Xu Hao caught Yu Xiaoyao, feeling her embrace. He couldn't help but sigh. This girl is getting more and more well-developed. After a year or two of growth, her figure has already surpassed her mom's. Unlike Yu Xiaoyao and Luo Li, who have lowly faces and figures. As she grew older, her figure and appearance developed more towards that of a normal teenage girl. She was only 1.5 meters tall back then. But under Xu Hao's careful feeding and care over the past year or two, her height has now soared to over 1.7 meters. A tall figure, yet paired with a delicate and beautiful face. Her exquisite features seemed to be meticulously sculpted by the heavens. Her large eyes were watery, revealing liveliness and innocence. Below her high nose bridge was a small cherry-like mouth. It made people feel an irresistible urge to cherish her. This kind of contrasting cuteness made her even more uniquely charming. Xu Hao looked at Yu Xiaoyao in his arms. Unknowingly, this girl has grown so big. She's becoming more and more precious. Xu Hao patted Yu Xiaoyao's back. Xiaoyao, what's going on? You weren't wronged, were you? Just now, he saw Yu Xiaoyao surrounded by a group of students. Yu Xiaoyao looked up from Xu Hao's arms. Her eyes were slightly red. She pointed at the group of hooligan students. She said aggrievedly, "Dad, they bullied me." Xu Hao looked up at those students. He saw that each of them had dyed hair in various colors. They were wearing strange clothes, and their slouching appearance clearly showed they were uneducated. To say they were bullying might be a bit too severe. Yu Xiaoyao also had dead soldiers secretly protecting her. If she really encountered any danger, those dead soldiers would immediately come out to protect her. However, these people actually dared to scheme against his linger. Just for this point, these people already had a path to death. As for those hooligan students, who were usually fearless, they didn't recognize who Xu Hao was at all. Seeing that the matter had been exposed, the leading yellow-haired student simply hardened his heart. He arrogantly shouted at Xu Hao, "You're Yu Xiaoyao's dad. I've taken a liking to this girl, name your price. Let her go to me, and we'll keep to our own business from now on. Otherwise, you'll see what happens." A group of subordinates echoed, "Exactly, exactly, old man, don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. It's her good fortune that our Dage has taken a liking to your linger. Look how alluring this girl is. In this school, how many people covet her. Only our Dage has the guts to speak directly. If you don't agree, from now on, you too, father and linger, will suffer. Who knows what might happen one day, hee, don't come crying to us then." Another guy in a flashy outfit came over. He curled his lips in disdain. He said sarcastically, "Old man, it must be quite difficult raising such a delicate linger, right? Now's your chance. Hand her over to our Dage, and you'll be able to live easily and freely from now on. You can take the money and live a carefree life, don't pretend to be a gentleman here. Don't end up losing everything and getting nothing, that would be too foolish." The leading yellow-haired student became even more presumptuous, taking a step forward and tilting his head. He pointed at Yu Xiaoyao with his finger and continued to speak wildly. "Old man, look at your linger's delicate appearance, with her fair skin and tender flesh, what kind of future can she have with you? It'll be different with me. I can let her eat well and live lavishly every day, wear gold and silver. She can walk sideways in this school and no one will dare to stop her. If you're still dilly-dallying here, you're just wasting her precious youth. I don't have the patience to waste time with you. Give me an answer quickly, or I won't be polite. Don't say I didn't warn you in advance." Xu Hao's lips curved upward into a smile. It sent shivers down one's spine. Red Rose, who was nearby, was startled and thought to herself, "These guys are dead." Xu Hao secretly activated god-level hypnosis. Invisible power, like threads, silently entwined the consciousness of those students. In an instant, those students, who had been so arrogant, became dull-eyed. Then they returned to normal. They came to their senses and bowed to Yu Xiaoyao, apologizing in unison, saying, "We're sorry, we were wrong, please forgive us." Yu Xiaoyao's eyes widened in surprise. Her small mouth slightly ajar, her face filled with disbelief. These guys, who are usually lawless, actually apologized on their own. However, she was immersed in the joy of reuniting with Xu Hao at this moment. She didn't bother to delve into what was wrong with these people. She just wanted to spend more time with Xu Hao quickly. So, she waved her hand at those students. She said impatiently, "Scram, don't let me see you again next time, you're so annoying." Yu Xiaoyao intimately hooked her arm through Xu Hao's. She tilted her small face up and said in a sweet voice, "Dad, let's go. I don't want to stay here much longer. It's been so long since I've spent quality time with you." Xu Hao looked at Yu Xiaoyao's dependent expression. The coldness on his face melted into a smile. He nodded and said, "All right, let's go." Then he took Yu Xiaoyao and got into the car. Meanwhile, after those hooligan students left, it was as if they were possessed. Each of them, with empty eyes, found a knife. Then they began to wildly swing at each other, fighting to the death. The scene was chaotic and bloody. Before long, they all fell into a pool of blood, lifeless. They died a truly tragic death. Of course, these are all later developments. In the car, Yu Xiaoyao held Xu Hao's arm tightly. Her head rested on his shoulder. She said coquettishly, "Dad, you haven't come to see me in so long, I miss you so much. Every day I hoped you would come pick me up from school, and today I finally got my wish. You have to come see me more often in the future." Xu Hao smiled and patted Yu Xiaoyao's head. "It's Dad's fault, I've been too busy lately. Dad will definitely make more time to see you in the future." Dad is the best, I knew Dad loves me the most." Yu Xiaoyao smiled happily. Immediately, her eyes flashed as she asked expectantly, "Dad, I feel like my cultivation has been too slow lately. Is there any other way? If I succeed in cultivation, I can protect myself too." Xu Hao thought for a moment and said, "There really is." Chapter 583, luring the loli to take the bait. Getting jealous of mom, stirring with anticipation. Hearing Xu Hao say there was indeed a way to increase cultivation speed. Yu Xiaoyao's spirits immediately lifted. Pulling on Xu Hao's sleeve, she eagerly asked, "Dad, really? What's the method?" Xu Hao, however, frowned, looking troubled, and didn't utter a sound for a long time. Yu Xiaoyao blinked her eyes and continued to press him. "Dad, stop playing coy, what's the method? What's the good method? Hurry up and tell me, I'm dying of impatience." Xu Hao sighed. "Xiaoyao, do you know how your mom and I cultivate?" Yu Xiaoyao was startled at first. Then she quickly recalled. She hadn't seen Mom Yuyun sitting cross-legged, circulating her cultivation technique. Every time she saw them, they were together. Could it be that they cultivated when she wasn't looking? No, that's not right. She remembered when they were doing that thing. She personally saw Spirit Stone being continuously consumed.